You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey yo. Wicked, wicked. What up, fools? Today is 8/8/2026. It is 8:41 p.m. Eastern time. How's everybody doing? How we doing, guys? Sparty in the house. How's it going, buddy? How we doing? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking, Super Real Horse. You know, you guys can change the capitals in your names, especially if you have a name like Super Real Horse. You can make it to where some of the letters in your name are capitalized, kind of like that, where you see the T, the F, and the S are capitalized. Or you can do it like Tom Bottery has it, where the T and the B are capitalized. Makes it easier to read your names. See, Dear Rito's got a capital. Okay. Tonight with Kyle. Alright, alright, alright. Wasted? No. No capitals in Wasted. That's rough. Pepe's, no capitals in Pepe. The handle, yeah, we got at least the T is capitalized, not the H. Sorry, you'll figure it out. I can't even get my picture vertical. It's a good game on that, Tom. Wait, what? It's pretty easy to get your get your picture to change. Go into your YouTube studio. Okay. Cool jacket. Thank you. I designed it myself. Go into your studio. And I think if you go to settings, no, not settings. Where is it? Customization? Yes. Customization. You can go to change and just put whatever you want on there. And oh wow, yeah, okay, never mind, you can't. You can't rotate it there either. That's weird. I feel like you used to be able to. Well, this is where you can change your handle and make it to where you put caps in the handle. So customization in your YouTube studio. English United Kingdom. Wait a second. We don't want that gay version of English. What the fuck? Do we have not? Do we not have normal English? What the fuck? They don't even have American as an option. Spanish United States. We have Spanish for the United States. We don't have English for the United States. What the fuck? That ain't right. That ain't right. House turnover jumps as incumbents lose primaries at the highest rate in decades. Just play. Stop. Oh, I can't even read this. Well, that's gay. My money don't jiggle jiggle. It folds. Okay. House turnover jumps as incumbents lose primaries at the highest rate in decades. 9 House members have lost primaries in 2026, and another 62 members are not seeking re-election, shaking up the chamber. Aha! Oh, that's fucked up. Alright, well, I fucking hate my life. Never mind. Thought this was America? Yeah, well, we don't even have fucking free press. It's literally in our Constitution. This is supposed to be free. This is unconstitutional. Well, all right. Abdul al-Said latest campaign ad. I thought it was El Said. Is it Al Said? A-E-S. Yeah, no, it's El Said. They couldn't even spell his fucking name right. Zara Quinn, you fucking dumb fuck. Abdul al-Said's latest campaign ad just dropped, and I was not ready. Uh-oh. Just a city boy. Okay, alright. This is a joke, right? That's a joke. This is a fucking meme. Born and raised in South Detroit, he took the midnight train going anywhere.
But most of all, it needs us to spread that contagious Michigan passion that has come to define us. It's that we have the audacity to believe that we can change this world. And that each of us will. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street light people. I think they're trying the Patriot approach. Yeah, I think they're trying the white boy approach. Don't stop believing. Okay. Let's go. Well, there's no Hassan in there, so there's one W. Speaking of Hassan, his #1 defender, Pisco.
And I think some liberals get it. I mean, the Pisco guy, I've seen his clips. This is what popped up on my timeline just now. Like, he gets it, right? There are some liberals who understand it, where they're like this is a which side are you on moment, right? Are you going to side with the fascists? Are you going to coalesce around the fascists? Or are you going to broaden the tent? Are you going to join the fight on the anti-fascist side? Bro, you're falling for it again? Look, man, I'm not asking you to hug and kiss every goddamn liberal who
Yeah, you're falling for it. You're falling for the liberal fucking propaganda from Pisco.
recognizes the danger of Trumpism. I'm just saying, my expectations are low. My expectations from liberals oftentimes are low. And when they actually outperform my expectations, I'm going to give them credit. That is the fucking environment that we're in. We can't just like cast aside people. I'm not saying become a liberal. I'm just simply stating that there are some liberals who understand the danger, who understand the danger of fascism, who understand the danger of Trumpism, and are saying like, you guys are being fucking ridiculous to other liberals who do not.
Hey, why doesn't he mention me? I'm better. I do this better, bro. I would shit my pants if he's actually said my full fucking name on his show a couple of times, and I think, I don't remember if he said it or if he played other people saying it, but I was sitting there like, oh fuck. What the fuck is this?
Because the reality of the matter is, I am fine with people who I have significant disagreements with, as long as they recognize the real danger of Trumpism, as long as they recognize the real danger of the Republican Party. I know that's a low bar to set, and maybe the bar will get higher as the environment changes, okay? But we need all the numbers we can get. We need all the numbers we can fucking get.
I love numbers.
We need it. We can't do it on
Get
our
all
own.
the numbers.
And that's precisely the same reason why I say, like, you know, the Kamala endorsement is good. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's great. Movement building isn't about developing an echo chamber. It's about trying to build the broadest coalition possible. No, they are attacking your character. It doesn't matter. They can attack me all day.
And so the threat and magnitude is low. And just saying communist Hassan Piker is not moving the ball even 1%. They're trying to distract you from the traitorous enemies who are currently beyond the gates and holding power. Don't be fucking marks. Don't be rubes. Don't fall for it. Don't buy into it. This is not a real significant threat.
Wait, isn't this the opposite of what Hassan's saying? Isn't this literally the opposite of what Hassan is saying? Isn't he saying this is just the beginning? We're taking over. Like we've accomplished the takeover. Like he's acting like they've already fucking won. What do you mean? Why is he playing this?
If I thought it was, I would tell you so.
That's it. Right now in this moment, if you think the true danger is coming from your left flank and not your right, you're a fucking idiot. You might as well be a goddamn collaborator.
That's not what Pisco's saying, though. Pisco's not saying like these people aren't dangerous. He's saying they don't actually have the ability to take over
of the Republican agenda.
Yeah, those are very different things.
Brian Tyler Cohen ended up taking down the Hassan post from yesterday after being messaged by D. Wait, really? That's so sad. That's such a fucking sad situation. Epstein is so obsessed with Hassan that he messaged Brian Tyler Cohen to take down a quote of Hassan, which says Republicans
Brian Tyler Cohen
oppress
removed the quote.
Oh, I also, Brian said he was going to remove that thing and they'll never post
He did.
something again. So, yeah.
Wait, what happened? Say that
Brian
again?
Tyler Cohen removed the quote of Hassan
That's
from his
so
Instagram.
Sad.
Yeah, I messaged him and I was bitching, and he was like, "I don't do my media post there, but we'll never post about Hassan."
Yeah.
You know what? I'll say this, that like I have
Don't they claim you of this? Yeah, no, they do. They say it's always projection. It's always projection. It's so sad. What a sad thing to do.
Don't they claim you of this?
God. No, I don't think Brian Tyler Cohen is a bitch. I mean, this is a lame thing that he did. They hate you so much for that they're siding with Elon Musk and Asmongold. Yeah, of course they are. Again, these guys do not. I mean, it is a lame thing that Brian Tyler Cohen did. Oh, God. Imagine this being your primary political victory, that you got Brian Tyler Cohen to remove a fucking post. This was the only thing he took down, by the way. It was literally anti-MAGA. No, I know. This is the... Yeah, I said, it's not Islam that's subjugating women in this country, it's Republicans. And he posted that. I think Brian Tyler Cohen is still... At the end of the day, he's not in opposition to Zoran. He's not in opposition to Abdul El-Sayed. He's just a fucking straight up establishment Democrat who is way more comfortable with left flank candidates than these other fucking guys are. So if their only goal, if these guys' only goal is to literally come after me, then that's fine. Who cares? Let them be fucking distracted. Okay? It is also very funny that this was in Epstein's community and it's in Hebrew. I was like, why is this why is this post in Hebrew? And then someone was like, oh, they took this screenshot from the Destiny subreddit.
What a weird... This Audrey person, they always clip everything in the weirdest fucking way.
Brian Tyler Cohen ended up taking...
They always have just like so much dead air and so much just like unnecessary shit in the fucking clips. It's so annoying. I'm out of Red Bull. So give me a second. I gotta... Verifying your order. Success! Success! Let's go. We were successful. Drink Celsius, Tom? Isn't that like... Isn't that like carbonation water or whatever? Celsius is a popular zero sugar, low calorie fitness energy drink designed to accelerate metabolism, provide essential energy, and support active lifestyle. I don't have an active lifestyle. I just like the taste of Red Bull. I just like Red Bull, it tastes good. Makes your teeth feel fuzzy. That's how you know it's good. Wait, Celsius does? Or Red Bull? As weird sweeteners? Oh no. It tastes bester than Monster? Well, Monster tastes absolutely disgusting. Monster tastes like fucking metal. Like, I always feel like the can is like wearing off inside of the fucking drink or some shit. I don't know what it is. To me, Red Bull tastes like sweet tarts. It does. It does. It's fucking... It's good shit. I have these new creatine gummies, and they taste like Sour Patch. Like, you're only supposed to take like a max of like 3 a day, but they're so fucking good. I want to just sit there and just eat the shit. Like, it's not safe to make them taste that good. That is not safe. The new Red Bull yellow flavor is amazing. Oh, I've been drinking the yellow one for years. It's not all that new. I went through like all of the nice. I went through the white one and the yellow one for like a year each, and then back to the original eventually. The yellow one was like, over time, it just became a little too sweet. Yellow, yeah. This one. These are very good. They got the yellow and the white. The white's like a coconut, I think. Yeah, coconut edition. Very good. Zero sugar is good too. Okay. Alright. That's it. That's enough of you. That's enough of you. I only like the classic. Yeah, I'm back to the classic now. I spent a couple years, like I said, like on the others, and they were all really good. But yeah, that's enough out of you, Giants fanny. This is what I just ordered. The fucking case. The full case. I just inject the Red Bull straight into my face. Yeah. Yeah, I need an IV, just like a bag held up here the whole time. Just, I need a Red Bull drip. And the white one, this is what it looks like. It's blue. Coconut edition. It's blue. And it is kind of, I thought it was like a blueberry thing at first, because yeah, it's just, that's kind of what it tastes like, but apparently they call it coconut. But these are all like the new, like, you know, special editions that came out like not 5 years ago. They came out in like 2020. Yeah, about 6 years ago. Anyone else just drink coffee? I used to. I grew up drinking coffee. Pink editions, wild berries. That one's a little weird. That one's a little strange. And then the yellow one's tropical. It's very good. It's like it tastes like fuck, what am I trying to think of? The prickly, I don't know, a pineapple. It tastes kind of like a pineapple flavor. It's very good. But yeah, it's just a little too sour. A little too much.
Starting in the state of Michigan, where Abdul El-Sayed has won the Democratic primary for the United States Senate. He defeats Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Dr. Abdul El-Sayed has won the Senate Democratic primary in Michigan. He won by a tiny margin, much smaller than I anticipated. I went to Michigan. I saw Abdul's rallies. I compared them to Haley Stevens, and I thought it was going to be a much bigger margin. I was incorrect. What people are celebrating today is the fact that he beat $60 million in APAC, AI, crypto. The governor of Michigan endorsed his opponent. The attorney general endorsed his opponent. Now, this is a special time to listen to legacy media because they haven't.
I like Walter Masterson. He does great like TikTok videos and shit where he goes and owns conservatives and, you know, gets in the shit with them. He's fucking hilarious. I really like him a lot. But he is kind of a fucking socialist and a little farther left than me. He's my left flank. He's on the left flank. He's flanking from the left.
Haven't been told what to think yet. They haven't downloaded their talking points from APAC, Manhattan Institute, Koch Brothers Institute.
That's what we need to call them. They keep calling themselves the left flank. We need to call them the fucking flankers. Those fucking flankers.
Cato Institutes. So right now, what we're getting is very unfiltered. Let's go to CNN.
But I also don't think we should skip ahead to the general without acknowledging what El Sayed might do in
He's a opposite hitter? You mean a switch hitter? You're calling him a switch hitter?
this primary. I mean, I think the Democratic establishment has had their, Stevie Wonder glasses on for like, the last year and a half. They've tried to say that Zoran was just about Andrew Cuomo, or that Plattner was just about Mills, or that Colorado or New York City congressional primaries were one-offs. This is a sea change in the Democratic Party.
That's right.
This is a fundamental shift in the electorate. With El Sayed flipping AIPAC or corporate money back onto Haley Stevens is not just a rejection of that candidate or a testament to his political athleteness, which I think it is. I think it is also them being on the side of a 70-80% issue among the Democratic base right now, an issue that is a gateway for believing you about affordability, believing you about challenging corporate PACs, or even challenging Donald Trump. And so what the establishment, I think, of Democrats is struggling with right now is clearing the baselines of believability on like important issues with their base.
Yeah,
that starts with AI, that starts with Israel, that starts with big money and corporate money in politics, and they're not even hearing folks if you are not clearing that path. Even though I do think that it's fair to say there are some parts of the Democratic base that might be slower to that message than others. But it is a coalition you can build now in this 2026 version.
One of the most accurate
You can
takeaways
build it.
came from someone who is incredibly pro-Israel. That's Van Jones on CNN.
A great poem. It was called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." Gil Scott-Heron is wrong. The revolution is being televised and podcast and streamed and elected tonight. Why is that? It's because there is a credibility gap that's opened up between the Democratic Party establishment and this insurgency. People are looking at people and they're saying, you've been telling us the same thing for a long time and our lives are not any better. We got Donald Trump twice. There's also an innovation gap. Why can you spend $60 million and get whooped like this? Because the old model was you get the donors to get the consultants to buy a bunch of ads and you win. That's how you get attention. This movement says, I don't need donors, ads, I don't need consultants. I'm going right to the people with TikTok and grassroots, and they've disintermediated the entire donor class, disintermediated the entire consultant class, and this is a revolution. And so this is going to happen again and again. The Democratic Party is now Blockbuster. These kids are Netflix. We are selling CDs out the trunk.
Ooh.
This is Napster becoming Spotify, and it's happening tonight.
Wow, he really encapsulates the moment. Now, let's hear what he has to say about AIPAC.
Why is AIPAC going after this guy? That would be the question. They're spending, what you said, $30 million? That's a lot of money. Is it because he's a Muslim guy? Is it because he's a hateful guy? It turns out his position is for a full military embargo of the state of Israel. Now, hold on a second. A full military embargo. Now, listen, if he says he wants condition aid, that's reasonable, defensible. Most Democrats feel that way at this point after Gaza. If he says no subsidies, that's defensible. He says we can't even sell weapons to Israel, even if they're defensive. So if this guy, so why is AIPAC so mad? This guy is saying that the United States government can't even sell defensive weapons.
Why are they? He has the shittiest fucking audio on this. What the fuck? Why is this audio so fucking crappy? I feel like it's weird when I watch other people who are literally doing prepped content. They're doing prepared content, and yet they can't get their audio to sound as nice as mine for a live stream. They can't get it to be as nice as mine when I'm doing my shit live.
To Israel, which would make Israel completely defenseless. Now, that would be a reason for a group of people who cares about Israelis to say, this is not our guy.
So, man, can I just say this? All of that sounds very serious until you find out who Haley Stevens took out in 2022.
And Haley Stevens ran in 2022. She ran against Andy Levin.
Yeah, Andy Levin.
And Andy Levin, his position was that aid to Israel should be conditional on not pursuing policies that would subvert a two-state solution there. That would be considered a mainstream position now. by many people. They spent millions of dollars to defeat him.
Andy Levin, a Jewish man, was a Democrat for United States Congress in Michigan. Haley Stevens ran against him and took his seat with the help of AIPAC. Andy Levin is not anti-Zionist. He describes himself as a Zionist. He just wanted to condition military aid to Israel, and he put forward the Two-State Solution Act in Congress. According to AIPAC, that was too radical for them. So they hyperfunded Haley Stevens' campaign, and she took him out. Like all important races, this election did have a third-party spoiler.
I'm curious about the third candidate, McMorrow.
Yeah.
Is she the Ralph Nader of this race? Yeah, I'm wondering what Haley Stevens thinks about that.
Yeah.
'Cause she was the chosen one by the outgoing senator.
Yeah. I mean, the simple math on that question is that's 61,000 votes. If you take 61,000 votes and you don't necessarily know that they all go to Stevens. That's sort of hypothetical there. But if some of them went to Stevens, then yeah.
I mean, I think like it doesn't. I don't think that makes that big of a difference. I think that Van Jones is a fucking retard, but they can still pick another candidate that they think they like better or that is more beneficial to them. It doesn't mean much that they still paid a bunch of money to run against a candidate who did want to put restrictions on the aid instead of just wanting to get rid of it.
That gets tighter.
McMorrow dropped out July 5th, but at that moment, the ballots had already been printed. She's not exactly Jill Stein. She's a moderate at best. Although the more we started to know about Haley Stevens, the more I appreciated Mallory McMorrow. Were these people voting for her in protest? Did they know she wasn't on the ballot anymore? I don't know. Let's go to Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's victory speech and see who it is that introduces him.
That is.
Wait, did they say Mallory wasn't on the ballot anymore?
Dropped out July 5th. But at that moment, the ballots had already been printed. She's not exactly Jill Stein. She's a moderate at best. Although the more we started to know about Haley Stevens, the more I appreciated Mallory McMorrow. Were these people voting for her in protest? Did they know she wasn't on the ballot anymore? I don't.
She was on the ballot. You just said the ballot was already printed. What the fuck? Am I crazy? What the fuck? What is he talking about? He said though.
Don't know. Let's go to Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's victory speech and see who it is that introduces him.
That is why I could not be more proud to introduce you to now officially the Democratic nominee to become the next United States Senator from the great state of Michigan. Please join me in welcoming Abdul El-Sayed.
There's a lot of talk about bridging the divide between El-Sayed and Stevens voters. The most unfiltered take on bridging the divide came from Hassan Piker.
Like everyone being like, Abdul has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit, okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 fucking degrees. And now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you really gotta come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you wanna fucking win or not? Lock the fuck.
What the fuck? This is literally the opposite of what it is he said about Kamala Harris. He kept saying that Kamala Harris needed to come win his vote. She needed to earn his vote, even though he had been calling her Cop Mala for about 4 years at that point. He had been talking about her being a Zionist piece of shit and a genocidal maniac. But he still expected her to come and pander to him for his fucking vote. What the fuck?
Okay? Lock the fuck in. And I do worry that there are some out there who, in an effort to make sure that this narrative that a progressive can win in a state like Michigan doesn't take root, will literally either subtly or, not so secretively endorse Mike Rogers.
That take is very funny and very true, but it's also a serious concern. Will Dr. Abdul El-Sayed be able to bridge the gap in a primary that was very contentious and fractured? The answer is in the other winner from that night, Donovan McKinney. Donovan McKinney is a DSA member. He not only won his primary, he won his primary against the incumbent, Sri Tanadar. Sri Tanadar has an amazing villain origin story as a Zionist because he didn't start out as a Zionist. When he was a state rep back in 2021, he introduced legislation to strip military aid to Israel. He even was quoted as calling it an apartheid state. But then once he made it to United States Congress, he did a full 180, took a ton of AIPAC money, used AIPAC to go against his opponents, voted multiple times to send aid to Israel, and he just got taken out by Donovan McKinney. Now, what's important about this is that Donovan McKinney is a DSA member, and he won in Wayne County. Wayne County went to Haley Stevens. Abdul El-Sayed had a problem breaking through in that county. Donovan McKinney, not so much.
The areas you see in yellow are places where Haley Stevens won or led. These areas here, and we're talking about Detroit, up through Oakland County, Genesee, Flint, all these are places Democrats in a general election need to do well.
Wayne County is a county you need to win in order to take the state. And bridging that divide is a serious issue. And my theory is that the key to bridging that divide is Donovan McKinney. Now let's move on and check in with the Republican side. Once El-Sayed was declared the winner, Mike Rogers started his campaign that went something like, let me guess, socialism, socialism, radical Islam, 9/11, Hassan Piker. Let's see how I did.
This is really about the heart and soul of our country. I have never seen someone so radical, so extreme, get nominated by a political party. And the DSA candidates in the state in 2 different congressional races look like they're pulling it off as well. The Democrat Party is lost to this hardcore socialist attitude. And
Wow, I bet you he pre-watched that. I bet you he pre-watched. That's not fair. That doesn't count. He sounds like he pre-watched this. That's my opinion. I think he did.
I fought terrorism my whole life. I was an FBI special agent, U.S. Army officer, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. I find it shocking that I'm going to go up against a guy who believes America deserved 9/11. That's why this race is so important, Lawrence.
Yeah, he was with Hassan Piker, who had that viewpoint.
Thanks for watching, everyone. If you want to support my video.
Well, there you go.
But it's a propaganda tool that's used by a lot of people. Palingenesis. Back in the day, we used to be great. We're fallen now. We need to return to our greatness. That's just like a common human narrative that I don't think is necessarily fascistic.
Yeah, kind of. This is again where I got stuck with Rob. Is like, I don't know if you noticed this with Mamdani. Like, Mamdani drummed up so much support from the online alt media types because of his stances on Israel. Like, he did say constantly that he was going to arrest Netanyahu. And it's only after he becomes mayor where he does a fucking public address where he's literally saying, we looked into it, turns out the mayor can't do that. But Trump can, so let's ask him to do it instead. And it's like, this is not real. This is not real politics. This is not like a real solution. It's just, you just grifted off of the emotions around the conflict.
True that.
Oh, hello. Hello. Okay. Hi.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Good. What's your story?
Life is a mixed bag. Got some personal shenanigans, some professional shenanigans, but overall, life is still lifing. So I'm not complaining. I do complain a shitload, but I try not to.
You don't complain always. Yeah, it's just a short sentence.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen that like TikTok where it's like, my parents didn't raise a quitter, they raised a complainer. Like, I'll do what I need to do, but you're going to hear about it. That's pretty much my vibe.
Familiar with the strategy? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I wanted to call was because I watched your debate with Rob Noerr. I did enjoy it a lot, by the way. I do think that there was a component missing that made the conversation a little bit unwieldy, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay.
So, I watched and talked to a couple of dissident right-wing philosophers, effectively like Cultured Thug and Keith Woods. Are you familiar with them at all?
No.
Okay.
So the other day I was talking about third positionists and saying that like these are people who unironically identify as fascists. Like third positionists are people who will straight up say, yes, we are fascists, but they call themselves third positionists because they don't feel like fascism is, and this is even like what Mussolini said is about fascism as well, is that fascism is not right wing or left wing. It's its own thing, which it is obviously right wing. We just, it is right wing. But anyways, the Cultured Thug is a third positionist. He's somebody that I've gotten into like big screaming matches with in the past, and he's an absolute fucking idiot. But yeah, straight up identifies as a fascist.
They're more on like alternative platforms. I forget what like the platform that doesn't ban Nazis on, but that's like Culture Thug's platform. Okay. And so effectively, like the way that they explained fascism to me, which I feel really does capture it succinctly, is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. Can I show you a silly cartoon drawing that I made that has a cartoon stick figure penis?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Oh, where is it? Here it is. Okay, so I'm going to zoom this in. And are you live?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to share this with you and your audience if they're capable of seeing it.
Yeah.
So the way to conceptualize political corporatism isn't like the marriage of business in the state, although you can weirdly enough find definitions of that on the internet. It's analogizing it to a human body and then thinking of that as like a cohesive whole. And so the way that I did that was I drew a stick figure that has culture as the bones, the economy as the heart, the brain as the government, the white blood cells as law enforcement, hospice asylums and public hospitals as the intestinal tract, training, education, and academia as the testes, and a pronatal cultural conservatism that propagates the society as the penis. And this is really like half, in my opinion, like half of the conception is analogizing the nation, the people, and the state, the government, to a single biological entity. So do you have any questions, comments, or pushback on that?
Is this just like another way of saying palingenetic ultranationalism?
It's not, because palingenesis, like obviously with palingenesis, old and then paleo and then genetic, new. So you're taking like an old story and then you're making it new or whatever. That's not really a part of this conception. And then ultranationalism arguably could be, but then with ultranationalism, you can define your nation, your people, how you want.
Mm-hmm.
So for instance, like I'm sure you're already aware of this, but in Italy, there's like multiple sub-identities. There's like the Sicilians and the Lombards and the Etruscans and the Romans and the fucking, I'm sure another half dozen identities that are in Italy that could identify as separate identities. But Mussolini effectively said, no, we're one thing, right? We're Italians. We're descendants of Rome. And I'm also pretty sure in Spain, they also had like
I've heard CounterPoints like try to argue this definition of fascism a bunch of times in the past. I don't feel like it's as fitting. Like I understand that like the idea is supposed to be about them being one, and that is like a big part of it. I just feel like your best way to explain this is going to be conceptualizing it through all the different characteristics that are common with fascists and fascism. So talking about the, ultranationalism, the far-right ideologies, the like all of the different aspects that make it fascism or make something likely fascism, like air fascism does. I think that's going to be generally the best way to explain it. It's just through common characteristics, but it seems like he always wants to push this idea of fascism instead.
Multi-ethnic nationalism, even though they were under a fascist state, because that's what was required. It was really with Germany that they identified like the Aryan ethno group as like the sole correct inheritors of Germany.
Hmm.
Like we could have multiracial fascism, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's all I wanted to establish. Like that would differentiate it from a lot of people's conception of ultranationalism. But the thing that was missing from the conversation, in my opinion, was and by the way, like I think political corporatism is a useful political conception. The main problem with it is, of course, like you analogize other people not to a part of the political corporative group, but as like cancer or a virus or AIDS or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, like just a popular conception. I know you're not disagreeing, but like Jews are viewed as like a parasite that has infected the political corporative body.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So then with the flexible authoritarianism, you guys talked about authoritarianism, but this is where I feel like Rob really kind of like muddied the waters by just saying any kind of authority is fascism. You know, like
yes.
Democrat.
Yes, he kept mixing authoritarian with fascist, which this is what right-wingers and left-wingers do a lot, is they'll find anybody who does something authoritarian, and then they'll say, that's fascism, which is why you see people on Fox News all the time going over clips of Antifa and then saying, they're the real fascists. You know, isn't them trying to stop my free speech, isn't that really fascism? Well, it seems like what you're trying to think of is authoritarianism, but these people aren't an authority on anything. they're not authoritative in any meaningful way, so it doesn't really, even that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But yeah, they always just think of authoritarianism as fascism in and of itself, and it's fucking obnoxious.
When they use law enforcement to enforce COVID restrictions as fascism, which is fucking silly, right?
Yeah, but that's like the approach of like, I have nothing to say on this topic, so I'm just going to try and muddy the waters by pretending to be dumb about what authoritarianism is. I think I kind of got around that quite easily by saying that when I say authoritarian, and when people like Paxton talk about the abandonment of democratic liberties that fascists tend to share, I'd be talking about the way that they are contrasted with a liberal system whereby citizens get to choose the makeup of government through elections. If you either respect that system or you don't, and that's kind of where the authoritarian line is for me, like the very clear one, the easy one.
Well, and even as an example, in additional examples, we could still use differentiations in authoritarianism and fascism. So, for instance, like, would you consider Iran, or I don't consider Iran or China fascist? Do you consider Iran or China fascist?
Iran kind of is, actually, yeah. And a very, you're making like a couple of amendments, but not really. Like the Iranian leadership since Khomeini are populist. They do this, and they function like populists do in charge. They don't completely revolutionize like the entire old system. Like the old military still exists in Iran. Like they are still separate from the IRGC. So they still share power with like a conservative old guard in a way. Obviously, it's very biased in favor of the regime, but they still use populist messaging. It's just that their populism is more that like the establishment is like the rest of the world and Israel more so than within. But they also their nationalism is very similar to fascist nationalism as well. It's a story of humiliation at the hands of the rest of the world, the need to show strength so we can rebuild the rest of the world in our image.
So where you're saying they're fascistic is that they're palingenetic and they're populist nationalistic. So there's like
and obviously they're authoritarian. Yeah. So but like the only thing that from Paxton, I feel like his objection to Iran is that because their nationalism is not actually traditional nationalism, like they're not Iranian nationalists in the IRGC, they are Islamic nationalists. So to them, the nation is the Ummah. It's all Islamic countries. That's why they talk about spreading the revolution. But to me,
that is interesting because isn't there some antagonism between like the Shia and Sunni though? Don't they, like, even though they support Hamas, isn't there some kind of like antagonisms between the Shia and Sunni sects?
Yeah, of course there are, but to the Islamic Republic of Iran, they think that antagonism shouldn't exist. It should just be an Islamic nation comprising all the Islamic countries.
Okay, that's interesting.
Like they think that Islam basically fell from grace ever since the 7th century, ever since after the Prophet died. They think that Islam fucked itself by allowing foreign influences to corrupt their society, right? So they're very much like back to day one. Yeah.
Actually, so am I being racist? Is your background or your parents Lebanese?
Yeah.
And then were they Christian, Muslim, Jewish?
They're Maronite, so Christian, Catholic.
Got you. Okay. The reason why I was asking was because I read the Quran, and one of the funniest things that I saw in the Quran was basically Muhammad says, If there's a sectarianism after me, that has nothing to do with me."
Okay.
And then I think that's what's so funny about that is, of course, immediately after his death, because there wasn't like a planned succession, it immediately fell into sectarian violence. But kind of a convenient scripture. The reason why, or what I'm showing you on the screen right now, though, the reason why I wanted to bring up flexible authoritarianism is because of this, we in liberal societies, we have this like conception of the individual, and then collectivists will oftentimes appeal to the collective good as a way to subordinate the individual. But I think what fascists try to do is they try to reconcile the struggle between the collective and the individual by saying great individuals will struggle against the collective, but the greatest of the individuals will impose their willpower and power upon the structures that exist. And then not just that, but within the fascist desire to seize and consolidate power and then advocate in the political corporate of good, they don't necessarily care about institutions. So if you can co-opt an institution
Right.
to your end, the way that Hitler arguably co-opted the parliament, or the way that Mussolini co-opted and or subordinated the church and the monarchy, or power shared with them, I suppose. If a power can be co-opted, you co-opt it. If you need to dissolve or ignore a power that challenges your authority, you dissolve it or you ignore it. And so that's where this argument about whether or not Trump is a fascist, I think he is a flexible authoritarian. He has just bumped into strong institutions that don't bend to his will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. But wait, are you saying that are you saying that Trump is a fascist overall, or that he lacks the if you're putting into like a bullet point, he lacks like the that need to subsume the individual to the collective? That's probably like the one thing that
No,
separates
I
him
think he
from,
does.
or,
I
okay.
think he is fascist
Yeah, I was
overall,
about to say
because
he
effectively
absolutely
what's
does.
going on.
He absolutely does. Like I've had numerous debates about this where like when we're talking about like the cult of Trump, all of the terms that they use to try to say like people aren't real Americans, or they don't really care about America, or they're not real Republicans, they're rhinos, or they're like all these different ways to stigmatize people based on the fact that they don't fit the as they are saying paleogenetic concept that they're trying to push. Like obviously yes, he fits that. Obviously he is that thing. He is doing that thing.
And these are, in my opinion, these are like the maps of fascist leaders. So if you look at like the first one, this is like, I think this is Hitler. So effectively, like Hitler goes into the military establishment, then he goes into the representative establishment. Then I don't know what his title was, but he becomes whatever, like the head title of the
Chancellor?
Chancellor. And then he becomes like the supreme leader of Germany, right?
Mhm.
So he effectively like bypasses by climbing up this power structure until he's the supreme leader of Germany. Whereas I think this is Mussolini, who Mussolini basically started out as a person of the general population, climbed into like a paramilitary org. I don't know if he was ever like a strong, I know he had paramilitary, so I don't know if he was a part of the military org. Then he was in the parliament, if I remember correctly, but then he had to share power with the church and the monarchy once he seized power.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter that he had to share power with those institutions. It just mattered that he was in power and imposing his will upon the society. And so it's like very for anybody who's like a huge like Star Wars nerd, it's a very like I swear to God, George Lucas actually took fascist ideology and made it a religion.
Okay. Wait, which religion?
Yeah. The Sith.
Oh,
The
okay.
Sith
Yeah,
religion.
okay, obviously. All right.
No, because the Sith don't necessarily have a end point besides the accumulation of power. And if you look at the way that, sorry if I'm getting into Star Wars shit, but if you look at the way that Sheik Palpatine conducted himself, it was very much a Machiavellian ascent for
No, the Jedi were the fucking fascists. The Jedi were obviously the fascists. They were this like, ultra religious group of dogmatic nut jobs who had by far majority men on their councils and didn't have a whole lot of diversity there. Whereas like the Sith, they have a bit more diversity. There's a lot. There's obviously the fucking Jedi who were the fascists then.
Consolidated power, and that's all he really ever cared about.
Yeah, and that's also just a small correction when you said Mussolini seized power. Like this is also just like the common myth is that he didn't even actually seize power. The March on Rome was a failure. Like most of the 30,000 black shirts or 40,000 that were marching on Rome were arrested by the military and stopped. There were only like 8,000 left when the prime minister tried to impose martial law, for which he needed the monarch's approval. Then the monarch said no because he.
Well, yeah, but they eventually gave him power essentially later. So like the March on Rome was a failure in the fact that he was able to take power right then and there, but then they gave it to him later.
He didn't want to be overseeing that much bloodshed and defeating the black shirts, which they would have, but they would have just killed a lot of people to do it. So he decided to basically fall for like Mussolini's bluff of like not standing down. And then Mussolini never marched on Rome. He was brought in on a train and then appointed prime minister by the king, because the king just would rather that and work with him than kill a bunch of them to keep law and order. That's how Mussolini got to power. So like when it comes to, again, it's another thing, like same with the beer hall putsch, same with the French in 34 trying to storm the parliament, or with Trump. Like, yeah, failed coups are actually just another thing that fascists hold in common. They tend to fail at coups. They don't win power that way.
Like Trump, you mean? You mean like Trump? This is kind of like where a lot of people, they're like, but Trump gave up power. He failed at the coup. So he's not really a fascist. It's like, well, so did fucking Hitler. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah. That was just like a little correction. But the second broader one is that when you're talking about Mussolini basically making his peace with the fact that there is a conservative establishment in Italy that he can't destroy. He can't override the independence of lots of these different villages in Italy. He can't override the church. He can't override the monarchy. So to the detriment of his purist supporters, he compromises with them all the way throughout, basically until he goes to fucking to invade Ethiopia. But that's also why I would say that when it comes to fascism, like there is kind of like an ideological promise in there, but it's always being amended or violated to put power first. And that's the only way fascists ever succeed. They don't, like a pure fascist has never succeeded. They always fall behind and they always crumble at like 1 or 2% of the vote and then they disappear. So I think if that's really the story of fascism, then why would you establish this bare minimum of fascists? Like they have to have this level of purity with how they view the community and the individual or anything else, when the fascists that we all know didn't do that. They compromised on that. Like Nazis allowed a lot of, they tried to impose their will culturally, but most of what they produced, like in terms of film and all that, was just entertainment. It was ideologically colored, but it wasn't like, subsuming the individual to the state. And the same with Italy. Like they opened up the party after
that's actually
Mussolini became prime minister.
I should go back to that point, actually. So and that's where the flexibility to me, I purposefully use political corporatism, like advocating for the political corporative health, which, let's be real, it ends up just being cronyism.
Yeah.
But then the flexible authoritarianism, the reason why the word flexible is so important to me for this description of fascism is because it underlies everything that you just said. And not only that, it's within the climb to it's within the climb to power. So the fascist is not trying to subordinate every individual to the authoritarianness, because great men are going to enjoy the struggle for power. And so that's like the kind of thing where it's like, well, who would have succeeded Hitler? It would have been a very Alexander the Great quote, on his deathbed. It's like, who's going to succeed Alexander the Great? And he says, like, the strongest. That is like the ideal the ideal fascist outcome is effectively the perpetual struggle for power by great individuals who have to subordinate others to their will. And also what I would say is, if somebody, let's say that this is part of what frustrated me about what Rob was saying. Rob was saying, oh, well, Donald Trump opened up the markets. He deregulated a bunch of stuff. He's allowing more free market activity. So how could he possibly be an authoritarian? Well, within the political corporative model, Donald Trump could just say, oh, well, what's happening is our cardiovascular system, analogized to the economy, is too strangled by the federal government, by the brain.
Well, no, again, pretty much all fascists were fairly pro-capitalism. They just wanted to use small regulations to be able to like hold over corporations and and they were able to use like tons of other means to get these companies to do what it was that they wanted, but ideologically very pro capitalism.
Brain, basically. So we actually need to loosen our cardiovascular system in order to allow it to pump more effectively or whatever. And so like and I'm sure the same thing that you could
like everybody, I've had this debate a ton of times, but everybody acts like because the Nazis were nationalist socialists, they were actually socialists, which obviously isn't true for anybody who's looked into it just slightly. But all of the examples that they'll bring up are Hitler planning on taking over a bunch of corporations and forcing them through regulations to produce whatever it was that the state wanted, and that is a thing that happened. Excuse me, but it only happened for wartime powers. Like they needed a bunch of production for wartime, and they needed to gather like a ton of ammunition, they needed to gather a ton of goods, they needed to gather food, they needed all this shit for war. And so they had a bunch of people, they had all of these corporations doing what it is that they wanted just for war. And even all of these regulations had like 6-year time limits on them, to where they weren't able to do it for more than 6 fucking years. So it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to call this socialism when they're just looking at the regulation and thinking, yeah, that's socialism. But the thing you're calling socialism literally has an expiration date on it.
Say as well with like Hitler, slave labor, right? There's nothing more deregulated than like slave labor, and Nazi Germany had slave labor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So deregulation or re-regulation actually has nothing to do with fascism, because arguably, as long as you're quote unquote advocating in the political corporative health, you can really do whatever the fuck you want, which is why it's so ephemeral.
Yeah, and again, it's like that's also, I don't even know any scholar who would disagree with the fact that like economic policy is probably where fascists had the largest chasm between their promises and what they actually did, right? Like Mussolini, when his first finance minister was a laissez-faire capitalist, he privatized industries, he balanced the budget, he lowered taxes. It was like he got rid of government controls. Like they did this for the first 2 years, and then also even when Mussolini and Hitler were introducing state regulation in the early 30s, I was saying this to chat earlier. When did they do this? Oh, it was right in the.
I miss regulations that don't give me explosive diarrhea. What the fuck? I had there was supposed, everybody is supposedly getting really bad diarrhea from the lettuce thing that's been going around. And like a week before that came out and was all over the news, I had really bad fucking diarrhea where I just like I couldn't stream for days. I was very fucking sick and just not having a good day, not having a good go at it. And what up, Kareen? And then yeah, I kept trying to figure out like if there was some sort of engagement with lettuce or some shit, like if at some point I'd come into contact with lettuce or something, but couldn't figure it out, couldn't find it.
Beginning of the Great Depression, at a time when big business supported most of what they were doing. Most big business leaders supported the intervention of Trump and of Hitler and Mussolini. But also, when people say Trump is like he's a free market guy, how can that possibly? Well, didn't Trump also, in the name of national revival on the world stage, impose one of the biggest top-down executive order import taxes on American businesses ever seen? Like no one has ever tariffed that hard, that instantly, and just from an executive order as Trump did. And he did it because
or all the purchases of the stocks of various companies by the federal government that gave them like not a majority stake in these companies, but a substantial stake in these companies.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, that's like directly contradictory to the free market bullshit.
And he did it specifically in the name of regaining American pride from a history of humiliation on the world stage, and by doing it aggressively, which again is like I would say like one of the ultimate commonalities that
that was one of my frustrations during the conversation was effective, and it was mostly with Rob, let's be real, but political corporatism, obviously that's why he's doing it, right? Is Trump is going to say, oh, I'm advocating for, we have all these rules about how the republic and the market works and the separation of powers and all that kind of stuff. Well, who gives a shit about the rules? I'm advocating for the general political corporate health. So he's going to justify whatever he does, no matter how much it bends or breaks the rules, because he's advocating in the political corporate health. One of the things that did frustrate me, though, about Rob, that I felt like you could have nailed him on, was the separation of palingenesis and I guess populism as well. Palingenesis and populism away from ultranationalism. So once again, like nationalism, and I really do differentiate this conceptually. So the state, I used to mix these terms because I think our politicians mix these terms. I can now conceptualize the country as the geographic region that we occupy. The nation is the people who occupy said territory. The state is the government. And so we oftentimes use state, nation, and country interchangeably during political speeches, but differentiating these ideas actually, especially when you're dealing with nefarious characters, it allows you to see kind of like the subtlety of who they consider to be a part of their political tribe and who they don't.
Yeah.
Especially with Americans. You kind of pointed out that the Trumpian regime does have its own internal definitions for who they consider to be real Americans.
Especially with their attempts to get rid of birthright citizenship, right? Like that whole need to purify the nation is kind of happening. Yeah, to that degree. But again, it's just like because people don't see it in the same way as like he's probably never going to go to the extent of starting all of these like different clubs for the youth and all this kind of shit that they did in Nazi Germany, or they're probably not going to give people like state awards for the higher number of babies that they have. And if you get 10, then the president will pin a fucking badge on you personally. They're probably not going to, but because they're not going to go that far, then it's like, well, or because they're not going to do it in that way, then suddenly it has to be called something different. But like, what are the underlying motives here? It's again, it's like, it's a sense of national purity.
That was his argument against you, was your underlying motives were to
get him shot,
motivate stochastic terrorism, in the United States through your through your loose rhetoric.
Yeah. Fuck that. I don't know. I'm just like the one tweet from 2024, but like suddenly Trump, but like no noise for the amount of times Trump talks about, when we do violence, it's patriotic. Yeah, fucking whatever.
Well, that's another frustration within the conversation is that because the state does violence on MAGA's behalf, it's always justified and it's always moral, whereas extrajudicial violence is always immoral. Despite that, Americans pride themselves, number one, on a revolutionary war to win our independence, and number two, on during the 19th century, organizations like the Underground Railroad, or like abolitionist militants that fought slavers in the South. But I wanted to hit palingenesis too as well, just in case because Rob was confusing the ultranationalism, which I think you and I both agree. There can be multiracial ultranationalism. We could become a fascistic planet that was human supremacist, and therefore the nationalist group, the people group, could be all of humanity. But we would still be a political corporative group that would probably identify ourselves separate from like alien species, right? So we could have planetary fascism. But the palingenesis, the reason why I don't like the palingenesis.
Well, you could have that. I don't know why that matters though. The nationalism is not necessarily white nationalism. Nationalism. So even as he just said, he just finished saying that like the nation are the people. When you're talking about nationalism, you're talking about the people within a nation. So like even black nationalism isn't necessarily about like a black ethno-state or anything like that, like you would normally conceptualize white nationalism. But instead, black nationalism is about like black people being a nation, even within the United States. They are a nation of black people who are fighting for black people's rights and what it is that black people want. And the idea that like a lot of conservatives will do this like, oh, well, nationalism is just like wanting to do what it is that the people want. Like that sounds good to me. So nationalism is not the same as patriotism. Patriotism and nationalism are very different things, where your nationalism is considered to be like patriotism is just like liking the country, or like being proud of your country, whereas nationalism is normally like you being so in favor of your group, whatever your in-group is, that you're willing to do things to the detriment of other groups, right? So it's not just being in favor of your group. That's not, nationalism is not, I just like Americans, therefore I'm a nationalist. But instead, it's, I'm willing to do things to help Americans, even if it's to the detriment of other groups, which is like that's why they use terms like America first and shit like that. It's because they're saying like, yeah, fuck everybody else. It doesn't matter to me if they get hurt. Like, I'm a fucking nationalist. And there are studies that show that the majority of like MAGA currently meet the definition of fascism, like blatantly, easily, obviously meet the definition of fascism.
This being a necessary component of fascism is because I just think that's like a propaganda tool. But it's a propaganda tool that's used by a lot of people. Palingenesis. Back in the day, we used to be great. We're fallen now. We need to return to our greatness. That's just like a common human narrative that I don't think is necessarily fascistic.
Yeah, kind of. This is again where I got stuck with Rob. Is like, I don't think Rob really understood but he did the same thing that Andrew does, which is where you find like a whole bunch of like a constellation of beliefs that underlie like that kind of particular kind of nationalism. But then you just pick one that Trump doesn't have and say, well, he can't be that thing. So the thing that Trump doesn't seem to have as much as Hitler and Mussolini was this idea of like the need to subordinate the individual to the group, even though Trump does that a little bit, just not compared to like.
Well, I mean, he definitely does that within his own cult, don't you think?
Yeah, of course he does. Yeah, but again, it's like he doesn't do it as much as Hitler and Mussolini did. So therefore, but no, I think when it comes to, and it's interesting because when I saw Roger Griffin, the guy who coined palingenetic nationalism, he was arguing about this on Cambridge Union. He doesn't even actually, when he argues that Trump's not a fascist, he doesn't actually spend that much time going over the palingenesis. He actually does humor the idea that Trump is like, borrows a lot from Hitler and Mussolini in the sense that he does talk about there's an overwhelming crisis that like traditional means can't solve, and that we are constantly under threat from within, especially from the left. You know, that's like the prime enemy. And internationally, we're being humiliated, and the only way we can get our pride back and rebuild the world in our image is to do it by strength and assertiveness. And we're going to view the rest of the world as a zero-sum game. And we need a purer internal community as well. These are all things that Trump does, and he admits that. He tends to contest
he just did the well, Democrats think Trump is bad, therefore that's the same thing.
Yeah, it's so fucking retarded. Yeah, but Roger Griffin is actually okay with that part. He has a big sticking point over calling Trump a fascist because he calls Trump an illiberal Democrat, like more like Orban. But that's because the way that Griffin talks about January 6th, it sounds like he just doesn't know the extent of what happened. He seems to think January 6th was actually like an attempted legal challenge, and the mob was just kind of like a result of.
Which Rob does know the extent of it. He just tries to downplay it. I've had a couple of conversations with Rob Noerr about this, and he like even the things that he concedes within the conversation with me about January 6th, he'll still go into another conversation and then argue those same things again to avoid conceding it. And then on top of that, he'll do the same thing with everybody else, where every time he has an argument, even if he ends up getting disproven on something or having to concede something, he'll go into the next argument about January 6th, arguing the same things that he conceded in the last argument. Because like once you prove it to him and you make like, you have to like force him to concede something, he'll like, okay, fine. And then go right back to arguing it again a little bit later.
Reckless rhetoric, but he doesn't seem to understand like the extent to which Trump is. Other historians do this as well. Trump is only a Democrat because he has to be, because he hasn't found a way to stop having to prove himself in fair and free elections. But if he could have stayed president after losing in 2020, he would have. Like, that's why I don't know why you stop being a fascist just because you haven't succeeded in crossing every box, even though you're trying to.
Well, and that goes back to the Mussolini point. So Mussolini correct me if I'm wrong, but Hitler actually was like the supreme leader of Germany, right? Like an unquestionable authority figure who like everybody pretty much subordinated themselves to.
Kind of. There's a big caveat there. Hitler was not like a full, and fascism is not revolutionary in the same sense that communism is. So when communists have a revolution, every institution gets turned over or changed or just replaced with a new one. And the purges are just all the way down the civil service and everything until basically the party or like the communists are in charge of everything. Hitler was constantly fighting with conservatives within Germany or like the civil service or the judges who were appointed ever since the Kaiser, right? He was always, and the Catholic Church, he allowed these institutions to exist because in a sense he kind of needed them to function. It wasn't until 1943 when he went into total war that everything was subsumed by the Nazis, right? Like, but before that, even up until the war and Action T4, the sterilization program, that was halted by conservatives, by non-Nazis who elevated them, but mostly the Catholic Church.
It's so funny. He says Nazis like Brad Pitt does in whatever the fuck, I'm blanking on the Inglorious Bastards. He says Nazis.
And other conservative institutions had to stop that policy of sterilizing
those
and
damn
euthanizing
Nazis.
all of these disabled people because they thought it unsavory. That's why the Holocaust had to happen in Poland, not in Germany, because the occupied territories was
local
where
leaders were prohibiting Hitler from wiping people out.
because the occupied territories in Eastern Europe, that's actually where the SS and the Nazis ran basically everything, and that's the difference. It was actually a pretty big difference. Like Germany was a much safer place to be than fucking Poland was, right? Yeah. So.
No, that's like an insane nuance of history, but that's where I feel like argumentatively we get into these things where because Hitler is like the barometer for fascism, right? And like I didn't even know. I could have intuited that German politics were infinitely more complex, considering, you know, the film like Operation Valkyrie, where Tom Cruise is missing an eye and he tries to
assassinate
suitcase bomb Hitler.
Yeah.
They portray him as this hero, but the fucking guy, even in the movie, he's not like a liberal. He's not like an anti-nationalist, like multiracial liberal.
No, they're conservatives.
He's a German ultra-nationalist. He just thought that Hitler was like, at least from the movie portrayal or whatever, he just thought that Hitler was leading Germany down a path to destruction and needed to be taken out in order to save Germany, but he was still a German nationalist.
Yeah.
I think his last words in the film were like, "For the fatherland," like as he's getting shot.
Yeah, I mean, those are the ones who appointed him, right? Like it was von Papen and Bismarck behind closed doors, basically kind of, some of it was just like internal personal politics, and other, more broadly, it was, it's better this than the communists, yeah.
Right. So that's where I find this is more of like an argument for Rob. I guess I need to, apologize for calling him the F slur and then eventually invite him for a conversation or debate. But basically that's where I get frustrated with this line of argumentation. Well, Hitler isn't supreme leader of the United States, and there are institutions that check his power. Therefore, he's not a fascist like Hitler. And it's like, no. But if he could, he would. It's not about like the internal desires.
Well, this is a really important like distinction that I always, anytime I have a debate about whether or not Trump is a fascist, I always start off like explaining that I'm not saying our government is fascist. I'm not saying we have a fascist government. I'm not saying this. What I am saying is that Donald Trump has a fascist ideology. He believes in fascism. Now, he may not call it fascism. Even in his own head, he may not think it's fascism. But it is fascism, and that's what he wants. He wants fascism. So, but a lot of times they'll say, well, if he can't do it, then what's the point? Like, why are we even talking about him being a fascist if he can't do fascism? Well, that's not normally how we use these fucking terms. We don't really ever use the terms that way. Just the same as if Kamala Harris, you guys all call her a fucking socialist and a communist. But if the government wasn't communist, you wouldn't stop calling her a communist. You guys never stopped calling Obama a fucking communist, yet he never achieved communism. So it doesn't mean anything to say, well, the government's not communist or the government's not fascist, therefore Trump can't be a fascist. That's fucking stupid. You would still call everybody else communist or socialists or whatever, even if they hadn't achieved it.
Of Donald Trump and whether or not he's fascist or fascistic. The only things that are preventing him from doing this are powers that he cannot overwhelm. And so it would be more like you said, Hitler needed to concede some level of power to the Catholic Church or the conservatives of his own country to stay in power, or Mussolini needed to share power with the church and the monarchy, or if you want to take it.
Yeah, but what's an example? I've never seen him concede. So, okay, so he doesn't actually say, I concede. He doesn't say the words, I fucking concede. What he ends up saying is like, he'll say, prove that to me. And then you go through and you prove it. He'll argue with you for a while. He'll keep resisting, even though it's like you've already proven it. He'll keep resisting. And then eventually Rob will be like, okay, fine. So then, and then he'll move on to the next thing, right? And it is like the whole thing with Rob Noerr, with Andrew Wilson. They both do this thing where they're always just looking for the next thing to argue about. And even if they can, like, in the debate, if they say, okay, fine, or like, you know, well, all right, but like, that to everybody listening is a concession, but to them, to like for them, all they're doing is putting on a show for the other people who are watching, just to make sure that those people know they're still fighting on that thing. Therefore, the overall prompt has not been conceded to. The overall prompt is still up for debate.
Fantastically, fucking Sheep Palpatine. Palpatine was reliant on the Imperial Senate, and he was reliant on the militarization of the Republic in order to maintain his power. And even after that, he was still reliant on the MOF system. He basically had like regional governors of his empire because it is simply too big for one person to run an empire alone. You have to delegate power.
Yeah, that is one bit that I remember from Star Wars. Nothing I love more as a 6-year-old watching space fights than people bickering over the fucking Senate and trying to understand what the fuck any of that means. Yeah, no, it's true. I wonder.
Enough, like, the one thing I like Andor because of the backroom politics, because you still have Mon Mothma. Sorry, I should be talking about this with Josiah realistically. But Mon Mothma is an imperial senator. She is a senator after the emperor has been appointed, and she's still trying to wield power within a representative body that has become superfluous. Nobody gives a shit about the Senate anymore, and yet she's still able to wield limited amounts of power and influence within the Senate in order to affect the trajectory of the empire. And I found that fascinating.
Yeah, that's interesting. But the only thing I've never really had a good answer to why fascists had to do that and communists don't. Like, why communists are able to just overturn every single institution to their will, but fascists always have to share. Like, I wonder if it's also because, like, fascists, more than anyone else, were just so anti-intellectual and so anti-professional and so anti-experienced that, like, they kind of had to have people who were more qualified to run things from below because otherwise nothing would work. Like,
well, I think it's within, like, kind of the doctrine of communism that, like, they go ahead and advocate for authoritarianism. They go ahead and say, like, we have to have control of everything. We have to make everybody else subordinate to us. That's the only way we can achieve our goals. Whereas the fascists generally portray themselves as a representation within the democracy, and they're saying, like, I'm here because the people want me here. I'm here you know, to just do my role as the thing that you know, the people want me to do, which is, you know, very different than the way that the fucking communists put it up, where, like, their communist manifesto goes ahead and tells everybody they need to be a fucking authoritarian in order to get this shit done.
It was interesting when you look at, like, Hitler's cabinet choices or his like government choices. It's all people who have no fucking background in anything that they're doing. Like, his foreign minister, like, the only foreign thing that Ribbentrop did before becoming foreign minister was selling fake champagne to the United Kingdom, right? His head of labor was a chemistry graduate, or the person who was, like, governing all of Vienna was a literary enthusiast. Himmler specialized in agriculture. And, like, look what Trump does as well, right? With Hegseth and Linda McMahon, or fucking Rick Perry and all this shit. Or that guy with January 6th, with him trying to appoint that fucking energy lawyer to the head of the DOJ. Yeah, crazy.
It is weird that the skepticism of the elites ends up being something that kind of, like, hoist them by their own petard, so to speak. So, for instance, like, I think it's a popular.
Well, that all the people that Trump chose, again, are based on propaganda. He's trying to get people that are going to make it look like they're doing a lot of shit, not that they're actually trying to get a lot of shit done. He always wants it to look like they're getting shit done. And so each and every time you hear him talk about the people that he brings in for those positions, he always says that they look like somebody from central casting, because that's what he cares about. He cares that they look like somebody from central casting. They look like somebody who's supposed to be doing that job, not that they actually have the resume that shows that they can do the job. They don't care about whether or not they can do the job. They just want to get people in place who look like they can do the job, and then the people who can turn around and say, we did the job. But that, as far as actually doing the job, like, yeah, they don't give a fuck.
Popular sentiment, even amongst like right wing, that the deregulation of the Trump administration is why we have lettuce poop disease and worms infecting our cattle inside the United States, because we gutted these administrations, we put incompetent people in charge of it. So even if this is something that would have happened under a different administration, we know that some of the guardrails have been removed from our industries, and so as a result, when a disaster happens, we can blame the guardrails being removed, regardless of the truth of the situation.
Yeah, that's a very common trend. It's the same in the same sense that like the establishment is always to blame, even when we're still in power, right? Like even Twitter files, that was the establishment. If there's fucking voter fraud or alleged voter fraud in the midterms, it'll be the establishment.
And the fact that Rob had the fudging balls to talk to you about how January 6, 2021 was like a legalistic attempt to push the ball down the road so they could win their court cases proving outcome determinative voter fraud, and yet we are 6 years later and there's no evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud. That drove me.
But the truth will come later. Remember, like in the future, we'll get something. They'll prove China.
I don't know how you didn't start screaming besides being a chill guy.
I just deflated, man. That was probably where I just thought, like, okay, this is this is a slightly
it feels like MAGA people even backslid though, because in 2021 and 2022 they were willing to be like, oh yeah, that was kind of fucked up.
Oh no.
And now they're making excuses for it again, and it's like, what? Like, dude, like 3 years ago, you were willing to admit that this was fucked up. Now it's arguably even more fucked up, and you're pretending it like it was all okay.
Well, I think it's probably because they all thought Trump was on his way out, right? They thought Trump was not coming back, and then he came back. And,
true.
I think they probably thought they could just disown it.
Leader was on his way out. Yeah, even Thune thought that. Yeah.
But now that he's still there, then is what. And also because so much of his thrust still depends on that. His last address to the nation was over fraud, wasn't it? It was because he was saying that they found new stuff about China.
Well, and that was another thing that I don't know if I'm addressing what you're saying necessarily, but that was another thing that Rob brought up that frustrated the shit out of me. To my knowledge, they haven't proven that, like, or shown evidence for China engaging in the same style of psychological disinformation campaigns that Russia has been shown to do. They only showed that like 200 million voter records are compromised. But at the same time, if you have 200 million voter records and you have somebody's name, address, and telephone number.
No. They weren't compromised. It's really fucking frustrating me. A lot of like liberals who keep arguing this shit, they even like make it sound like things were compromised or they hacked our shit or they were able to like they give this fucking conspiracy way too much credit. All China did is they downloaded publicly available shit on the state website. That's it. Voter records were available, publicly available. They didn't hack anything. That nothing was compromised. They just downloaded shit. That's it. Like, it's like saying like they compromised. I mean, I don't need like a fucking analogy here. It's publicly available. Okay. That's not compromising anything. They just downloaded something publicly available. That's it.
And voter affiliation, but then you don't do that. If you don't do anything with that information, why are we comparing this to Russian psychological operations that we have direct evidence for?
So it was publicly available for information. It was just a download of publicly available information.
Right. Like I think a majority of it was publicly available. It's literally downloadable from your state's websites.
Yeah. But also this is interesting because it comes from Intel reports in 2021.
Like
it's not even new. Like they probably just looked back at some stuff and just saw, oh well, we see the word China in here. Let's just throw that in. Like in 2021, a Democrat-run intelligence report found that Iran was trying to undercut Trump in 2020, but at the same time, Russia was trying to support Trump. So yeah, nothing. There's never been anything Mueller investigation like. And also, if there was, why haven't they charged anyone? People got charged and jailed for the fucking Mueller report, but yeah, nothing for this still.
Yes. So that's where the lack of intellectual follow through and or honesty. Sometimes I swear to God, these people are delusional enough that they believe their own bullshit. So I really cannot tell if it's like delusion or if it's dishonesty.
It's hard to tell.
But that is my extreme
It's fucking
frustration of
hard
saying
to
like,
tell,
oh
yeah.
yeah, well China did everything Russia did, and then the Democrats swept it up. So isn't that the same as the Democrats being authoritarian in order to overthrow Trump? And it's like, no, what the fuck? January 6th was way worse. What the fuck?
Pretty much.
I
But again,
did
it's
want to
another
make a
thing
point about
like,
the communists, though.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Oh, okay. So I did want to make a point about the communists, though. I do wonder if it's the ability to constantly appeal to the collective good. So obviously fascists can appeal to like the corporative health or whatever, but whenever somebody questions anybody in a communist regime, they can oftentimes appeal to, like, if you look at first, I think it was called like First They Came for My Father or something like that. It was a fictionalized, but it's based off of a nonfiction book, I think, but it's a Netflix fictional adaptation of that, and it goes over like how the Cambodian Khmer seized power, and then also the death of Stalin pops into my brain as well. So like, there's this constant fear. There's actually a scene where the head of the army is fucking with like, is it Khrushchev? Was Khrushchev the guy who took over after Stalin?
Yeah.
Okay. So the head of the army is fucking with Khrushchev because Khrushchev is like, hey, I think we need to take out Beria. And then the leader of the army is like, you need to be careful about what you say next, because to plot or conspire against any member of the Presidium is a capital offense. And then you see Khrushchev's like, his face like goes like blank and like white and ashen because he's afraid that he's just told the head of the army that he plans to do a coup and he's about to be executed. And then the fucking head of the army is like, I'm just fucking with you. Fuck Beria.
Fuck. Oh no, wait. Apparently, the people in chat are saying Zhukov. I don't. So I guess he wasn't the premier.
Oh,
Yeah,
is Zhukov the head of the army? Yeah, I think he's the head of the
Yeah,
army.
okay, yeah.
Dude, if you haven't seen The Death of Stalin, it's like it's a comedic adaptation of the power struggle after Joseph Stalin has a stroke, and it's played beautifully by all the characters involved.
Yeah, I think I saw it in the cinema, but I just saw it when it came out, so I've probably forgotten most of it. Yeah. Is it Coen Brothers or am I thinking of something else?
Would not. It does seem to have Coen Brothers humor. I would not be surprised. But the point that I'm making is
no, it wasn't.
You were asking
it was Armando Iannucci, the guy who did The Thick of It. The British political comedy. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's it. Is they're just able to constantly appeal to the collective good, which keeps people cowed. Whereas with fascists, weirdly enough, with fascists, like Schindler's List, like they still try to empower great men within the society who struggle against the power structure, and so it's constant. It's not. They might appeal to the political corporative body and the political corporative health, but then at the end of the day, it just becomes cronyism. I think that's one of the things that was really extremely well. Not only is it well documented within the Trump administration, but I think it's really well documented within Schindler's List. Is effectively the way that Oskar Schindler is able to get his wildly profitable work camp that makes him an insanely rich man, that then allows him to have the clout, power, and money to try to protect his workers, is only because he was sucking up to and bribing the party.
Yeah.
And weirdly enough, I feel like China is very similar right now.
Yeah, well, with China, it's also a lot to do with because of how much can be like allocated or how many contracts can be given to whichever individual is decided by the party. That a lot of these like second generation party people end up getting really, really wealthy because of their family connections. Yeah, that's the whole thing in China. But yeah, it's just it's just a fact that like the entire like the property distribution and the economic hierarchy in Italy and Germany were mostly just left intact. Like they didn't actually change all that much. And yeah, it's just a fact that fascists never really attacked capitalism or like wealth as much as people think.
Well, in with China in particular, I think one of the reasons why they do it, this is just speculation on my part, but you always have the capacity to depose an oligarch at any point if they become inconvenient. You can basically just accuse them of corruption and then disappear them. There was a Chinese dissident living in the United States, and there was like a English-speaking high-up member of the party who was doing apologia for the Chinese government, and she asked him to his face, hey, you were friends with this powerful guy for decades. You had a public relationship. He was accused of corruption and he hasn't been seen in public for 2 or 3 years. What do you think about that? Effectively daring this guy to like criticize the CCP for having like an opaque judicial process. Okay. And the guy just goes, oh, well, he shouldn't have done corruption, so fuck him.
Yeah, it sounds like them.
Yeah, but if you have no transparency into the actual evidence available, then you can just be disappeared at a whim. And that is what this might actually transition into the DSA shit. I don't think that the Democratic Socialists of America are going to have a Marxist takeover of the United States. However, I do think LARPers like Hassan Piker are going to poison the discourse, and Democrats are going to do this weird cringe pandering where some of them might even try to rehabilitate the socialist regimes of the 20th century. And so I even had it in my chat. I asked them, would they be willing to give up freedom of conscience and freedom of speech as articulated in the First Amendment if they got Chinese state capitalism and free healthcare? And I swear to God, 15% of my chat said yes.
Really?
Yes. As a matter of fact, if you could do a poll in your chat,
not-
since your chat is more lefty, I'm wondering how that would poll in your
No one in my chat's going to say they'd give up free speech for healthcare, I don't think. Maybe more than two.
Yeah, dude,
do they not know
I'm
that?
kind of like daring you to do the poll.
do they? Yeah. Wait. Do they not know that China doesn't have free healthcare? That they don't have universal free healthcare?
I think I posed the question because they do have. Correct me if I'm wrong. China basically has like their version of Medicaid, or their version of food stamps, or their version of like subsidized housing for the ultra poor, right? So if you're rural and you're ultra poor, or if you're city and you're ultra poor, they give you like a minimum standard of living that does include healthcare.
Well, it's like it's health insurance that they have.
I'm pretty sure
it's universal basic health insurance. But yeah, if you are rural, like it's worse. It's a lot worse. It really depends on just like where you are in the country, and also just like your general employment position. But yeah, it's not free. It's the whole point. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's part of the argumentative difference between like me and a lot of people is like, so maybe it's because I was raised during the tail end of the Cold War. I was born in the late 80s, and my parents obviously told me about the Cold War and all that kind of shit. But I view the socialist experience of the 20th century as negatively as I view fascism in the early to mid 20th century. And so for me, like this sacrifice of personal liberty for physical or material security is like, it's like unconscionable. It's like insane to me. Whereas I think that the newer generation has lived with, number one, they didn't live in the shadow of the Cold War as much. Number two, I think they've dealt with material insecurity their entire lives. And so they're more agreeable.
I seem to remember joking to left-wingers like 5 years ago that America was probably the last country in the world where you're ever going to see a socialist revolution. Like, I still think it actually is. I think the thing I'm more worried about is that the DSA and those kinds of candidates will grow to a point where they do reach some kind of schism with the mainstream of the party. I don't think they'll ever become like 51% of the party, but I think they will become big enough that there will cause like enough of a rift that there might be a split. And if they grow off of Democratic Party infrastructure and then split, then that might just be like the Republicans get to smooth sail in like a mangled three-party state for like a long time. Otherwise, like in the more immediate sense, it's like the way that they toxify the discourse is like really, really annoying. Now everything is like establishment or APAC or the billionaire class, and like it's kind of dehumanizing in a way, and it's also just like throwing a lot of like as far as like the Jewish people go with who have any connection or any marginal sympathy for Israel, like it's just kind of throwing them under the bus, which is quite sad as well. Yeah, I'm not really sure where things go there.
I'm still reeling a little bit from this stat that I've heard both IRI say and somebody sent to one of my community members, WellQC Johnny, sent it to me, effectively saying that like a third of Democrats in some CNN poll identify as Democratic Socialists. Now, if you ask me, are 90% of them?
It's not a CNN poll. It's a Harvard Harris X poll. So yeah.
Social Democrats, they just went the Scandinavian economic style. Yeah, probably. There's so much like looseness around these terms and definitions. They're probably predominantly Social Democrats. However, even that amount being willing and able to readily identify with that label is kind of like shocking to me.
That is so. It probably is to you because you know what Democratic Socialists actually think or what they're actually like. The problem is that the British Labour Party's program under Keir Starmer, written by Keir Starmer, describes Labour as a Democratic Socialist Party, not Social Democrat, Democratic Socialist, and that's really just because they're funded by half unions or a bit under half, but they're obviously not Democratic Socialists by any stretch. They're not even really Social Democrats most of the time. So
well,
yeah,
that's actually what I was wondering. I was wondering, and I put this on a drawing so people can hold me accountable to it. But I do wonder if effectively what's going to happen is the Democratic.
That's when you get to hold somebody accountable for something, is when they put it in a drawing. I still feel like the study is biased towards college towns. What does that mean? It's biased towards college towns. How is the study biased towards college towns?
Socialists of America, if they continue to be the label and name that leftists and leftist adjacent people identify with, are we just going to have effectively our own version of the Labor Party in the United States? And I find that more likely than a Marxist takeover of the American left.
Yeah, but then the problem there is that the Social Democratic Labour Party in the UK has twice now had a purge of leftists. Like Clement Attlee the guy behind the NHS and nationalized several nationalized public services and pensions, everything. This guy was he was also the closest the country ever had to McCarthyism. He purged a lot of people from the civil service or from the party, or even people who were outside of the party.
Or being Marxist?
For being, suspected like Soviet sympathizers and things like that. A lot of them were innocent as well. A lot of these people were just like, were maybe people who just said something like, who said the wrong thing at work or something like that. It was like, but that was the closest we came to
So
that.
McCarthyism.
He was very, like, communists hated him.
So you had a social democrat McCarthy who purged hardcore leftists from the labor movement.
Yeah, and from the state in general, from the civil service, right? People like teachers lost jobs, and this is a guy who called himself a socialist. He called his program socialist, and who probably did more government intervention in British history for social welfare than anyone ever. This is post World War II.
How am I supposed to? Okay, how am I supposed to reconcile that, like, ideologically, definitionally, politically, that you had a social democrat who labeled himself a democratic socialist, but then purged hardcore socialists from public positions, when basically, like, we have characters, I would say, like Bernie Sanders, for instance. Bernie Sanders, I think he traveled to the Soviet Union multiple times. I think he has simped for Cuba in the past. In the early thousands, when Venezuela, the nationalization of the oil in Venezuela is actually a relatively complex story. But in the early thousands, when leftists kind of seized control of the economy, he was like, "Oh, the American dream is more likely to be found in Caracas than it is to be found in the United States."
Right.
Like, how am I supposed to treat that person who, social democrats in the sheets, or well, actually, social democrat in the streets, democratic socialist in the sheets, but then they simp for fucking, like, foreign fucking authoritarian communist regimes? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
Yep.
Well, it was easy enough for someone like Attlee to do it because the Communist Party just wasn't that popular, and because it was the Cold War, so it wasn't hard to convince people that there was a threat from, like, the Soviet Union, or it was also former fascists or current fascists they did this to as well. But, like, if you're in America, and with Corbyn, with that was the more recent purge, where just the party members who were much more pro-Corbyn and much more far left were purged from the party, or they were just pushed to the back benches.
I was about to ask.
Like,
I thought Corbyn was the leftist.
No, he was, but like
Corbyn's the purge.
Yeah, well, no, Corbyn's supporters after were purged. So, like, it was basically, that was more like just like any kind of like bad press excuse they had for someone who was like quite popular in the party. They were just binned for, like, maybe they shared an article that had like one sentence in it that might be anti-Semitic or some shit like that, right? These were some of those examples, and other people were just pushed to the back benches. So Keir Starmer basically fought very, very hard into 2024 to basically say the Corbyn era is done; it's never coming back. And we've dealt with it.
Is that
happened.
true though? Because isn't Starmer basically like on the way out as well?
Well, he left. He resigned, but he's been replaced by Andy Burnham, who is not like a big Corbyn guy either. He's more left than Keir Starmer, but he's not like he wasn't like a hardcore Corbyn guy. So
what I'm hearing is we shouldn't be killing these people or incarcerating these people for their political beliefs, but the left has to, every generation or two, purge themselves of like hardcore militants. But then that's what freaks me out about this narrativization or whatever, is effectively, like, maybe I'm crazy, I don't know, but I view Hassan Piker as the left-wing Nick Fuentes.
Okay.
I do. He's in the Mao suit, he simps for China, he's 10 toes down for the Red Sea crisis, he fucking Hezbollah's flag is his favorite flag. Hamas is the more moral military in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Like, he just says this fucking wild shit, and then he's canvassing with mainstream quote unquote Democrats. And then when anybody criticizes it, of course he's getting a shitload of criticism from the mainstream. But whenever you say that to lefties, they're just like, oh, you just don't like him because he wants universal.
It doesn't make sense. Wait, but you're just calling the study biased because you don't think that the outcome is true? You just disagree with the conclusion, so you're calling the study biased? Seems a little strange.
Universal health care. And it's like, no, that's not my objection.
Yeah, the cult is strong. I don't know, like the problem coming back to the whole like left wing and center left split, it's like America's never really had to do that. In Europe, we're mostly multi-party systems, and we had this all the way since the beginning of the 20th century, where there was a very clear distinction between parliamentary socialist parties, who ultimately just became the parties of like tax and spend, like tax and welfare, and the ones who opposed them, who were the more revolutionary types, who just had their own parties. America never really had that to deal with. There was like at some point like socialist and communist movements, but the McCarthy era, they were purged, and the Democrats have always been a liberal party. They don't have like anything near half of their funding coming from unions. They've always been like a liberal party, as in like a free market party with some concessions here and there, and that's it really. So the fact that they've got this happening now, I don't think they'll be able to do anything about it if they can't just win in the primary. I don't know why the fuck they're not pushing out better candidates for the primaries. But if they can't do that, then the next thing is going to have to be they're just going to have to watch them get demolished by the Republicans. Like they're just going to have to, because that's what happened with Labour. Like Corbyn, everyone thought he would fail. Then he does surprisingly well in 2017. He doesn't win, but the Conservatives lose their majority. Then in 2019, he suffers the worst defeat since 1935. And then Labour have the excuse to say, well, okay, that way did not work. It's toxic. It's fucked. It's caused us this defeat. Then they can go and we can choose something else. But until that happens, America just kind of has to, they have to just make better arguments, run better candidates, and
that's almost like a white pill message, though. It sounds like you're kind of saying that the extremity of these movements are their own undoing. So yeah, it might be alarming to watch them temporarily gain power, relevance, et cetera, but ultimately, once they're even have like nominal political.
Yeah, again, so a lot of the polling that I've read, like, it seems like a lot of Democrats are actually like kind of in favor of open borders. Like I've been arguing for the longest time that like nobody actually likes open borders, that like nobody in the Democrat Party is actually in favor of this shit. Like, but a lot of polling really makes me feel differently. Like a lot of people seem to be like totally against deportations. And there's even, I went and found, I think it was part of the Harris X poll as well, that showed that a lot of people were like totally against some very normal aspects of immigration as well. So I'm let me see if I can find this real quick. When's your combo with Hutch? I don't know, dude. He every day he'll message me and be like, hey, I'll be on later, and then I'm like, okay, cool, let me know when you're ready, and then he just doesn't say anything, and so yeah, I have no idea. Let's see. Fuck, I didn't finish typing this part. Okay, yeah, that's right. It was a CNN poll. A third of Democrats now identify as Democratic Socialists. Let's see. Oh, this is another one as well. Most voters say Democrats want open borders. The Harvard Caps / Harris X poll shows. This is 52% of Democrats and 67% of Republicans think Democrats favor open borders. 53% of independents also agree that Democrats support open borders. So even like it seems as though even this isn't saying that they want open borders. This is saying they believe that the Democrat Party is in favor of open borders. And this is Democrats saying they believe that Democrats are in favor of open borders. How did they word the question? I have the poll right here. Do you think that the Democrats are standing now for open borders, or are they against open borders? The two options, for open borders or against open borders. 52% of Democrats said that Democrats are for open borders. It's the Democratic Party, not the Democrat Party. Wait, what? No, it's the Democrat Party. Not the Democratic Party. Called the Democrats. The Democrat Party. So yeah, so this is like, this is when a lot of people are like, oh yeah, they just think socialism is this, but they're not in favor of like open borders or anything. I don't know. I have no fucking idea, dude. And then on top of that, there's I've read a ton of other polls where they said that like I think it was like something like 30% of Democrats aren't in favor of kicking out illegal immigrants who have committed felonies. They're not in favor of deporting illegal immigrants who have committed felonies or like violent crimes. It's like, well, okay, so those people are in favor of fucking open borders. Like, it's there is no polling though that shows how many Democrats are in favor of like abolishing the Senate or anything like that. So I can't get polling on a lot of like the more extreme positions, but it doesn't look good.
Clout and power.
All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. You are reading it wrong. I'm reading what wrong? It doesn't mean the people answering the question are for open borders. That's what I just said. Arian, that's what I just said. They think that the Democrat Party is in favor of it. That's what I just said. I just said that, Arian. What do you mean? I didn't read it wrong. That's what I said. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll let this play.
Or oftentimes their extremity will be their own defeat.
Or it'll just be like MAGA, but for the Democrats. Like, or America, the greatest, fucking, biggest, baddest country in the world, is just going to become a populist slop fest with fucking showman candidates running around in fucking colorful suits and pointy hats, bouncing around like a fucking circus with their post-it notes of energizing messages and policies, 90% of which are just not even practically possible. And then just everyone getting very riled up and very angry all the time.
That is, I think that's the, while that might not be statistically likely to happen, I think that's the future that Whick, myself, Destiny, Mooten fear. Because I've been like laughing at them having to have struggle sessions with the Live and Learn podcast crew because I think it's funny and effective. But I do align with them more, where if I had a series of preferences where I could strangle the Democratic Socialists in the proverbial crib, I would. But I also think that I don't think we're going to be able to. I think their necks are too strong. I think they're going to survive the strangulation. And what you said, or I guess what we said, what's more likely is they're going to become a caucus within the Democratic Party, and then the only time that the extremists are going to be purged is probably after they've gained a level of nominal power that makes them unpopular through stupidity.
Yeah, possibly. Or there's also it's also just the fact that I'm taking a little bit of relief in the sense that like so much of their politics is not real. I don't know if you noticed this with Mamdani. Like Mamdani drummed up so much support from the online alt media types because of his stances on Israel, like even though most of his campaign was about affordability. But he did say constantly that he was going to arrest Netanyahu. And it's only after he becomes mayor where he does a fucking public address where he's literally saying, we looked into it, turns out the mayor can't do that. But Trump can, so let's ask him to do it instead. And it's like, this is not real. This is not real politics. This is not like a real solution. It's just, you just grifted off of the...
So the party needs to message that they are not for open borders. So I don't think it's that simple. I think that a lot of people feel like, especially Democrats, are going to feel like the Democrats are representing what it is that they're in favor of. And so I think that it does say to some extent that a lot of these people could actually just be in favor of open borders. Plus, there's not this big outcry from Democrats to stop the Democrat Party from being in favor of open borders. This isn't a thing that you're hearing from Democrats in the Democrat Party. So I don't know. It's a confusing poll to read, but that's as close as you get on like something that's asking, whether or not people are in favor of open borders. That's like as good as it gets right now. We don't have great polling on this, and so there's a lot of different things that just that don't give us a whole lot of great information. Like let's see, I think this is the same one. Deporting immigrants who are here illegally and have committed a crime. So, top 10 policies tested column percentage.
Thomas Fair, my old friend.
Thank you, Nico Pluto, for the $10. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. Yeah. But yeah, this is so this says deporting immigrants who are here illegally or have committed crimes. 63% of Democrats support deporting immigrants who are here illegally and have committed crimes. 63% of Democrats support deporting illegal immigrants who have committed crimes. So this is like again, you can look at this and say, well, maybe they're saying that they don't care if they've committed misdemeanors, but they would be against, they would want them deported if they committed felonies. Like, it's there's tons of things that you can say to, like, make a little bit more sense. But
y'all do for me, Tom Foolery.
Ariana tipped $5. What the Tom doing? Also, all hail the TSA. Tom's Socialism of America.
Thank you, good sir. W's in chat. W's in the chat. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. We got $10 to go to hit the goal. We got less than an hour left on the clock. We got some other stuff that we're going to get to. We're going to move on from this in just a little bit, but apparently the next conversation is Ryan Mullally and Whick.
the emotions around the conflict, and you're not actually in a position to do anything about it, nor did you even try to win a position that could do anything about it. You went for New York mayor. Yeah, so that's like, it does seem like
how do you feel about that as a more left-wing dude? So for instance, like I see that, and I just
It's so strange. I've never heard a Democrat call it the Democrat Party. What? Is the way I can tell someone is a Republican? It's literally called the Democrat Party. What do you mean? That's literally just what it is. It's called the Democrat Party. Oh, maybe it is the Democratic Party. Because we literally call ourselves the Democrats, not the Democratics, right? Like, we call ourselves Democrats, not Democratics. The Democratic Party. Okay. Yeah, it is Democratic National Committee. Huh. I always thought it was just Democrat. Well, I'm wrong. That's on me.
just see like the gullible masses being rug pulled by a charismatic person, and I'm like, okay, this is why I prefer representative democracy over direct democracy, because I think, you know, not that there is a direct democracy on the planet right now, but you know, this is why I don't trust the average person, because I think the average person is like a rube and an idiot. So that's why I identify as a Republican, because Republicans specifically kind of appeal to the, or at least they used to appeal to this like elite technocratic, you know, elect the best amongst you so they can craft technocratic policy that's good for everyone, even if it's not.
Aussie Welder tipped $10.
Hey, yo. Aussie Welder. Let's get some W's in the chat. That's the motherfucking goal. We hit it. Sheesh. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, thank you. We will move this up to $50.
Not popular with the average dipshit. So how do you feel about the average dipshit is what I'm saying.
Well, like the worrying thing about them is that
Well, this is my main thing. I don't think that like Democrats are all that more I don't think they're like way smarter than Republicans. I don't look at Democrats and I'm like, yeah, these people, they're way smarter than Republicans. These are the guys who really got it figured out. Like, I don't feel that way. I look at Democrats and I think, yeah, these are people who just probably for the most part grew up in mostly liberal areas, and now they're just kind of morally lucky in the fact that they just happen to grow up around people with liberal values, and that's that. Like, I think that the majority of people, if you tried to get them, like Democrats, if you tried to get them to justify Democrat policies and Democrat positions, they wouldn't be able to. They would give really stupid, you know, thought terminating cliches and bullshit, just like MAGA does. And so I don't really find there to be a big difference between the two voter bases overall. I think that both of them are just kind of mindless bots, just kind of going with the flow and doing what it is that is beneficial within their tribal or within their tribe. And I think that, like, if you look at a lot of the people right now in the different fights where, like, somebody, fuck, why is this? I have not had this issue in a while. If you look at a lot of, like, the differences between, like, Destiny's audience and different audiences where it's kind of like whatever their streamer daddy is arguing, that's the thing that they're all in favor of. And even if they're contradicting themselves or contradicting past statements or, you know, not really making salient arguments, all of these people are still jumping on board and just continuing to make the same exact fucking arguments anyways. One of the things that I saw today in a video, somebody kept telling me, because I keep like explaining to people, there's polling that shows that the majority of leftists voted for Kamala Harris, like by far the majority of leftists, and they voted at like a much higher rate than the general population for Kamala Harris. Sorry, not that they voted at a higher rate than the general population for Kamala Harris, but they voted at a higher rate than the general population, and they voted for Kamala Harris at a 97% clip. But people keep coming to tell me, they're like, dude, Tom, Destiny knows that. He knows that they voted for Kamala Harris at a really high rate, yet he's still making this argument anyways. He has a different argument. And I keep saying, no, I don't think he does. I'm pretty sure he thinks that the Democrats didn't, that leftists didn't vote.
Stop.
And then I saw this
Donald
today.
Trump is not the threat anymore, okay? He won that election. That's done. We lost that, okay? Donald Trump won again. It's over. Now we have to worry about what comes next. So if Palestine and Israel was more important than stopping Donald Trump, well then how can you tell me that me wanting to save my party from a communist takeover is not more important than stopping the death throes or death rattles of the Donald Trump administration? Like, fuck you. You don't get to you don't get to choose like the MAGA is the most important threat of all time except for Israel-Palestine.
We are back, and I'm so happy to be joined now by President. I'm sorry, Representative. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm doing well. It's great to see you. I know you're obviously going to be talking about your office, so I'm able to joke.
I heard some more normie people complaining about vaccine mandates for people who got natural immunity from COVID. Do you think that's a fair complaint? The answer is that's complicated. I don't even know what the right answer is there, but like, these are my issues with like the natural immunity people. Is one, you would still need to show an antibody test to show that you had that you actually got infected, I guess, and then you had antibodies from the infection.
I think this is the video. Could be
number
wrong.
one, but number two. My biggest fear is that if you say that natural immunity is something that you're allowed to use, people just run out and try to get infected, unironically. I think people start having fucking COVID parties, like people used to have.
There's no way he doesn't know the majority of leftists voted for Kamala. He doesn't. Like, I've heard him state numerous times that they didn't vote. He literally keeps saying, if blue no matter who only matters if all of the left gets on board. If they don't get on board, then it doesn't work, right? And then we have Kamala Harris's election, where it's one of the highest turnouts of all fucking time. And the left votes at a really high fucking percent. Leftists vote at a really high rate for Kamala Harris. And he's still sitting here saying, well, it doesn't work because everybody didn't get on board. Who the fuck is everybody? Are we talking about Republicans? Republicans didn't get on board? Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about with everybody? What does that mean?
Have chickenpox parties, thinking that like, oh my god, if I get the infection, I'll do the same. I think.
They candidly like, yeah, okay. I was in Memphis and just.
Okay, but there's a huge issue in Denmark.
Oh no! Wait.
And that when I go into the countryside and talk to a lot of people, they don't speak English. Why are you telling us about your country? Like in Denmark, you guys might not have a huge population of raving lunatic anti-vaxxers. So I would make the same assessment about Denmark as I would for the
people are pissed. Either through lines in your career.
I don't know if it's going to come up here. Data centers in general. One of the big issues that I have with a lot of like the Marxist type people. I don't know if it's going to come up here, but when it came up on the Chernobyl show as well. These people have a disdain for not just capital owners, but I feel like they have a disdain for white collar or for like tech related work as well. That's another like weird overlap they have with the populist types on the right. Is I think that they don't think that like computer engineering and software stuff, that they don't consider that to be like real work, like a laborer is like doing real work.
You support early on. Now bill that is like Bill Sanders about this data center moratorium. How do you envision the future of climate policy? There are different, much more great.
Yeah, we fucked that. We lost that one. Goodbye. The climate.
5 degrees Celsius. Now we're in much more.
Yeah, we fucked that. We lost that one. Goodbye. The climate. That's just a thing that.
Okay, I don't know. I'm almost. I just saw a video today that came out, where he straight up says they didn't vote. The leftists didn't vote. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I saw it. So. I'm almost positive it was that video, and it was like right at the beginning, but I guess I don't know.
Although right now, I was kind of making a joke earlier about how it seems to be like the real political leeches here are actually these like farther left candidates, because what they do is they do win over a bunch of like brain damaged extremists, like all the way to over like Mike from PA, but then they come in and they don't really fulfill a fraction of the crazy things that their supporters thought they would do. With Mamdani, it's like he's putting a rent cap on properties that already had the mechanism to be rent capped on them since the 1970s. He hasn't rent capped anything new. Like he hasn't rent capped any properties that are like market rate properties. So and obviously when it comes to like Israel, I guess like AOC who goes and abstains on the Iron Dome, right? Or like, so it does seem to be like they kind of win all this foaming at the mouth support, but then they come in and then they moderate and then they make all their initial purist backers angry. But the problem is that those rabid supporters are still there and they're getting dissatisfied. And what if there's enough of them that someone like Mamdani or Al-Sayed actually has to think more about appeasing them than the moderates? That's quite scary.
Well, yeah.
Right.
No,
that's exactly. This is what I keep saying. Everybody keeps saying, well, they moderate, Tom. They keep moderating every time they come in. So we know that they're just going to keep moderating. No, they moderate to the fucking majority. They moderate to whoever is in charge, who's in power. That's the way that the reason they have to moderate is because the people who are these people who are coming in, they're on the far edges and they're not able to get much done unless they get along with the establishment. But if that starts to shift and they actually get a good number of people within the house, then that goes away. That goes away quick. So you can't keep making this like, well, they moderate argument, because that's only as long as they're not the ones who are in charge.
That was a meme that was in the most recent bit of content or whatever, that obviously do nothing Democrats are kind of like it's a phrase that's uttered and bandied about right now. But do nothing Democratic socialists would be like a funny political development where you have these people who are viewed as insanely extreme in their political messaging, but then they get into power and then the limits of power prevent them from doing anything. And so as a result, their base gets super fucking pissed. But yeah, that's like that's the challenge of our era though, right? So there's a centrist creator, PF Young, who said that income inequality, rapid demographic shifts, existential technological shifts, and there was one other thing that he cited. Oh, the dissolution of the social fabric. So these are things that are like facing all of us that are such broad social problems that it doesn't feel like anybody is fully capable of tackling them. But I think as long as those problems persist, we're going to see the radicalism that we've seen for the past decade or two, and populism, economic populism in particular, is going to be a viable electoral strategy.
Yeah, I'm just very happy to live in one of the only liberal democracies left that doesn't actually have that. We have 2 Green seats and no Reform seats in Scotland. Hell yeah. It's so relieving. I don't know.
Oh no, are you, so you're in Scotland specifically?
Yeah.
So are you politically insulated not only from the stupidity of the United States, but are you insulated to some degree from the stupidity of Europe? And then are you doubly insulated? Well, not doubly insulated. Are you slightly less insulated from the stupidity of the United Kingdom?
To a degree, yeah. Like we have devolved powers, but when it comes to the problem is that with reform, they can still act on immigration. So if they come into office in Westminster, immigration will be their policy. However, in the past, Scottish authorities and the Scottish government have refused to cooperate with Home Office measures. So there have been times where the Home Office has tried to send people to detain immigrants without charge or things like that, or to do dawn raids. But then the Scottish government just says no, like you don't have to do this. Like the people don't have to actually go with the. So that's caused a few schisms and like. But yeah, we are still a good bit more insulated from the rest of it compared to especially compared to England. Like the reform brain damage just hasn't really reached us yet in the same way that it reached England. And same with the Greens. The Greens have 2 constituencies and they're both very dense student areas. So it's not the kind of thing that's likely to spread to a constituency level that far.
Nice. So you're good for now.
Whereas I'm in America debating Rob Noerr, and like he asks people who want to get rid of the 19th to put their hands up, and I see more fucking hands talking about taking women's voting rights away than I probably would find in my entire city. And I'm like, yeah,
I think the
rest of the world's just a fucking retard factory right now.
I think the Crucible crew and the Christian Nationalist crew have been major supporters of modern day debate. So I would not be surprised if there was a disproportionate amount of Andrew Wilson fans and Rob Noerr fans in the crowd, Rachel Wilson fans as well. So that I think that audience is a little bit skewed. That being said, that's the kind of silly shit that is never going to happen. You're going to have a meme candidate like James Fishback run for governor of the state of Florida. He's going to poll at like 4 to 5%, in the governor's race, and then the mainstream candidate is going to beat him out. And it's James Fishback will be saying, "Let's repeal the 19th." And let's defund Israel. But he's going to be more of a meme candidate than he's going to be like a mainstream candidate. Actually, weirdly enough, I think defund Israel candidates are primarily going to come from the left.
Yeah, they will, but
that actually win power.
Yeah, but as far as
Yeah.
Republicans go, like JD Vance is much more tuned into that kind of right-wing populist, like program than someone like Trump is. It's just a question of like, if we're going by the fascist thing, back to that discussion, if we're going by their rules, by their trend, it seems to be that like fascist movements always die with the leader. So if Trump is gone, or if he, because he's too fat and he eats too much McDonald's, he just dies.
I mean, I've said for the longest time that like Trump doesn't want the movement to live on once he's gone. Like he doesn't want the movement to continue after him. He's too much of a narcissist. Like he's gonna want to be the only person who could do it. He's gonna want to be the end of the movement, and then I feel like he's gonna just undermine everybody who could possibly come after him, like JD Vance, where he'll just keep saying like, oh yeah, backhanded compliments. Yeah, he's getting there. He'll figure it out. He's a nice kid. He's like, I feel like the closer that we get to it, the more this is gonna really change.
God forbid, then maybe MAGA will just get kind of stuck and they'll have to reinvent themselves. But I think whatever comes after MAGA will probably be a much more coherent populist right that will probably embrace a lot of that shit. That's what I'm maybe expecting.
It will be.
To see.
So I don't have a prediction because the past decade of politics has sucked so bad. But I think it will be a battle between the two princes of Rubio and Vance. And weirdly enough, Rubio did a speech in Munich that seemed to synthesize the talking points of the MAGA movement, some national conservative talking points, but also some neoconservative militarist American European alliance talking points. And that synthesis was actually like pretty interesting because it seemed to take the old guard of the Republican Party and then blend it with the MAGA movement in what I thought was a pretty intelligent way. Now, JD Vance, though, at least the way that I perceive him, is he will say whatever he needs to say for power. He does not give a shit. That I have caught that dude lying like a dozen times in interviews and all that. I think he literally will say whatever he needs for power. But since he is not, he seems like an ideologue and he does play with dissident right ideas for sure. But I think he's just Peter Thiel's lapdog. I think anything that actually comes out during a Vance presidency will be effectively deregulation for Silicon Valley.
Well, speaking about Europe, Vance went to Europe and gave that whole spiel about supporting basically every fucking like far right anti-immigration Muslims are invading party in the continent, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he gave a very different spin. I don't know. That'll be for them to figure out.
He does root his belief system in national conservatism. So effectively, that's another ideology that is incredibly flexible. So effectively, like with national conservatism, you can't identify what their economic policies, what are the military policies? Are they going to be interventionists? Are they going to be non-interventionists? It depends on the day. But national conservatism, in my estimation, effectively states that like the role of government is to serve the people, your people, whoever you identify them as, and that's it. So it's effectively political corporatism without the explicit endorsement of flexible authoritarianism.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess JD Vance being like you said, like a liar and like a shapeshifter, that's only going to help him though, right? Because he's like that's really just the product of him tuning into whatever like the mobilizing passions are of the right wing at the time. But
maybe, and Trump is obviously a quite prolific liar, but I do think that JD Vance doesn't have his charisma necessarily, and then I also think that there's a certain level of phoniness that people read on him. Like even MAGA, when you look at the memes that are spread around on Twitter, when you look at the memes that are spread around on social media, they kind of paint Rubio as like a competent, do-it-all Swiss Army knife kind of guy for the Trump administration, whereas they're painting Vance as like the fat guy with Jerry curls who does breakdancing and yells at fucking Zelensky.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of the meme magic is going to be positive for JD Vance.
Yeah, the chances of him winning over the country with that kind of shit is definitely a lot lower. How maybe one more good closing question. How are you going to vote in the midterms, Mr. Points?
Midterm, I'll vote as long as it's like a moderate Dem. I'll vote for a moderate Dem. Basically, with the state of Florida, sometimes we have like referendums on specific policies. I'll just vote my conscience on those. But if I have the option between if it's moderate Republican versus a Democratic Socialist, I'm voting for the moderate Republican. If it's a moderate Democrat versus MAGA, I'm voting for the moderate Democrat. If it's moderate Republican versus moderate Democrat, I'll probably research them and make an informed choice, but I'll probably vote for a moderate Democrat just to try to shift the political Overton window anti-Trumpian.
What if it's a DSA Democrat versus a MAGA Republican? Did you say something for that one? Or?
Well, so hold on. I'm 99% sure.
Say Al-Sayed versus Rogers.
What's that?
Al-Sayed versus Rogers.
Hold on 1 second. Al-Sayed versus Rogers?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I go with Whick's plan and I just kill myself at the airport. Hold on. Unfortunately for me,
No, Whick said he's gonna vote El-Sayed.
Maxwell Frost is a giga progressive, but I'll vote for him anyways because he's a nice guy.
Oh,
he's a nice guy.
He looks like a nice guy.
I don't know if you remember this, but Maxwell Frost actually called into the PV event.
Yeah, I feel like I recognize his face, but maybe, I don't know if I spoke to him though.
He's the youngest congressman in the House. Sorry, I'm trying to get you back on screen. I fucked this up.
His mother is of Lebanese descent. Interesting.
Yeah, so I'll probably just vote for Maxwell Frost because he's a nice guy.
Okay.
And we're purple down here, but weirdly enough, I live in Central Florida. Central Florida has a few key blue areas that are just like blue, basically. They are very like purple in culture. Like even the Democrats around here are pretty socially conservative. But I think Maxwell Frost is he seems to be earnest, is what I would say, based off of my limited interactions with him.
Apparently, he's the only Gen Z congressman.
Yeah, he's a young guy.
Oh,
He's
I do.
very
Yeah,
young guy.
I remember. I think I spoke to this guy. Maybe I didn't, or maybe other people did. But I remember that the only Gen Z thing.
No,
I remember
you
that.
might have. He called in. So I forget. Were you at Milwaukee and Cincinnati?
Cincinnati, not Milwaukee.
Okay, I feel like they did a video call with half a dozen actual electoral representatives, and I'm pretty sure Maxwell Frost called into the Cincinnati event. So I do think you had a conversation with him.
Yeah. Okay. Nice one. Okay.
Small world.
Yeah. Shit. Okay. Well, that's exciting. All right. Well, how do you think the midterms are going to go? Do you think?
I had a gubernatorial candidate on here a couple months ago. I think he was running in. Was it Michigan? He ran in Michigan, right? It was Minnesota? I should have published that video. I really should have published that interview. That would have been great. Tom has so many political people on, he doesn't even remember. Yeah. It's too many. Po Vang. There he is. Po Vang. That interview didn't convince me to vote for him, Tom. Oh. Interesting. I would have thought everybody would be convinced on that one.
Democrats are getting the House and the Senate, or?
I think the Senate is a long shot. House is obviously, probably going to be a Democratic sweep. But then also what's frustrating me about this DSA conversation, right? And what I keep saying about Democrats is never underestimate Democratic capacity to seize defeat from the jaws of victory. And so I'm just waiting for the DNC to announce like a late midterm speech, you know, with Hassan Piker as the primary speaker wearing a fucking Mao Zedong fucking suit. You know, there's plenty of room. It's only a couple of months, but there's still plenty of room to fuck up. You know?
I think Al-Sayed's going to start distancing himself. I think he's going to start disavowing statements, or if it's brought up in interviews and all that shit. I think he's going to go the Mamdani way. Not like a full disavowal, but just like a, I support that.
Didn't they go to a barbecue together, like literally the other day? They were at like some house party.
Yeah, before the primary. Yeah, like now Hassan was helpful to him, but like I think Al-Sayed is smart.
Now that it's the general, he's out.
Yeah, but Al-Sayed needs to get independents and moderates, right? He needs them if he wants to win the Senate. He's like 10 points down to Rogers.
Piker is moderate rat poison.
Yep. So he'll do it. He'll moderate or he'll lose, or he'll moderate and he'll lose because it was too late. But yeah, that's my two guesses of what will happen.
That is interesting to me because the cynicism, what effectively we're counting on to check the DSA more than Twitch and YouTube political debates and moderate Democrats becoming better rhetoricians at explaining policy. What we're really
okay. Alrighty then. Change is coming. Oh shit, change is coming?
The point of any system is to protect the interests of the people it serves and governs. It's just the nature of it. So what's a preacher's job?
the nature of it,
to minister to the souls of his congregants. What's a president's job? It's to look out to protect the interests of his citizens. Really, really simple. It's inherent to the definition. So it's been obvious for a while now that our system is not working as intended because the people in charge of it seem to be looking out mostly, not exclusively, but mostly for their own interests. And you see that all around you. Government workers make more than the average American. That kind of says it as clearly as anything, but you see it up and down every institution in American life. A lot of them seem to be run primarily for the benefit of the people who run them, and that is bad. And they're less hidden about it than they've ever been. I mean, they're off buying private islands and exempting themselves from the rules that apply to you. And that has caused enormous frustration and resentment from ordinary people. It's like, wait a second, you're not following your own rules. Like, I have to stay home during COVID and you're going to the French Laundry. Because are you a king now? And the answer is, yeah, kinda. Yeah. So that's a very recognizable degradation of a system. It just gets more corrupt over time. And the people with power use it to benefit themselves and their families and their friends. And after a while, you call it the Epstein class because that's exactly what it is. It's a group of self-interested people acting on their own behalf against yours. Okay.
Of course.
And that's, again, bad. But it can limp along for a long time because that's just the nature of systems. That's the Ottoman Empire went from conquering half the world to being kind of pathetic and just basically focused on the harem. And in the end, it dissolved. But something different has happened to our system, and it's obvious recently. So it's one thing to have a system run by people who are looking out for their own best interest and not yours. Again, we've had that. It's another to have a system that's totally incapable of responding to reality. That is basically paralyzed.
Sorry.
And unfortunately, ominously, that's the system that we now have. And we know that because the two greatest threats, arguably, in all recorded history, and those would be nuclear war and AI, are looming right in front of us. And no one in our society in a position of authority seems capable of responding at all, or even really acknowledging that this is happening. It's like they're frozen, staring at the trees that approaches the windshield at 70 miles an hour. It really does feel that way. And if you listen carefully, that is where we are. So we are moving toward, on this trajectory, if it holds, we are moving toward a nuclear exchange because you have two conflicts, one in the Middle East and one in the Near East, Eastern Europe, Ukraine and Iran, that are suddenly somehow merging. And what does that mean? It means a world war.
What does that mean?
And you have two sides with essentially inflexible positions. Not to get into the details, if you're following this, if you're one of the small percentage of Americans following this, you already know that there's no obvious resolution to either one of those conflicts anytime soon, and yet the stakes couldn't be higher. And of course, the key participants in both of those wars, now becoming one war, are nuclear armed, and they feel that this is, to use a very tired term, existential for them. And so unless, again, the angle of attack, the trajectory changes really soon, we are going to wind up inevitably with the use of weapons of mass destruction. And you have one participant, President of the United States, openly threatening that already on Truth Social, on the internet, for everyone to see. We're going to eliminate your civilization. Well, of course, you can't do that with tomahawks, but you can with nuclear weapons. So you have the President of the United States, whatever they tell you, openly threatening the use of nuclear weapons in a conflict that has no immediate or obvious resolution. So where's that going? Well, toward a nuclear strike. And what happens then, God knows.
What?
But if you can even live with that fact, If you can even say, or just acknowledge without words that, yeah, this could wind up with people unleashing nuclear weapons on civilian populations, you're already around the bend. You've already proven yourself incapable of leadership, because that's crazy. That's beyond reckless. That's, well, it's literally suicidal and homicidal. And at very least, you're paralyzed. You cannot act in defense, not simply of your country or your civilization, but even of yourself. But that's where we are. And the same goes for AI. Now, of course, it's unknown, as with the wars in Ukraine and Iran, where AI winds up, and maybe it's just a big bubble. You know, it's the 2000 tech bubble. It's pets.com 100x, you know, maybe. Or maybe the predictions of the people who are developing the technology turn out to be true, which is that it's like the end. At best, we give up our ability to make important life decisions to machines. We put machines in charge of our lives. That's at best. And at worst, the machines decide to kill us all, and there's nothing we can do about it. That's what they're saying. Not, you know, the doomsday prophets of Twitter, but the people who are developing this technology are saying, oh, by the way, this thing that we're making could kill everybody, and at very least will make certain that your kids and grandkids and probably you don't have jobs. And we're going to, I guess, do something about that, but it's not clear what. And that's coming in like a year. Huh? What's remarkable about that is not simply that the people doing it are admitting it, but really trying to get our attention, telling us we're doing this.
So is he making a new party? I feel like that's where this is going. He's gonna make a new party,
but
right?
that no one is doing anything. They're just mesmerized, a fixed stare at this thing that might be the end of everything. Who acts like that? Well, normal people don't act like that, and certainly functional systems don't act like that. So without belaboring it, what does that tell you? It tells you that the system has reached the end. That's not actually a system that's working on anyone's behalf. That's a system that is bound for probably pretty imminent destruction. So that's going away. And if we've probably known that, any system that elects 80-year-olds to run the place, cynical 80-year-olds, is not long for this world. Like it's not reproducing in the same way that 80-year-olds don't reproduce. And it's the end. And it is. And that's sad, and, you know, certainly spent a lot of time complaining about it. But at this point,
Tucker is right. Shut up, Joa. Shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up, Joa, and reply to my fucking DMs.
It's just obviously true, and so it's worth thinking about what comes next. Well, something, assuming we're...
Is your logo supposed to look like Texoma? Or is my brain just primed to see it because that's where I live? Texoma? What the fuck is Texoma? You talking to me? You're saying my logo looks like Texoma? A lake? North Texas, South Oklahoma. The shape of the city. Yeah, no, it's not supposed to look like. I've never heard of Texoma before, but no, it's not supposed to look like that. It's when I was younger, I used to always write my name on my homework and on all of my stuff. I used to write it always as like in squares and fill it in just the same as my logo. I used to always write my name, my first and last name, in that sort of way. So then when I created my name is Tom, when I created the show, I played around with a number of logos and then decided like, oh, I've always written my name this way, so I'm just gonna use that. This thing, I don't know, like it's not like a type of text that I'd known of that existed anywhere else. It's just a thing that I started doing because I thought it looked cool, so I don't know.
We're all here, and you have to assume that. You certainly want to. And even if it's not true, you still have to plan for it, because we don't know. So something's coming next. Something will replace the system. And the highest hope is that replacement, whatever does come next, will be the result of an incremental process that people have time to metabolize and buy into, approve of, that we don't get an abrupt change, because abrupt changes of political leadership are, well, they're called revolutions. And they're not typically an improvement over what they're replacing. And they have their own downsides in any case. So you hope that this will somehow evolve into something less crazy, less cut off from its core mission, which is to serve the people who live here, and more humane and more pro-human, et cetera. That is just better in every way. You hope that. But in any case, we're getting something different. And the question is, what will that be? And again, we don't know. We know that changes in technology or power shifts globally, all of these facts on the ground are accompanied by, followed by political changes. Political changes follow those changes. They don't incite those changes, right? They're responses to those changes. And so we're getting political changes. They will find political expression. And will it be a third party? Probably. The most radicalizing fact of American politics in the last, I don't know, century is the confirmation that we got on or about February 28th that the parties on the big issues are identical. Trump initiates the one thing he said he'd never do, a regime change war in the Middle East against Iran, a country much.
Is he's making a new fucking party, isn't he? He's doing
bigger,
it.
More powerful than the last regime change we attempted, which didn't work. And there were no protests against it because, of course, the leaders of the other party, his supposed enemies, agreed with him completely.
Like, dude, this would be so fucking great if he did this shit. This would be so fucking great if he did this. Because it's not going to be super successful. It's not going to be able to do a whole lot. But what it will do is pull a lot of fucking votes from the Republicans. It'll be like another libertarian party that does nothing but pull votes away from the Republican Party.
As they did with his budget, fundamentally, certainly with the tax code that he endorsed. And that tells us what? One thing, at least, that on the issues that really matter, the most obvious and historically significant expressions of the exertion of power, which would be foreign policy and the budget, tax code, the parties are aligned. They're the same. They have the same agenda, exactly the same agenda. And they go through this whole song and dance to convince us, no, we're really blood enemies. But are they really? No, they're not. And once again, just to restate the obvious, because you can't state the obvious enough, if Trump's opponents really opposed what he was doing, well, then we would have people in the streets, famously, and the party whose whole self-understanding.
We haven't had people in the streets, guys. We haven't had people in the streets. According to Rob Noerr and, what's the... Ryan Mullally, there's all-out riots on a daily basis, just people burning down entire fucking cities and shit. And according to Tucker Carlson, what people in the streets? There's no people in the streets. What streets? There's not even streets.
Is people taking to the streets and marching for this, that, or the other thing, especially peace, would be marching for peace and against this war, but they're not. And why aren't they? Because they're not against it. That's why. Not to complain about it, but just to sort of set the predicate for the next stage in our lives as American citizens. We know that the parties are aligned on the issues that matter against the population. Now, how do we know it's against the population? Because we have public opinion polling. And it may not be precisely right, but over time, we get a pretty clear picture of people's priorities. And the big things that the U.S. government, endorsed by both parties, are doing, which is spying on you more, moving an ever-growing share of gross domestic product to a smaller percentage of the population, invading countries, spending $1.5 trillion a year on a military they can't win a war, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All things that they're doing, the big things.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Population doesn't want those things. And they're really concerned, despite a lot of hectoring from their leaders, about the price of burritos. And you could say, well, that's awfully small-minded of you, and you shouldn't be eating $20 burritos. But, maybe people want to choose what they eat, and they don't want to pay 30% more for it over a year or whatever the number is, but it's a big hike. And so if you really cared what people wanted, you would take that seriously. But as noted, not only do the people in charge not care what you want, they're actively hostile to what you want. And the fact that you want it is evidence to them that it's illegitimate. Well, you shouldn't want that. You entitled little kid. Are you a college student? The ones who aren't going to have jobs thanks to the AI, they're all invested in. I mean, you see this is like it's too disconnected to continue. So probably going to get a third party or multiple parties. Is that the best system? I don't know. It's better than the one we have. Will that be enough is the question. And the answer, the hard answer, is no. Because when you hear people say, well, there's no political solution to this, well, of course, you're rooting for a political solution because the alternative is something, kinetic, as they say, and you don't want that. You don't want violence of any kind. But you also know that there are no political solutions to anything, really, in any system. Because the society behaves consistent over time with the values and concerns of the people who live there. Which is to say, if you want to change human behavior, passing laws against it doesn't get you there. What gets you there is convincing people it's the right thing to do. Obviously, there's no law against screaming the F word at your toddler in Walmart, probably, or certainly in the parking lot. Can't be arrested for that. There's no statute that says you can't use vulgar language with your kids, but who does that? Well, very few people. Because if you try that, give the finger to an old lady in a crosswalk, probably not illegal. No one does that. Why? Because if you try it, obviously people are like, what are you doing? That's disgusting. Oh. And so you don't. So in other words, if you want to change a society, yeah.
I've always wanted to give the finger to an old lady and yell the F word at my child in a grocery store, but I never did. And I always wondered, why can't I do it? What's stopping me, dude? There's something there. I wish I could do this fucking thing.
You definitely need more options on the ballot. You definitely need leaders who want to serve the citizens of the country because they care about the citizens of the country. And of course, service follows caring. If you love someone, you want to serve that person, obviously. But more than anything, you need a population that has clear goals, that knows what the program should be. Don't give the finger to old ladies in a crosswalk. Just don't do that. We all agree. You need a consensus on what we're doing here. What is the whole point of this? That's what you need to start. And it turns out if you have that consensus, a lot of problems get solved over time. Not immediately. Some problems are, if not intractable, very complex. But if you get the fundamentals right, they tend to get better over time. And if you don't, they inexorably get worse. That we know. And so any effort to fix America's systemic problems with technocratic solutions is by definition doomed to fail because it doesn't address how you got here in the first place.
Doesn't he really like J.D. Vance, who's like ostensibly a technocrat? Isn't that? Am I crazy? Isn't he a big J.D. simp?
So how did we wind up with $1 trillion in debt? Trillions and trillions, unpayable debt. Well, because we kept electing people who added to it, including the current occupant of the White House. Now, why did we do that? Well, because we have a pretty distorted understanding about what debt is and what it does to people and nations. We're not setting the right goals. We don't think that's important to avoid debt. And if we did, we probably wouldn't, over many decades, have accrued a debt that is unpayable and, in fact, controlling us. So all of this goes back to one of the things that nobody in politics ever admits out loud, but is just true, which is the most important thing you can do if you want to change a world,
go in the streets,
a region, a civilization, a nation, a neighborhood, a person.
Right.
The most important thing you can do is tell the truth out loud, always. The words are the most important thing. They're not the whole solution, but they're the beginning of the change. Tell the truth out loud. Say what is true. And there are a lot of ways to prove this, but the only meaningful relics we have of any former civilization are the ideas that they promoted, the words they said. And to the extent those have survived, they have affected and influenced subsequent generations. The most important legacy of the Roman Empire is not its aqueducts, some of which still stand because they were awesome architects and great builders, and they used stone, not reinforced concrete, and that's all impressive.
Oh.
But the most enduring legacy of Rome, of course, is Christianity.
That's what we need to do. We need to start using stone instead of reinforced concrete, and that will fix things. He's so fucking right. And we need to go back to the gold standard.
It was a state religion, and it's still the world's biggest religion. So it's the words that matter. Above all, and that's why tyrants famously, and all governments actually, try to constrain what you can say. That's the first thing they do before they try to disarm you, is they try to tell you what you can say. And so we thought it would be useful just to set down the goals of whatever comes next. And it'll find all kinds of expressions. And hopefully it's better than what we have, but we know it'll be different from what we have because what we have literally doesn't work. It can't protect itself from the greatest threats in human history. So here are the 10 things that when all is said and done, America should be, and probably has been in the past, but certainly should be. And if you get these right, if you could buy in on these, and it shouldn't be hard because almost everybody agrees with it.
It's going to be the most bland nothingness bullshit you've ever seen in your fucking life. I swear, it's going to be like, do good. Say true things. Don't do bad things. Be in favor of things that help, not things that hurt. It's going to be like the most bland, absolute nothingness bullshit, isn't it?
With these, then you can actually have hope that the system will be more responsive. It certainly won't be suicidal. That the country itself will be vibrant and alive and not dying. It won't be living off its cultural inheritance, which we still are, and it's getting a little lean. When the best things in your society, from the founding documents to the architecture, are all things made before your grandparents were born, it's a problem. In fact, it's the end. So what is rebirth? Well, rebirth begins with stating the things you want to be. What?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, that's I mean, that's literally what, like, palingenetic that's literally what, like, a palingenetic leader is, you know, somebody who wants a rebirth of the nation, somebody who wants to change the identity of the nation and see it as like a new thing. It's like a not just like revolutionary. Obviously, like, revolutions are, but it's like a cultural revolution. And when you say you want a rebirth, that's generally what you're advocating for. Is you're advocating for like a more cultural revolution.
Should America be? Child trafficking is one of those issues that nobody wants to talk about because it's just
Nobody ever wants to talk about child trafficking.
matter. Visit angel.com/Carlson to sign up. And the very first thing America should be is fair. America should be fair.
There you go.
Not only
There
should
you go.
America be fair, America was created to be fair. That's the entire point of America. Well, it never has been fair.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. But that doesn't change the fact that that has always been the goal. And when you stop trying to find the goal, you have no hope of ever achieving it. And so this country needs, first and foremost, a recommitment to fairness, which, to remind you, is your birthright. Fairness is promised you by God. And how do we know that?
Ooh.
Because we know that God created every person. The founders knew that, whether they were Orthodox Christians or not. Not one of them doubted that the point of this project was to guarantee the inherent fairness, which derives from the inherent equality of all peoples because they share a common origin, which is God. What does that mean? It means that you have a right to be treated according to immutable objective principles and standards that don't change depending upon who's being judged by them. That's the key to everything. That's the key, of course, to our justice system.
It's the key
It was
to
also,
everything.
at one point, a guiding principle in our economic arrangements, that some people are going to get paid more, some less, according to their ability or their work. This was always the goal. But ultimately,
So now we're going full on. We're going full on National Socialism. We're each according to his ability. Okay. I smell what you're cooking.
everyone was a human being and deserved dignity. There was a fairness to that. And that it was considered totally outside the realm of the acceptable to live in a system where outcomes were determined by inside deals or who you know or where you were born. Of course, there's always been some of that, people being what they are. But that can never be acceptable. Fairness has to be the goal. Fairness. And fairness, once again, derives from the knowledge that every person is on some basic level equal. And that means that we can judge the actions of any person by exactly the same standards. Nobody gets a pass. And because nobody gets a pass, we can be united despite our differences. And we know this because we know that the fastest way to divide people from each other, whether intentionally or not, is to treat them unequally. If you want to make your children hate each other, play favorites, and they will. If you want your children to get along and love you after you're dead, you treat them equally. You treat them the same with the
There
same
you
amount
go.
of love. That is the key to making certain that your children love each other.
There you go.
Is loving them
Okay.
equally, treating them according to the same standards. And if you think about it, the failure to do this, or even acknowledge that this is the goal of the whole society, fairness, is the root of almost all of our frustrations. Why is
I always forget Tucker exists, and then Tom is watching him or something. Yeah, yep. That's the same thing for me. I always forget he exists, and then I watch him.
Why is Jeffrey Epstein so infuriating? Why is that story capable of enraging an entire population? Well, of
Because
course,
it's
are the
unfair.
crimes, or the suspected crimes, sex creep, possibly a kid toucher, clearly involved with Mossad, and who knows whether foreign
It's
intel
not
agency
fair.
was involved in the weapons trade. There's a lot about the guy.
It's fairness.
It was
It's
obviously
fairness.
criminal. But what rankles people
I bet it's fairness.
so much by the Epstein story is not that he was bad. It's that he got a pass because of who he was.
Yeah.
The rules did not apply to him.
Yeah, it's unfair.
People can't tolerate that. It makes them crazy, and it should. Because it gives a lie to the whole pretense that
Yeah, I should have been able to have sex with a bunch of little kids. Why don't I get to do that? It's not fair. It's not fair.
this is somehow a fair society. And people, when they live in unfair societies, start to behave in very different ways. In fact, if you want to inspire people, not just to hate each other, but become criminals, to seek their own special deals, to engage in their own corruption, don't punish Jeffrey Epstein and everyone like Jeffrey Epstein, or have a college admissions system or a hiring system run by America's HR departments that's very, very much the same as the Epstein story. Certain people get a better
Same
deal
thing.
because of how they were born or who they know. That drives everybody crazy and gives a lie to the justice system, but not just the justice system, to the whole enterprise. And so a daily reminder to the entire population that we are equal on the most fundamental level, not in ability, not in income, not in appearance, not in background, but in value and in core human rights. That's why they're human rights, because they attach to you as a human being. A reminder of that you are every bit the equal of a U.S. senator, for example. Or that when the FBI shows up on your doorstep, you have the exact same rights as those agents. They represent fairness and justice. They have that authority, but they have no more rights than you. You have identical rights. You don't have to cower before authority because you know in the end you're equal to it. That's the whole promise of the system. And when that goes away, what do you get? Well, you get Epstein, you get cryptocurrency scams that are never punished, you get total endemic corruption, you get breakdown of society. And that's
It must be so nice to like constantly advocate for things and push people in a direction as like one of the most influential people in American media over and over and over. And then as you really shove this shit down everybody's throats and tell them this is the right thing and this is the best direction to go and that this is what we should be doing, you can turn around afterwards and hate on those people for doing the thing. Like, he is always able to kind of take this populist sort of rhetoric to call out like the people who aren't doing what it is that he wants them to do, and then when it gets done, and now that's the established like narrative, and that's what is that's the thing that everybody's on board with because he pushed everybody to be on board with it. Now you get to turn around and be like, wow, that was fucking disgusting. I can't believe they did it. Like Tucker Carlson with George Bush, the Iran War, Donald Trump, the Iraq War with George Bush, then Donald Trump and all the things that he's doing. And they're like over and over and over, you get to just turn around and be like, wow, I can't believe they did that. This is disgusting. This is not what America is about. It's about this guy now. It's about Donald Trump. Now it's about him. He's the guy who's actually... He's actually got this shit figured out. Donald Trump, yeah. He's the one who's gonna do things the right way. That's who we need now. He's the good guy, and he's doing all the shit good, and he's fair, and he's doing the fairness. And then as soon as Donald Trump is the establishment, and he's on his last leg of his second term, now you get to turn around and be like, wow, I can't believe that guy. Can you believe that guy? I can't believe that guy. Wow. Why? How could he do that? That's not American. That's not the America that I know.
That's what we're watching. So restoring that, it's not enough to pass laws against corruption. Okay, how do those work? Ukraine has laws against corruption.
Don't work.
You have to have a consensus that
Ukraine has laws against corruption, dude. We all know how that's going.
No person gets special rights, ever. And that would include the president of the
Okay, Ukraine's not the worst example. All right, I take that back. All right, Ukraine's actually not the worst fucking example.
United States.
Shut up.
Down to, by the way, Jeffrey Epstein. Fairness. That's the inheritance of America from the Anglo world. That's what makes the West different from the East. That's why the East is solidly hierarchical, and there's no hope that a poor person could ever get the same treatment or justice as a rich person, but in the West there has been, and that's why people moved here. We have to restore that first, fairness. The second thing that you need America to be is sovereign.
Sovereign.
What does sovereign mean? Sovereign means free from outside influence, the right to make decisions on your nation's behalf or your own behalf without being told what to do. Sovereignty is a synonym for freedom. The opposite of sovereignty is slavery, where you have no
same
choice.
thing.
So when your nation is not sovereign, of course, it leads to things like the Iran war, which you do under bribery or threat or both by Israel, which is exactly what happened. And everybody knows that. So you're not sovereign there.
Everybody knows that.
But more than that, people lose confidence in their own country. What is my country worth if we can't even make our own decisions? Of course, it gives a lie to the idea of a representative democracy. They're not representing me, they're representing the lobbyists, and not just from Israel, by the way, from every big industry in the United States, from tech to pharma and telecom and all of them. But certainly to Israel. I mean, that's taking place in real time. And shouting at you that you're a Nazi or a bad person for noticing isn't really adequate. It doesn't answer the question, why is this okay?
Yeah.
Because it's not okay. And everybody knows it's not okay.
Everybody knows that.
So sovereignty is essential, or else why have a country? Even a monarchy, maybe especially a monarchy, is sovereign. In fact, the monarch is called the sovereign. And that means he gets to make decisions on his own, hopefully with the interests of his people in mind. But certainly in a democracy, it's central to the whole project. But it doesn't just matter to the state, it matters to the person. We have sovereignty as people. We didn't create our own lives, but we're responsible for them while we're here, despite our many connections to other people. In the end, the promise is a free man gets to make free decisions. You can't be forced, I don't know, to take some experimental medicine you don't want. No one can force you to do that. How could they force you? That means you're not in control. You don't own yourself. And if you don't own yourself, who does? So sovereignty is at the core of the country, of any country.
Tell that to all the trans kids who are being forced to take gender ideology medicine.
But particularly ours. And it's not just a question of the person's relationship to the government. It's the person's relationship, I don't know, to the banks. How can a sovereign person be underwater in debt? Well, of course you can't. Because when you owe more than you can immediately repay, you're effectively owned by the person to whom you owe the money. So debt is an attack on sovereignty. And it's important to say that because no one ever does. And so you kind of move around the society and hear people talk about their credit scores if it's a significant measure of something. Got to have a good credit score. What are you really saying? You have to be worthy of losing your sovereignty to a bank, to a moneylender? So debt is, of course, and this has been noted in previous societies, really since the beginning of time, a form of slavery. You do not have control over your life when you owe money to people. Well, of course, it's unavoidable in America unless you're very rich or extremely disciplined beyond what the average person can be expected to maintain. You're going to be in debt. It's hard to do anything without debt. But is that good? Why are we participating in this? Why are we accepting this as the natural order? It's the most unnatural thing ever devised.
Not good.
And it's bad. And that's why every major religion acknowledges that it's not just unhelpful, it's sinful. So it might be a good starting place to say that a society organized around debt at the sovereign, at the national level, but on the personal level, is not a healthy society because it enslaves people. And it's interesting that when you do say that, and if you're ever to use the U word, usury,
everybody
which is
hates
interest, which is banned, has been banned in many countries throughout time because it is bad. Even mentioning that puts you on some list, at least in the minds of the people you're talking to, as like a crazy person, if not a dangerous person. That may be the real third rail, is debt.
That's the real one.
Complaining about debt. Noting that a 25% interest rate is totally immoral. And by the way,
it's not that like when you say usury, it sounds like you're applying this to Jewish people each time. No. That they want you to be in debt.
For generations, members of the mafia were put in jail for loaning money at that rate. It's called loan sharking. And it was illegal. But suddenly it's common. That's approaching the average credit card interest rate. Your credit card's in your wallet. If you don't pay every month, we'll charge you that. And not only is it legal, it's more than legal, it's encouraged because your credit rating. And by the way, so distorted is our system that you are penalized under our tax code for not having debt. How does that work? Well, consider your mortgage. Let's say you were to pay off your mortgage. You would.
I went a very long time without ever actually like getting a credit card and gaining a lot of credit. I had bought like cars in cash. I'd never, like I said, never got a credit card, never got a gas card, never got any of this shit. And then all of a sudden I was going to get a fucking mortgage and buy other cars, and they're like, you don't have credit. I'm like, well, so what? Fuck you. Who cares? Why? That's good. Never had debt, so I'm 100%.
Would have to pay more in taxes every year, which is to say you'd be penalized by the US government for the privilege of not being in debt to a bank. Who thought up that system? Is that real? Well, it is real. And not only is it real, it is once again almost never noted.
That's stupid, Tom. Thank you, Arian. Thank you. That's wow. Thank you.
Anybody. But it's a form of slavery. And over time, it gives people the perception, which is rooted in reality, unfortunately, that they're not really in control of their lives. And if you do that across an entire population, it may be useful to you because you want to control what they do, but it's totally degrading to them. And there's no reason that should continue. It doesn't mean you're against capitalism. By the way, what role does high interest lending play in free market capitalism? Are you a communist if you're against it? No.
Yes. No.
The threat of communism, of course, is not that it's a ineffective economic system. The threat of communism is totalitarian control.
Authoritarianism.
Well, if the entire country and every person in it is so indebted that they can't make free decisions, how is that not totalitarian control? Well, of course it is. So stop with that communist stuff.
Stop with that.
Debt is a form of slavery. And our leaders are so invested in it that they'll attack you for noting it. But it's true, and everybody knows it's true. And so it's important to say that the goal is sovereignty. No more foreign lobbyists, none. No more control of the agencies by industry, none. And no more government promotion of debt to high-interest moneylenders. It's all of a piece. Third, productive. A decent country is productive. Productive means that you make things worth having, from which you derive joy, that improve the lives of other people.
He's sounding more and more like a fucking communist.
Or they just are inherently beautiful. There was a thing called art at one point that was appreciated because it was beautiful, and that's the only reason.
Back before they started acting like peeing in a toilet in public was art.
It was appreciated. It didn't do anything, but it uplifted people's spirits, and that was considered a worthy end in itself. All these assumptions have kind of been.
Yeah, I have good credit now. Like I bought numerous cars, and I have a ton of credit in a ton of different ways, but yeah, back when I was, I don't know, like 25 or some shit, there's no bueno.
Raced over the past century in stages, and certainly in the last 20 years, the idea that it is your duty and pleasure to produce something worth having has kind of been lost and been replaced by the idea that the point of work is to make money to pay for all these things.
I was always told that just by being white, I would just have good credit, and apparently not. Fucked up.
Mostly to pay interest on all these things. It's part of the debt cycle. And that it's your duty to do that. And you should forego, I don't know, getting married and having kids in order to do that, to basically to service the debt. And you can argue about, how sick that is. Obviously, it's very sick. But you can't elide past the core assumption, which is that it doesn't matter what you make. And that's a lie. It matters very much what you make. And if you doubt that, consider how we judge past civilizations. We judge them by what they make. In fact, there are many civilizations about which we know nothing, not even their name, not their language, nothing. All we have is the record, the physical record of the things they made, and we name the civilization after that, after the stone knife points or the bowls that they made. The whole civilization.
Make McCarthyism great again.
No. Of course not. No. We would never. I disavow. Disavow. Not cool. Lucky.
To archaeologists is summed up by their products, by the fruits of their labor, the work of their hands. But that's true for all civilizations, and we judge them, and we are right to judge them by the quality and the ingenuity and, yes, the beauty of the things they made. So if you wake up one morning and your country is really only producing weapon systems and surveillance technology, both of which are probably employed in the service of evil, so there's that, but both of which don't really exist long-term. Weapons technology is by definition expended. Surveillance technology is just ones and zeros. You're in a bad place. If your main drivers of the economy are those two things, plus real estate, reselling the same land over and over, and finance, lending money at interest, the sum total is what? Nothing worth bragging about. And people can feel that. There's been, of course, this long debate about the manufacturing sector. Well, of course, it wasn't a debate. There were a couple wackos like Ross Perot.
So what? Are we making a new party or what? I'm skipping.
Obviously not. You'd want to make them wise. So wisdom is the goal. Living in a wise country is the goal. Now, how is it different from education? Well, education is what we...
What are all the things? America should be fair. America should be sovereign. America should be productive. America should be beautiful. America should be healthy. America should be honest. America should be optimal.
The next thing you'd like America
to be,
optimistic. We should demand that America is optimistic.
Okay. Yeah, see, I thought it's just all like the do good things, don't do bad things sort of.
Second to last thing America should be is decent. Decent. Pro-human.
That's what I was going to say.
In favor of people. Putting the needs of other people before the needs of, say, systems or machines or abstract concepts. Decency. Caring about individuals. That's always been obvious that the United States was a decent country. There's no other country on earth where you can break down and ask directions and get them quicker from a larger group of eager to help strangers. There's no country that loves dogs more. There's no country that's sweeter in some ways than the United States. But in recent years, decency has been under attack, and not just sexual decency, the decency police, but human decency, kindness, regard for others. When you see your Secretary of War jumping around like a deranged, bloodthirsty monkey calling for the murder of innocents, and no one says anything about it.
Oh, not just the fucking... Not just the Secretary of War, but... my boy, Elon Musk. My man's Elon Musk looking like a whole fucking gangster out here, dude. Hey. Oh shit. What a cool guy. What a cool guy, dude. That is it. Yes, that's Aura. If vaginal dryness was a person. No, that's not vaginal dryness. That's not vaginal dryness. I got vaginal dryness right here.
They gave $27 million. They gave 20.
Can your vagina be too wet? 100%. And here's how.
Why are you dodging all your questions and trying to ask me stuff? Why are you avoiding the issue of the hidden child?
I'm really trying to imagine.
No.
I'm trying to imagine like a man seeing his son like this.
Oh, look, dodging like crazy. Yet again, still dodging.
Like,
Why aren't you
it's
answering any of this stuff? Why aren't you answering any?
I asked you a question.
Why aren't you
Tyler.
answering anything? No.
I was
the
asking
fucking
you a question.
You're the
Tyler.
one that's in here.
I was asking
saying that,
you. I'm on my stream as well.
What, another question?
Tyler, not only.
Why aren't you
only,
answering any of the questions? I got it.
Tyler, not
There's
only
you.
am
Am
I
I by the
also
server?
live,
Don't
I
share
have
dead
more
bodies.
viewers
Answer
than
this.
you. Tyler, not only am I also live, I have more viewers than you. You're
I
on
don't
my
fucking
show,
care.
Tyler. You're on my show.
No,
you're
you're
the
on
little
my show.
bitch who's
You're on my
walking
show.
in begging for attention.
You're on my
Tyler.
show.
Tyler, you're the
you
little
literally
bro.
asked me.
You're
in my
older than
fucking
me,
chat.
and you're the little
you
bro,
are in
Tyler.
my fucking chat.
Tyler.
Then you know we've taken a path that nobody can be proud of. And by the way, the idea that there is a Department of War is itself an assault on decency, because what is the point of war? It's to defend yourself. Only an indecent
Joel, stop typing in my chat. Go answer my fucking DMs.
Country wages wars if it doesn't have to. And the only reason ever to wage war, to kill people, is to defend yourself. That's why it was always called the Defense Department, at least for the past 80 years.
Joel's ghosting me right now. And that's not decent. That's not what a decent person would do, Joel.
Defense Department. We are defending ourselves. And if we can't say we're defending ourselves, we're not doing it because we're decent. And in the course of defending ourselves, if we murder people, and it is murder, who committed no crime, pose no threat to us, who are non-combatants, women, children, we're going to apologize for it. And we're going to call it what it is, which is a crime against international law, but more importantly, against decency.
Against decency.
And when another country commits genocide against a population, kills tens of thousands of children, as our closest ally has, as countries tend to do, by the way. It's a recurring theme in history. Israel's not the only country that's committed genocide, and neither is Nazi Germany. It's happened a lot. But when that does happen, we're not going to pay for it because it's disgusting. It's not hard to say that. In fact, it's a relief to say that because everybody knows it. And if you blow up a girls' school, you're going to say, I'm sorry we did that. In fact, we'll pay you restitution because no child, no schoolgirl deserves to get blown up by a Tomahawk missile or double tapped. And if we did it, or the Iranians did it, or Israel did it, or Sri Lanka did it, it doesn't matter. It's always wrong. And we uphold that standard not simply because we care about pupils at a girls' school in Iran, but because we're above that kind of behavior. We won't tolerate a Secretary of War. And if we have a Secretary of War, we're certainly not going to tolerate him jumping around like a hyena, talking about murdering people. Not because we dislike him, we don't, but because it's our country and we're better than that. And other people may behave that way, but they're savages. And that's why they're not us. So the point is you lose your self-respect, your capacity to respect yourself when you allow that kind of behavior. And you also, it's totally possible, face some kind of eternal penalty when you allow that kind of behavior. Maybe some of this metaphysical stuff is real, and maybe there is punishment for people who blow up girls' schools. Just guessing. But what if there is? You want to risk that? But even if you don't believe in any of that, you could have an entirely materialist worldview and still know in your viscera that it's wrong to kill kids. They didn't do anything wrong. And if it's okay to kill people who did nothing wrong, then what is our justice system? Which is based on the idea that we only punish the guilty. And if we punish the innocent, it's by definition not justice. So if we're participating in something like that, we're risking everything. And over time, why would you fight for that? The only reason, short of Ukrainian-style gunpoint conscription, that people go to war, particularly in the West, in countries without a draft, is because they believe in the project. Well, who could believe in that? So decency really matters. And it's not just expressed in war, it's expressed in every function of the government and in every part of our lives. So if you have a tax code, for example, just to name one example, if you have a tax code that taxes wage earners at more than twice the percentage it taxes investors, what are you saying? Well, you're saying it's twice as virtuous to invest money or to inherit money and keep it in the markets as it is to go to work in the morning. Really? Of course that's what you're saying. Because any tax code penalizes the impious acts, the bad things, the vices. Cigarettes cost $18 a pack because we're against smoking. So if being an ordinary wage earner, driving in from the suburbs to make 80 grand a year, if that's taxed at twice the rate of being a private equity baron, what are we saying? That it's twice as virtuous to be a private equity baron and to inherit money or to invest. Well, that's not only distorted, it's indecent, it's disgusting. And why is it disgusting? Because
Indecent.
it takes no account of the welfare of your own citizens. It's literally indecent. And if you keep it up, even if you don't have a revolution, even if they don't storm the Bastille over it, which they probably won't, because most people don't even know that that is happening, though they have a sense that this is out of whack. But if you keep that up, over time, nobody believes in the project. You can't believe in something you have no respect for. So it's not just that you won't fight wars, it's you won't do anything to improve the country, and it'll cease to be a country. So requiring, demanding that our leaders and ourselves act with decency toward other people is absolutely essential. It's not just something you pay lip service to in the way to getting rich. It's the heart of everything. And it's the only reason in the end that you can be proud to say you're American.
True.
Be proud to be American because we have a more efficient economy.
So
faster
what?
outlets than any other country. Like, what is the reason
So
to
new party?
live there? So there's no justification for any instance.
America should be united. Okay.
You probably wouldn't need to round anybody up or shoot anybody who's not paying you to be here illegally. That's not
So
hard.
what?
In fact, it's the easiest possible solution, which makes you wonder why no one's thought of it. And by the way, there'd be some people who stayed anyway and made their own way.
So you're
and
starting a new
they
party.
might be a net addition to your country. You never know. But you would never, unless you were insane or hated yourself or your nation, you would never pay people to come here illegally, like ever do that. And anyone who disagrees can explain why you would do that. And no one can, of course, so they call you racist. But that's not racist.
Yeah.
It's just obvious. And the second thing you would do, if you wanted to truly unite the country, would be to pick a language. And that language is English. There is no fact of a culture more important than the language the people speak. In some ways, language is culture. It is the thing people from different backgrounds and, yes, religions and races share. They're united in a language. They read the same books. Language shapes the way that you think. So people who think in a language think a certain way. If you haven't traveled a lot, maybe you don't know that. But when you go to countries, if you go to Finland or Hungary, countries in which, a total of 15 million people globally speak between those two countries, and you'll notice people think a little bit differently. So language unites. But one thing we know for certain is that different languages divide dramatically. That is always true. It was true in the Roman Empire, and it's true now. It's true in Canada. It's true in Belgium. It's true everywhere. And so if you were serious about holding your country together, and keep in mind that if the country doesn't hold together, then it breaks apart, and that implies violence, also known as civil war. So the stakes couldn't be higher. If you were serious about holding your country together, you'd be serious above all about making certain that everyone in your country spoke the same language. And why wouldn't you? Because you were intimidated because somebody called you racist? Really? If that scares you, you're not fit for leadership. I'm not clear what you're fit for, but you're certainly not fit to lead a nation if you're intimidated out of doing the right thing by a false slur like you're racist because you like English. By the way, more people speak English in Nigeria than do in Miami. So it is not tied to a race, obviously. But it is tied directly to the survival of a country. So there is no reason, in fact, there are a lot of reasons to prohibit printing any federal document or ballot in any language other than English. And there are also a lot of reasons to resist multilingual announcements or road signs or airplane signs in other languages. Well, what about people who can't speak English? Well, that might be a worthy national project. Any American citizen who doesn't speak English might be offered free English classes by the federal government or state governments or charities to which most decent people would contribute. If you want to learn English, we will help you learn English. Most of the world, the business world, the world of aviation and science, everybody speaks English. So the idea that there are people in the United States who do not speak English, it's hard to believe that's not voluntary. But whatever the cause, we can fix that, just like we can get everyone IDs too. But the point is, if we don't do that, then the current trend will continue. And if it's clear what the current trend is, whether it's toward nuclear war or replacement by machines in the AI development, or in the case of America breaking apart into components, the trend, if unaddressed, is really, really clear. That's where we're going. And so somebody needs to begin work immediately on one question, which is what unites all of us?
He's okay.
It's probably not going to be that hard. Because most of the divisions that we think are irreparable, they're chasms, there's no way I have anything in common with that person. If my daughter married him, I'd freak out. Most of those divisions are artificial. They were actually foisted on us by our leaders, whose incompetence and graft needed a cover. There are smart people who've been saying this for a long time. It's not to say there aren't natural differences between people. Of course there are, including between races. Of course there are. But are they bigger than the things we have in common? No, they're not. But they've been exacerbated and inflamed and intentionally highlighted as part of a long-term project to divert our attention from what is now very obviously true, which is that both parties have colluded against the population to make their lives better and our lives worse. There's kind of no arguing that that's a fact at this point. And unfortunately, they have been extremely successful. So if you're going to fix it and rebuild this country and turn it into a place that the grandchildren you hopefully will have can inherit and thrive, you're going to need to do something about the pressing question of American identity. What does it mean to be an American? But it's fixable. You just have to try. And we will be trying. And we'll tell you as we continue to do that. Thanks for listening.
Wow. So he didn't even announce a new party.
I haven't seen you in 11 years, though I've talked about you. Hunter Biden.
I love Candace.
I do too.
Yeah. I like Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I like that there are people that have kind of woken up.
I have really only one question, one thing that has bothered me. So I just want to ask you point blank, did you drop off laptops?
No, the answer is no. I say to everybody, okay, show me your phone. Because I showed you mine, and you didn't find a goddamn thing.
We get approached by Israelis connected to Benjamin Netanyahu who are shopping this stuff to me at Fox News. The way that it entered the bloodstream of the American media was not right.
I don't have any more secrets. Donald Trump, I think he had such an opportunity. He just decided that all he was going to do was for himself.
One of my closest friends went off the deep end, and all of a sudden Trump's under the bed, and it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's
he was under my bed. just, we are at an inflection point in this country.
What's your plan?
We are in desperate, desperate need of leadership.
Well, that premieres in 36 hours, so I know what I'm going to be watching in 36 hours. That looks dope.
Here, we're trying to get him. We're trying to get him on. Okay. Oh, I think this is him. If it's not, oh well. Let's see what we can do. Bring him on and see what he has to say. Hello.
Good evening.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So far so good. I detect an accent. Are you from Australia?
Nope, I am from the UK.
Okay, I always mix up those accents, right? I think you guys have a shared heritage, but it's okay. I'm very bad at accents. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm very good. Thanks for.
The Australians are just colonized by the British, so they sound like them.
What did we miss? $2 from Loki. Say how's 2 wins and 10 losses winning? You know, I didn't. You ever hear a good?
All righty, hold on. Let me just get the Discord text synced up on my side.
Take your time. I like the pinstripes, by the way.
Yeah, man, staying classy. A little bit of a summer vibe.
Yeah, it's breezy, easy. Letting it flow a bit.
All right, gang. Can someone confirm that you can hear and see on my end as well? I always have to check this with Discord because I sometimes screw it up. And then about 5 minutes in, I look over and chat's like, we can't see or hear anything, you boomer retard. And I'm trying to avoid the slurs this evening.
Well, Discord is kind of fucking stupid because it resets your inputs and outputs by itself a lot of times. And so if you have everything set up already to just go find through your
fucking OBS, Discord will make sure to fuck that shit up. So
take the time you need. We're just we had a little bit of a pre-show. I don't know if you saw it before we came on.
I saw you were having a pre-show. I didn't get to watch the pre-show, so
it was you can't escape the punching left. Okay, we had a guy call me a moron because I wouldn't vote for a rapist, and I invited him.
That sounds like you're a moron. I don't know what to tell you.
I invited him to come on.
wait, is that? Well, maybe we should be watching that, because I also called him a moron for not voting for a rapist.
And then talk to me about it. And to his credit, and look, I give credit to anyone who's willing to come and confront me on my takes, or if they have a take that they disagree with me on and they want to come and confront me to my face, you get credit for entering the arena. You get a baseline level of respect. But damn, it's wild to me that I have to make these, that I even have to kind of present this argument to people, what I thought would be very obvious, that we don't vote for these types of people. We don't support.
Well, this is what I wanted to chat with you about. So it's a perfect.
That's why it plays in.
Well done. You seem to have talk show experience. I think what I was curious about this, but just like put cards on the table and level set for the chat, like, and I think it's just important to get these like obvious bias points out of the way early on. I obviously recognize that the DSA running hot is very good for my side politically. Like the DSA is the right strongest soldier in general elections. But I didn't like it when the left propped up Trumpy candidates because they thought Trumpy candidates were better to run against. And similarly, I want communists to lose at everything. I want communists to lose. Like when communists play Go Fish with their kids, I hope they lose.
Wait, I don't understand. Trumpy candidates are the fucking communists. What are you talking about? The people who use all of the like us versus them rhetoric, all the populist shit, all of the like America is failing and we're the only ones who can fix it. Those are the Trumpy candidates. What the fuck is he even talking about? I thought that's what he meant at first, but then now it seems clear he's saying the opposite, that like Trumpy candidates are the opposite of the DSA, and
I hope their kids crush them at Go Fish. I want
yeah, he's saying he doesn't like it when the left runs Trumpy candidates, but he does like it when they run DSA candidates because DSA candidates are better for him.
Communists to lose at everything they do. So while it would be, I think, helpful for the right, for the DSA types to run strong in these generals, I don't want them to win. And I applaud you for picking this fight. Like I think it's a great fight to pick. But
it's
I
a
wanted
natural fight, right? It's a natural fight that I think, and we see this. James Carville, Bill Maher, other prominent liberals are all standing up and having this fight because there was always, and this is I think where we're going to disagree, right? Because obviously we both agree that DSA is a menace, right? We agree. Where we disagree, one of the points we disagree on, is that liberals have no limiting principles that allow them to fight this, because we see this happening now. We see many prominent liberal influencers, and even some progressive influencers, stepping up, taking a stand against not only the DSA, but Hassan Piker and everyone associated with him, the Keith Edwards of the world, and all those things. We are coming together, organizing, taking a stand, and fighting back against the illiberal, more socialist elements of our party and people who are trying to subvert our party. It is happening. I'll just real quick.
And God bless. I hope you win.
Yes.
I suspect maybe in the short term you might have some success. In the medium to long term, I think you're going to lose. But I hope you win. I applaud the effort. But the reason I reached out to you, and I do want to get into all the stuff you just said, but do you remember a year ago or so? It was basically last year. I was still doing the centrist thing. I hadn't pitched my tent on the right yet. My channel basically didn't exist. I was still doing the basically couch surfing, more or less. I think I'd maybe posted a video or two. And I got incensed about this particular op-ed in the New York Times. You and I had a big spat about it on Twitter.
Can you remind me which spat we had? We've had a couple.
We've had a couple, but this is why this interested me, because the point I made was it appeared to me like the left was using Trump as an obfuscation, as a vehicle to avoid having to articulate what their views were, while they were coalescing around some truly terrible ideas that I thought were like absolute deal breakers, unsupportable, horrifying ideas. And the ones in particular in this op-ed were abolish the Senate, end the Electoral College, pack the court, which are core DSA positions.
I remember disagreeing with you on ending the Electoral College, and I still do. I don't think we should like abolish it through extrajudicial means or extra constitutional means, but I think that the Electoral College is one check too many, and we have plenty of other checks in place that do keep away from the tyranny of the majority type of deal, right? I think we have the Senate for that. I think we have the filibuster for that. I think we have the Supreme Court for that. I think we have other mechanisms in place, and there is such a thing as too many checks, which imbalance these things. And I think at this point, the Electoral College is that. But this isn't a debate on Electoral College. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm mostly in favor of the Electoral College as well. I think it does what it's supposed to. The thing that people are against is, like, a lot of times people are like, well, the problem with the Electoral College that you don't understand is that the system doesn't work because it ends up giving disproportionate power to smaller factions. It's like, no, that means it does work. That's literally the point of the Electoral College. That's literally the whole fucking point of it. It is there to give a bit more power to the minority so that they're not so that there is not a tyranny of the majority. That's the whole fucking point. So it works.
No, but I want to circle back to all the stuff you said. I think is worth circling back to. But the reason I brought up that tweet as a starting point is it begs the question, why now? And I applaud you for picking the fight. I think it's a good fight to pick.
Why now? Because if I don't, then there will be no liberal parties in America, right? The reason I'm picking this fight now is because we have finally come to a point where, and to be clear, I haven't just started picking this fight now. I've been fighting my whole career against the far left, communist, socialist type.
Democrats need to be up by 2 to 3 points nationally to win the Electoral College. Not really. Like, I know that that's technically the way that it's worked out in polling, but a lot of times the polling was just somewhat wrong. Like, I guess, yeah, if you say nationally, I guess, to an extent, maybe, but that's not an issue with the Electoral College, but an issue with, like, electors.
Of agendas. I've always, and we have records of this, and you can go back to my YouTube career, where I've stood up against people who are advocating for what I feel are illiberal ideals on the left before Trump got elected.
My thing is, with the Electoral College, the main thing that I want to change is just proportional electors. That's it. If you vote in, like in Georgia, we have 16 electors for Georgia, okay? And we're a purple state. If Donald Trump wins 50% of the vote and Joe Biden wins the other 50% of the vote, I think 8 should go to each one of them. The problem with this is that you would have to have like a rounding thing that you do where like you round up, but you can't really round up easily. Easily, because then you would end up with you wouldn't end up with enough electors. If there's a third party candidate who wins like even 1% of the vote, then you would kind of be fucked. But I think there's ways around that. Like, there's ways to fix that. It's just my main thing, like I said, is I think that we need proportional representation within the electors.
And when it was Biden, I would push back against people who were advocating for things like banning everyone on the right from social media platforms and things like that, right? There was a big push to like ban people like Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes and all these people off of every single media platform, and I thought that was an illiberal act, and I fought against that. So I don't think that it's fair to characterize as me starting this fight now. But to answer your question of why I am fighting this fight, it's because I think that there is no functional difference between the DSA and MAGA, and I don't want MAGA to win. And if the DSA wins, functionally MAGA has won. And I don't want that to happen because both are illiberal actors and both are a threat to my democracy and a threat to my constitution. And I want to defend that.
I guess the thing that I find amongst our points of disagreement, and I think the most substantive, is what American liberalism actually is. And I think that that's probably the most substantive disagreement. But I think the more topical disagreement, and maybe the one that's more apropos for tonight, is like it appears to me like from the outside looking in, like you think that the rise of overt DSA politicians means that this is the early phase of like the DSA ascension, whereas I would call this like the late stages of a long march through our institutions. That like the politicians come last.
Yeah, I agree with this for the most part. Like the fact that like a lot of even a few DSA candidates are capable of getting elected, like that's the point where they're like, okay, we're doing it. Like we're fucking doing it. This is it. Like that is kind of the idea, is to be able to get a bunch of people in who are capable or even like electable within American politics.
And it was the cultural capture that came first. Like the first move was not the politicians. The first move was creating the group of people who overwhelmingly support these types of politicians to the point where they're polling better than the Democratic, Congress people right now, and they're polling bet socialism is outperforming capitalism on like a CNN poll they were just talking about like a day or two ago amongst Democratic voters.
Well,
and that project has been ongoing for a really long time and doesn't strike me as new at all. It seems very late stage.
So there's a couple threads I want to push on and pull on, but I do want to get to your definition of liberalism eventually. I have a definition of liberalism that I want to compare notes on.
Yeah, let's do. We should do that for sure.
But before we do that, when I say early stages, what I mean is that this is the first time that they have an actual chance of gaining political influence and power above just the noise level. And one of the reasons that is true, and that is the case, is because of the rise of Trump. Trump is, in my view, a large part responsible for the rise of the illiberal left, as I like to call them, because it's more than just the DSA, right? It's more than just the DSA specifically. There's a large group of illiberalism rising on the left and challenging the establishment, status quo, whatever you want to call it, that is being empowered by Trump. And not just directly as they are now, because I think you'd agree with me that Fox News and other Republican organizations are now promoting DSA candidates and bringing them on their show to showcase them. And the idea is it's going to show everyone how crazy they are, and it's going to help the right. And I think you ceded that to me.
I said that in my opening. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so like you agree with this, right? But I think that if Trump had lost in 2016, we wouldn't be seeing the rise of the DSA now. If Trump had lost in 2024, we wouldn't be seeing the rise of the DSA now. Do you disagree?
I think that it's just a misdiagnosis on almost every level, but the way that I look at the DSA,
pick one level. Let's start there. Right.
Well, the ideological capture of key U.S. institutions, mostly education, but we could talk about media, but education's where I spend more time thinking and researching, and because I'm a former teacher. But as universities and college and teacher training facilities and colleges in the country became increasingly dominantly left-leaning, like so left-leaning that you would be much more likely to find an open Marxist than a conservative in most of like a teacher training course or humanities course these days. I view Trump and Trumpism as a reaction to that. Like basically conservatives completely failed to stem the tide of a rising cultural, I'm going to use the term neo-Marxism, but you could talk about postmodernism, post-structuralism, whatever you want to call it, sentiment on the left. They failed to stem the tide, and they kind of bought into this idea that the right could only ever serve as a brake on the left. The left, was going to have the ultimate ends of history.
I mean, that's kind of what conservatism is. Conservatism is this idea that like liberalism doesn't have enough checks and brakes on it to where conservatism is meant to just kind of slow things down and have a slower process. That's literally like what conservatism is.
You know, whatever, the scales of justice are long, this sort of thing. And the right was there only to slow them down temporarily, but not actually to aim at any particular target. And Trump was a kind of vulgar groping in the direction of a recalibration. I don't think he does this consciously necessarily, though sometimes I wonder, or well all the time, which is oftentimes my frustration with him. But that it was a reaction to that, like the sense that what it meant to have American values was being fundamentally altered.
Sure, I disagree, and I think that we can look. My evidence of this is.
I super apologize. My kids are freaking out in the background. I'm gonna give me 1 second.
Oh, take care of family stuff. I will talk to my chat. Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
You're fine. I'll talk to Ryan's chat too while he's doing this. Okay, chat. I don't know you, but welcome. This is a thing that this is a game they like to play, and I'll save my arguments here. But like, if you're worried about an authoritarian figure coming in and reshaping the courts, or reshaping schooling, Trump's doing that, right? He's doing that now.
Small states get more electors per head, then I get what people are saying. I assume that the states with the larger population get more electors, and the numbers were based on population. They are to an extent, but it's about like districts, and the California, I believe, has like one elector for every like 700,000 people, whereas there's smaller states that have like one elector for every 100,000 people, and so it doesn't always even out proportionally. Like initially, small states with the smallest states even had to have at minimum 3 electors. So even if you didn't have like enough people or enough districts for the 3 electors, you still got 3 one way or the other to give you more of an advantage there.
That is what Trump is doing. If you're worried about the government coming in and taking up portions and nationalizing portions of private industry, Trump's doing that. Trump's doing that now. If you're worried about a social, a unitary party, right? Like by kind of bringing up all and kind of centralizing an authority, right? And taking away checks and balances and taking away the distribution of powers. Trump's doing that right now. This is all happening right now under Trump. So everything that they use to say that they fear us, right, of us doing, Trump's doing it right now. But I guess we'll wait for this back. All good?
Hey there. 1 second.
Fine? Look, family's first. So if you need
no, it should be okay. My wife's out of town, so I'm Mr. Momming it tonight. So hopefully they will go to sleep at this point.
Hopefully, we'll see. I don't know.
No promises.
Okay. We'll find out. So I guess where I would say that you're misdiagnosing, to get back to that portion, is all my life, and I'm an old man. I'm 43. I just had my birthday a few days ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I've survived, I guess, 33 revolutions around the sun. All my life, I've heard that Democrats are communists. They're socialist communists. This was a favorite weaponized language of people like, who was that talk show guy? What the fuck is his name? I'm blanking on him. He's dead now.
There's a bunch of them.
Not Alex Jones. No, there's a real, he won the Presidential Medal of Freedom, right, under, I think, Bush or Trump. Who am I thinking of? Come on, chat. Chat, help me out.
Gingrich?
No, Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh. Yes, the guy that everyone was listening to in the 90s and things like that. And a bunch of people have always painted the Democrats as socialist. And I think you even wrote an article on this that I read, saying that the overuse of the terms socialist and communist is like the boy crying wolf, right? If you cry wolf, cry socialist so many times, eventually, even though people come and check, oh, it's not actual socialism. Oh, it's not actual socialism. Oh, it's not actual socialism. Eventually, a socialist will come along. And when it's time to point out the socialist, no one's going to believe you. So when people point to the rise of socialism on the left, I think that most of that comes through, not all of it, But most of that can be laid at the feet of the people who made the term meaningless when they accused every single person of being a socialist.
No, that's. I think that's.
Are you so? Hold on. What are you saying no to precisely? Are you saying no that most Republicans and most Republican influencers since the 90s have painted everyone from Clinton to Obama to every moderate as a socialist?
You know, I mean, I agree that the term has been overused historically, but what I'm talking about is like, for example, like Paulo Freire, who's a overt Marxist educational author who wrote books like The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which, if you go on Google Scholar, has I forgot the exact number. It's somewhere like 70 to 100,000 citations. He's not just the most cited scholar in all of like educational theory for teacher training. He's one of the most cited scholars in all of the humanities, on the same level as people like Foucault, who, by the way, also postmodernist. But Freire is an overt Marxist, and was teaching the idea that education is a political act and that we should be teaching, in the Gramscian way, children to have critical consciousness and to awaken to the injustices of the world. So it's not like this is this isn't like a weird corner case theory. And I'm not talking about like what language political influencers were using. I'm saying that like there actually was ideological capture of key institutions along the way, which teach overtly Marxist things, but it didn't start with them. It started with the progressives in the 1900s who abandoned American morality, natural law theory, these kind of core American philosophies, and moved towards this idea, the teaching that, you know, society is what works, and that we have this kind of Darwinian evolutionary living model, which is kind of shades of the modern day moral anti-realism, moral subjectivism, and injected that into the way that we do education. And that opened the door down the road for people like Freire and others like him who've become very influential. And that this is, I'm not saying that this is, I don't know whether Rush Limbaugh accurately diagnosed these things when he called people communists, but I do know that that happened. And that has had a profound influence on the way that people, particularly young people who get degrees and go into the world, think. And that's the issue.
Sure, as someone who has been through the education system, not there as a teacher, but as a student, I can tell you that that did not happen in my instance, right? That I went to college in Florida. I went to, well, I shouldn't say specifics because people are weird, okay?
Yeah, don't.
But
don't.
I've been through the education system. I was not primed with socialist theory or primed to be a communist in any way, shape, or form. The exact opposite, in fact. And I think that you're overstating your case. There are absolutely a more leftward tint to education in America. That's just true. That would be silly of me to deny that in America, an education system, it's primarily taught and run by people who are on the left and sometimes the far left. And in fact, I have pushed against that kind of lack of diversity of thought, the lack of pluralism in our education system. That has been a problem. But that is not why we have the rise of the DSA today. Because as you said, this has been something that's been going on for decades. But it isn't until recently that the seeds have borne fruit. And that is because some of the basic checks and guardrails against that have been weakened for a variety of reasons. Two of those reasons are, one, the
Donald Trump.
Desecration of language.
Two of the reasons are Donald Trump being a piece of shit.
And helped and propped on and taken advantage of, right, by bad actors to pervert what socialism means, right? Today, kids today, that CNN poll you cited, a lot of people identify with socialism, but it's not socialism. It's just like a more kind of Nordic model of liberalism. It's not socialism, right? They have been, the word has been tainted. They hear socialism and they think Obama, but a little more left than Obama, right? That's what they think, right? That's why they identify with it. And this has been something that the right and the left have worked hand in hand to do, because...
Again, I disagree with this. I went over the polling earlier that makes, I think, makes it seem pretty obvious that that's like a really simplistic way of looking at this. But
people generally don't like socialism, or at least historically. So you had people like Rush Limbaugh, you had people like James Lindsay.
James Lindsay.
No, not James Lindsay. What's his name?
Yeah, James.
He recently died. There's a lot of
Oh.
A lot of people who died that you
yeah,
want to
yeah.
talk about.
Look, I'm forgetting names, but there's a lot of people on the right who have pushed this narrative that everyone on the left, all of us, were secret socialists, and Obama was a secret socialist, Clinton was a secret socialist, all these things, right? And the socialists have taken advantage of that, and they've used it to disguise themselves, to mask on, and say, yeah, I'm a socialist like Obama was a socialist. It's not so bad, bro. I'm a socialist like Clinton is a socialist.
Unfortunately,
it's not so bad, bro.
I think this is why.
Is that wrong, what I just said?
No, I think this is why you're going to lose this fight with them, because even if all of that is true, and I don't even think I disagree with most of that, the issue that I'm pointing out is that if you view the rise of socialism and the DSA and all these things as primarily a political vector, you're missing that they overtly and openly, like you read Gramsci, you read the people who cite Gramsci, talked about the need to capture culture before moving into politics. It's not a subtle thing. It's in the writings of the people these people cite and love. And then they did it. And then they did capture our educational institutions in the humanities, in various. I mean, it's your personal experience, and we can get into mine, and we can talk about where we differ on that. But the fact that this has happened is verifiable. You can look at the scholarship, like read Paulo Freire, like just read what he says.
I've read Gramsci,
critical race theorists.
I've read these Gramscian theorists and things like that. I understand the argument. I understand that the plan that they had. I am saying that they were failing in their plan. That they had while you could point to individual instances of them being successful, to act as if the culture had been captured by socialism is just, at least until the last maybe 5 or 10 years, incorrect. And the reason that they have gained what they have now, which I think that, well, maybe you would disagree.
It's called a long march because it takes a long time.
Can I just ask real quick? Do you think that in our culture today, socialism is more popular than it was, I think, any time since maybe the 30s?
I don't know. Probably, I'm not sure.
I would make that argument that
I think
maybe.
Well, no, it is like it. Even in the early, like obviously when we had McCarthyism, obviously McCarthyism really pushed out a lot of like ideas of socialism. The entire Cold War pushed out a lot of ideas of socialism from the general zeitgeist within our country. And so and then even just like polling shows that over the last couple of last 20 years, since 2010, it's people who are amenable to socialism or identify as socialists has more than doubled. So
maybe the 50s, right? Maybe in the last 30 years at least, right? In my lifetime.
By focusing only on the politics, what you're going to miss is how the seedbed was created. And certainly,
I just need you to respond to what I said, though, not to talk about the politics. I was talking about the culture. We're not talking about politics.
It sounded like you were talking about the politics.
No, I'm talking about the culture. I'm talking about in the culture, being socialist today is more popular, and we can look at the CNN polling.
Oh, sorry, I did respond. I said I don't know, probably, but I don't know, probably.
I don't know.
I've not looked at polling across time. Okay. I assume you're right.
In the last 30 years, at least, it might be in the 50s or something that it was more popular than now. I don't know, but at least now, today, in the last 30 years, it is on the rise. And I guess where we differ is I don't think that that's largely in part of this grand plan by socialists that have been going for 100 years, right? Even though I acknowledge that exists to some degree.
The thing is, when the bugbear was critical theory specifically, right? It was a conspiracy theory, and then it was a, right, racist, fascist, whatever the ism of the day was. And then it just turned out that people looked at, they're like, oh, there actually is a lot of critical theory being taught in educational institutions. And, oh, it turns out that, yes, this is actually a thing that's happening. And then you had people like Jonathan Haidt, who documented how various educational institutions like Yale changed their mission statement to incorporate social justice elements rather than only truth-seeking elements, because they recognized that the mission of their establishment had changed on the basis of these ideas. You can go back and you can trace how area studies started promulgating in these institutions.
So just to be clear, a group coming in and enforcing change upon a university to how they teach is bad, correct?
No, my point is, and I see what you're doing with, but the point I'm making is by fixating on Trump, you are going to lose this fight because you don't understand it. And what I'm trying to point out to you is that the actual fight with people who believe these things, and by the way, this is why I'm pitching my tent on the right, not the left, is because I tried to have this conversation and similar conversations with people on the left, and it was always dead-ended in present day politics. Like, you want to make the conversation about how much you dislike Trump. I believe you. I don't need to be convinced you dislike Trump. What I'm trying to say is, if the left really is going to throw off this parasite, you need to fight it where it lives. And where it lives is in our educational institutions primarily. That's the host. That's where it lives. If we did something about that, it would do wonders to fix the whole thing. But the fight is only done politically. And I think you're going to lose that fight in the long run because, and this is not you necessarily, though we can talk about it, but when I hear people talk about the DSA on CNN, but also in our corner of the internet, their objections are mostly practical. I don't think the electorate's going to go for it. I think it's too extreme.
Well, it's also political.
I don't think it's going to get votes. It's going to hurt us with the normies. They don't actually have principles.
But they say that the reason that it's not going to is because their ideas are untenable, or they're ridiculous or stupid or things of that nature. Like, they're talking about how anybody who actually would vote for these people, they're going to be a small minority, and they're trying to push the unpopularity of these things, not just the practicality of it.
Objections to these things because their principles were informed by the very cultural takeover that I'm flagging. So unless this is addressed, long term, you're going to lose. And that's the thing I'm trying to get through and try to flag for you.
I think that you're correct in that we have to fight this on multiple fronts. And if you look at my content, if you think that my content primarily today is Trump bad content, it's not, because I am fighting something that no one else is doing right now.
Unnecessary. The reason I'm talking.
This is so stupid. He keeps saying nobody else is doing this. Literally, this has been the entire fucking topic for everybody over the last month or two. And I mean, yes, he is a bit more retarded in the way that he engages with these topics. So in that sense, sure, he's the only one doing it to a ridiculous extent, but this is literally what I feel like I've been talking about the DSA before pretty much anybody else. And I was doing panels and doing tons of shows about the DSA before pretty much anybody else. And I know Destiny recently started talking about them a bunch. This has become a constant conversation all over this entire space.
To you is because you're the only person on the left I know who's having this conversation. But you don't need to convince me.
But we have audiences watching. I may not need to convince you, but I'm talking to my audience, and I'm talking to your audience, and I'm talking to other audiences who might view this, right? But my problem here is that we cannot win this fight from the right, because the right has fallen to it. If you were worried about private industry being nationalized by the government, then you should be worried when Trump nationalizes private industries for the government, which he did, right? If you were worried about central power authority coming in to dictate what universities can and cannot teach, then Trump already is doing that, right? If you were worried about the consolidation of power from a federalized system into a central authority, then Trump is doing that today. You cannot win this fight from the right, because the right has lost this fight because they don't have the actual principles in place, or they abandoned them, to actually fight socialism. You have lost your fight to authoritarianism specifically, right? You were weak to this. And I think that what I can learn from you is maybe some different ways to fight this on the education front. You are an educator. That's fair. But when we're talking that it cannot just be fought on the education front. It has to be fought on the cultural front. It has to be fought on the political front. It has to be fought on the influencer front. Because
well, plus there's not anything that he can do about the education front. There's nothing that Whick is capable of doing about that aspect of it. So even if that's where you think he should fight, how the fuck is he supposed to fight on the education front if he has nothing to do with education?
I think that rather than money in politics, and this is a little bit of a side, it's the influencer class, the staffer class that is causing us so much pain.
So,
right?
But this is where the chickens come home to roost, unfortunately. And the reason I say this is, obviously, you and I disagree about our assessment of the right, and we can. I mean, litigating that is almost tedious at this point.
Well,
'cause
we
we've done
disagree
it before.
on our assessment for the left too. We
Yeah, we can do it
disagree,
again.
right?
Well, look, I just let you
Why,
go on.
but why is it? Why is it? Hold on. Why is it tedious to do it for the right, but it's not tedious
I
for the
just
left?
let you go on a long tirade that was premised by me saying, I don't need to hear this. I know what your position is. You saying, I'm doing it expressly for the audience, even though you don't need to hear it, and me letting you say it anyway. So if we're going to, it'd be nice if you didn't interrupt me 2 seconds in after I generously let you just lecture the audience in the spirit of a conversation that we frankly know I don't need to hear because I already told you I knew what you were going to say. So sorry, man. That's
It is annoying. Yeah.
Disagree on our assessment of the right, and we can disagree about our assessment of the left. That's fine. The problem here is that we're heading into a post-Trump world very soon. Even stalwarts like Destiny are recognizing that the current Trump world paradigm is not adequate for whatever comes next. And it's just not going to be adequate for whatever comes next. So in that spirit, what I was hoping to have the conversation with you about was what can be done to fight this particular evil, because it is an evil. And the reason that I get frustrated about the speech is that the chickens came home to roost. All the time that people were calling Trump a Nazi or a fascist, the moral loading got extreme enough that now
They always say Nazi. Like, I don't know of really anybody who called him a Nazi. It's so fucking annoying that they always mention, they've called him a Nazi. Who? Who fucking called him a Nazi? Nobody's calling him that. That wasn't a real thing. People weren't running around calling him a Nazi all over the place. You guys are just big fucking babies, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Now that you have the DSA rising, they are being treated like, oh, the DSA is a problem and MAGA is a problem. So we have two equivalent problems. That's not true. The equivalent to Marxism is Nazism. And the MAGA are not Nazis. They might be things you disagree with, but they're not Nazis. What you have on the left is the equivalent of that. It is the rise of the particular pernicious form of left-wing ideology that we know to be evil and lethal if it is allowed.
The Nazis weren't actually fucking socialists, though. Oh, these people are so fucking stupid. What the fuck?
To run its course. It is the equivalent of Nazism, not whatever MAGA is, and that's the problem.
Okay. So first of all, I disagree with you that the right and MAGA are Nazis. I don't think they are. I don't think most of them are. Stephen Miller maybe, okay, but most of them are not. And that is a misdiagnosis. Socialism is not the opposite of Nazism. I would say, or the opposite side of the same coin thing, right? I would argue, in my enemy, and this is why MAGA and the DSA are both my enemy, is authoritarianism, right? Whatever flavor that might rear its head in. And I worry that the same reason I fight so much on Live and Learn and with other liberal creators and leftist creators who my frustration with them is that they do not recognize the existential danger of what they are facing. And I will agree with you. It's an existential threat. Would we agree there at least? Socialism and the rise of socialism on the left is existentially threatening to our liberal democracy.
To America and American values, yeah.
To our liberal democracy, yes. Liberal democracy everywhere, not just in America, right? But everywhere. I think that you are making a similar mistake as they are, and you do not recognize the existential threat that is posed by MAGA authoritarianism that has actually won over on the right. You are right that Trump himself is on the way out, right? And you are right to see MAGA is failing in the polls, it's failing in government, it's failing in its ability to win over voters. It's why the strategy right now of the Republicans in MAGA are not to fight against, right, or not to prop up their own wins, but to point out Democrats bad, right? Leftists bad. It's not going to work, unfortunately for them, fortunately for us. But because we are living in such a D+8 environment right now. We live in such an environment that is so preferential to the Democrats right now. That's why the DSA has a chance. In another environment, like in a D+2, D+1, they wouldn't have any chance at all. So this is the time. This they see this as their chance. And they even say this. I've heard Mike from PA say this, like it's now or not at all. This is their time. And I need to get across to those people on the left that that's an existential threat.
Yeah.
But I wish you would recognize that Trump is also an existential threat. And I know you don't like it, you find it tedious, but I don't think it's tedious.
I think at this point, we're not going to be able to avoid a tangent that's probably going to take up the rest of the conversation.
Okay.
But I think what we're going to have to do is talk about what we think American liberalism actually is at this point. Because I think I agree with you that people need to be wary of threats to American liberalism, but I disagree with you about like what American liberalism actually is. And that's probably the main source of our disagreement, if I had to guess. So maybe I don't know what the right way to lead into this conversation
I can
is.
just
But
give
like,
you my definition.
Okay, sure. Give me your definition. I might ask you some follow-up questions
Sure.
though, because
It's a pretty succinct. Liberalism is a political philosophy that protects individual liberty through equal rights, rule of law, democratic government, pluralism, and limits on state power. I think that's a good, succinct definition. It's not all-encompassing. We could probably get into more detail on each little bit, right? But I think that's a good starting spot.
I mean, I'm going to do the 4-year-old question now.
Sure.
Like why? Like why is any of that? Why does any of that matter?
Well, why does it matter? Because
Yeah, like why are those values good values?
Sure. These values protect our ability to have free agency, the ability to make choices and have those choices matter, and to seek our own, what did they say? In the pursuit of happiness, right?
Sure.
That is why it matters, that these, frankly, fundamental and core liberal values, right, protect us from oppression by bad actors. They protect us from oppression by the tyranny of the majority, right? And they protect us from tyrants and dictators. Those are the three things.
Okay. And I think that, obviously I'm a big fan of the Declaration. I think where the main disagreement I have with the modern quote unquote liberal movement is, I feel like they're progressives who rolled up the carpet behind them and called the status quo liberalism. There's been an ocean of change to the core American values over time that have been, I think, missteps and pushed us off of what American liberalism actually is. And those missteps need to be corrected.
Well, can
now,
you give us
one of them you flagged earlier, which was the DSA and the left as a whole is very invested in getting us closer to a one-to-one populist democracy. They would like to remove checks on the one-to-one democratic process. Our founders were deeply suspicious. In fact, the entire structure of the federal government was designed to prevent one-to-one populist democracy. And what we're seeing from the left is a continuous push to get closer to one-to-one populist democracy. That doesn't strike me as compatible with American liberalism. That actually strikes me as a threat to American liberalism, though it might make you feel like you're more free.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with what you're saying. But you
just talked about you wanted
American liberalism. I want to know what you think American liberalism is.
Hold on, but you just said earlier in this conversation that you wanted to get rid of the Electoral College, which is one of those checks.
Yes, because I think that while we could prevent all crime by arresting everyone, that's possible, right? But that would infringe on certain freedoms and democracy and other things. And I think that by getting rid of the Electoral College, we have so many other checks in place that is overkill. Much like arresting everyone would also be overkill to prevent crime, even though preventing crime is a perfectly good thing to seek, right? Is a good goal. There are steps you could take that are oversteps. And I think that the Electoral College in today's environment has proven itself to be an overstep because, again,
if I
may finish, right? Not every single thing in the original Constitution was good. They allowed slavery, for example. That was very anti-liberal. It was antithetical to the idea of American values, but it was a compromise they made at the time because of a variety of reasons, right?
No, that's not true at all. He is totally and fundamentally incorrect on this. It wasn't a compromise at all. the idea of like what they were doing was about like for all persons, for all people, and black people weren't considered people or persons at the time. It was not they were not compromising, because based on the way that they used the language at the time, they just didn't fit their definition of persons.
I think that getting rid of that was good overall to get us closer to liberalism, which is a balancing act in a lot of ways between competing rights that are in tension. And I think that by getting rid of the Electoral College, we get us closer to what I feel is a liberal society, right?
Why? Why is it? That's what I don't get. Like,
Sure.
why is it closer?
Well, we have, because there currently are too many checks in place on the will of the majority. It's good to have some. That's why I like the Senate, for example. The Senate itself is a check on democracy run amok, right? Democracy at scale, as you say.
So we
give each
already
state
weakened
two
that check.
representatives. We give each state 2 representatives to represent the will of a community and things like that. Even if the community is small, right? Such as, like, I don't know, Nebraska versus a larger community such as California, right? I think that those are good checks. The Supreme Court's another check, right? We have the Supreme Court, which can knock down legislation that violates individual rights just because the will of the majority said that that individual right they didn't want anymore. The Supreme Court's there, and as just a matter of law, to say this goes against the Constitution, and we're going to strike it down. And I think that's another check. I think what the Electoral College does is it provides, it imbalances things too much on the other side. But I'm not going to, like, to be clear, I'm not going to die on that hill. It's not something that's like an article of faith for me. If you can convince me that the Electoral College actually still serves its purpose today, fair enough. Whatever, right? Not a big deal.
Yeah. So I think where we're going to the reason that we're going to have some of these fundamental disagreements is I look at our system, and it is supposed to have a lot of checks on populist democracy. But a lot of the checks that we initially had don't exist anymore. One of them was that the franchise was limited. I don't think that the way it was limited was correct, but like it was limited. Another was that the Senate was appointed by the states, not voted on by the people. Now, another one that we flagged is that the states have a role in electing the president, but that's another one that we're going to get rid of. And another one was the idea that the Supreme Court would be interpreting an enduring
I do still want your definition, by the way.
We can get to that. Yeah, but
before we forget,
I'm trying to respond to your point.
Okay.
But then that got corrupted by the idea of living constitutionalism, where the court could invent rights that were not in the Constitution in the first place. So what I'm pointing out is that you want to get rid of one more check against populist democracy. The DSA wants to get rid of like 3 or 4. I want to restore more of those checks. And that's probably the fundamental difference in our worldview, and why I was asking why you think getting rid of the Electoral College would be a good thing. Because to me, I look at our system and I go, oh shit, we've eroded too many of the checks. We have too much faction capture. We have too much populist democracy. We actually need to restore the checks, not get rid of them.
I don't disagree that we've eliminated too many checks. It's just the areas of the checks that we've eliminated are things like now the executive has much more power than it ever has, right? Those checks on executive authority are far more important to me than the checks that have been like eroded there are checks like the fucking Electoral College. But I want to hear your definition of liberalism. Go ahead.
American liberalism is the attempt to create a government to secure our natural rights.
Okay, when you say American liberalism, how does it differentiate from liberalism generally?
Because when I talk to people like Helen Pluckrose, who are like more like European classic liberals, they ground their liberalism in like I'd say failed to ground, but they attempt to ground their liberalism in kind of just like secular preference. And American liberalism was grounded specifically in our relationship with our creator and in like an overtly objective moral framework, and not grounded in the same way, which makes it philosophically different, even though it often has the same outcome if you apply it to a situation.
Okay, what would you define? Because that just begs the question: what is natural rights under your definition? If American liberalism, and I'm going to repeat your definition, make sure I heard it correctly. I might not have, right?
That's not
Chat
what begging the question
me with those
means.
$50 super chats. I see you, and I'm going to get to them. Don't worry, we're going to read those super chats soon. Money is important. I'm a capitalist, okay? If you haven't noticed, but when you say that American liberalism is the attempt to create a form of governance that protects our natural rights, is Is that correct? Did I repeat it correctly?
Yeah, I'm just quoting the Declaration of Independence.
Okay.
To secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men.
Sure. What are natural rights what's your definition of a natural right?
Natural rights are objective moral obligations, duties, and corresponding rights that are inherent in humans and precede government. So they're not things that the government gives you. They are things that are inherent to your nature.
I don't know how this is liberalism. Can you explain that?
Well, it's the reason why you would care about liberalism. Like, why is free speech better than not free speech? Because we have a right to liberty, and that's inherent to human nature, and liberty is better than tyranny.
Yes, but that's the part that matters, is better. It's better. There's better outcomes. There's things that we enjoy about these that we find to be better. But we're talking about outcomes. We're not just like, oh, our God made us this way. That's why it's better.
Like, why do we want people to be able to have freedom of religion so that they can choose based on their conscience what's right and good and noble and true? Because that's inherent to our nature to be able to make these choices.
Ah, Tucker Carlson.
Why should property rights be protected? Because it is inherent in human nature to try to make your life better, to try to make the life of your children's better, and that entails acquiring and improving property. That's part of what it means to be a human. This is like it's a view of human nature and what it means to be a human and to have a good and noble society that is, in this case, grounded overtly in God, which is like a uniquely American spin on like the Lockean framework that we inherited. The Europeans didn't add that piece to it, but we did.
So what, in your opinion, makes protecting those rights, like what with my definition of liberalism, what is in conflict here? I feel that my definition of, from the rights that you have laid out, the reasons that you've laid out, my definition of liberalism, which I feel is kind of the classic definition of liberalism, it's one that's kind of universal. It's not unique to America, though I would agree that America, at least currently today, best represents it. I'm just curious, what's in conflict? Why is your definition in conflict with mine?
Well, my definition better explains why it is important to protect individual liberties when the majority does not want them.
Yeah, but it wasn't as much of a definition as it was an explanation for why you like it.
I fail to see how that follows, because again, I have in my definition, and let me check it again, make sure. Yeah, the political philosophy that protects individual liberty through equal rights, rule of law, democratic government, pluralism, and limits on state power. All of these things protect all the rights that you mentioned: private property rights, free speech, etc.
But they don't answer the why. And the reason that matters is because when you're dealing with like a socialist type, what they're going to say is, well, what does it matter if I have a right to liberty if I don't have enough financial wherewithal to enjoy it? What good is my right to life if I don't have any bread?
The liberals, the liberals have answered this, and that's why socialists usually hate liberals, right? They will side with fascists over liberals in most cases, right? The liberals have answers for these things.
But by your own admission in this conversation and in others, you would like to remove the check, at least slower than they would, but some more of the checks on populist democracy, which would eventually lead to the erosion of those very rights. Like if you get rid of the Electoral College, that is one more move towards the faction capture and tyranny of the majority that our founders vehemently decried.
Sure, and if you let people run free from their prison cells, crime will increase. Yes, perhaps, but it will get us to a more liberal place that does protect freedoms overall. Because again, part of liberalism is protecting the right of the individual to dictate how they are governed, to have a say in that. And
I cringe every time I hear "beg the question." Yeah, every time somebody says like, "Well, that begs the question of." Like, and then they explain like a question that they think is, yeah, every time I'm like, that's not begging the question. Fuck.
I think that by getting...
Oh. My earbuds just died. Give me just a moment, folks. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining. If you haven't hit the subscribe button yet, make sure you do that. And then also... We got some events coming up in the Discord. We got movie nights. We got other stuff that we're doing. And we do call-ins fairly regularly. If you guys want to call in, you're welcome to join the Discord now and hop in the waiting room. We'll pull you up. I'm always open to have a debate with somebody who has some sort of contention. But otherwise, you can join the Discord and continue in conversations. And then also, the majority of the content that I cover here, it's given to me by content suggestions through the Discord. So if you ever have something that you think, hey, I wonder what Tom has to say about this, or I'd like to see him cover it, you can send it to me through the Discord in the channel content suggestions. So make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description, or you can put !Discord in the chat. But first, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining. We're only at 56 likes. We got like 120 people watching. We need more than that. What the fuck?
If I may finish, in my argument, and again, I won't die on this hill. I might be wrong here because my principle isn't electoral college, right? My principle is what can we do to protect the individual right to have a say in how they are governed, but also prevent the mob from being able to have the will of the majority override the individual's rights to that choice. So these are things that are in tension, right? There's a tension between these two things. And I think that the liberal policies provide relief of that tension, or at least allow us to live with that tension in a way that is better than any other isms. So to frame my opposition to the Electoral College is, if we get rid of this, it's like this slippery slope fallacy that the removal of the Electoral College means I'm the same as someone who wants to abolish the Senate. I just reject that framing. I think that's unfair.
Well, I started researching this recently, and I looked back and I was like, God, how did we get to this place? And, in the early progressive era, like the Woodrow Wilson era, there was a move to say that the limitations on the kind of Jeffersonian government were, he called them Newtonian, but the government needs to be Darwinian and evolving. And we can't be constrained by a constitution or like a set of values that's outdated. So we need to institute the income tax, but only for the very wealthy and only temporarily. Surely. We need to change the 17th Amendment.
Surely.
We need to, totally change the structure of our government in the same arc that you're describing, which weakened all the checks that I've been concerned about and raising, and led to the place where you have the ultimate risk of faction capture, which is that when you have one person who can vote to get a raise from somebody else's pocket, you dramatically change the nature of what democracy is about and what the stakes are. Now that plays forward, and we just see continuous removals of these checks over time, and always it's the left pushing, and always it's the right ceding ground and halting them only temporarily, but never regaining any ground. And unless you think the arc of history is in the direction that the leftists are trying to take it, then there needs to be a stopping point. There needs to be a limiting principle. There needs to be an enough is enough point.
What the fuck? Ignore what? What did I ignore? I didn't ignore anything. I'm looking at the fucking chat.
And what the problem I have is that I don't think that there are articulable limiting principles that will bear the weight that they need to bear. Because ultimately, someone's going to say, well, God, Whick, I get that freedom of speech is great and all, but isn't hate speech harmful? Yeah, and if all you have is
You asked a question? Oh, it might be on Top Chat again. Yeah, it is. If it doesn't pop up on the screen, I can't see it. It won't let me scroll up and look at it.
There's a private preference for this
from the right, at least in my at least in the modern sense of things, that these fears that you have of these limitations being eroded are happening primarily today politically from the right. When we talk about arresting people for their free speech or detaining people for their free speech, that is happening on the right far more to the left. Can I finish? I let you go on this rant for a long time. Allow me to respond, please.
Okay, you can say this, but I'm just going to go right back to the same
Okay,
topic.
you
and
can
not deal with
because I
this.
understand that you can't address these points.
No,
but that's fine. But
It's not
you're
relevant.
filibustering because you won't let me respond. I gave you quite a bit of time.
Sure.
I think I've been very, very fair. Allow me to actually talk.
I'm just
right? Allow me to actually talk, and you can address all my inconsistencies or errors as you see them after I'm finished. But I have to be able to get it out before you correct me on something that I am not incorrect about. One of the things that one of the frustrations I have with talking to you is you do this. You play the clock, right? And you're distracting me now. And I'm complaining about you instead of addressing my point. And let me get to my point here, right? I understand that we have had changes in our system in the last 100 years, right? That have, in many ways, gone towards a more progressive bent. But they have always been in line with liberal values. Like, for example, protecting individual liberties through equal rights. The Civil Rights Act and other such movements, the Civil Rights Movement, largely changed the system in a way that made it more liberal, not less, right? The removal of the ability for states to appoint the senator instead of people within that state to elect that senator removed an obstacle to liberalism, which is, again, the right of the individual to have a say in how they are governed. That it was made more possible by the 17th Amendment, not less. Now, I'm with you that not every change has been good, right? That not everything that has been removed has been a good thing. I think that a lot recently of the removal of checks on executive power, both from Supreme Court decisions and in executive overreach with, what are they called? Executive orders? Yeah. That on the right and the left, no one's been good at that, right? But the right has been at least orders of magnitude worse. When it comes to fiscal responsibility, which isn't necessarily a liberal value, but it protects liberal values, right? Being able to stay out of the slavery that is debt, right, does protect our liberal values to actually make choices and have freedom, right? The right has jumped up our debt far more than the left ever has. And we have to make these comparisons. It's not a both sidesism, right? It's comparing, like, if you actually care about these things, you want to vote for the side that is doing it less. And last thing, and then I'll cede the mic, right? I think that you are doing this thing where you're saying any sort of removal of an obstacle or a removal of something that was traditionally in the Constitution is going to inevitably lead to the dissolution of all checks. And I just reject that framing. I don't think that is necessarily true.
So what we were talking about was not to vote left or vote right. I would not waste my time.
I know. That's why, again, most of my talking about was about removing checks, which you did say
were... Holy shit. You can't complain about me interrupting you and then instantly interrupt me.
I'm matching energy, boy.
Okay, we can blood sport it if you want to, but I did let you say a long soliloquy of things that I thought were off point.
That you're not responding
to. In your lengthy soliloquy, though, what you pointed out was that all the changes that I was pointing out as being problematic because they increased the one-to-one faction capture enabling populist democracy, you think are good things. And you said they were good things expressly because, and I'm trying to get the language right, it gives people a say in their government more than they used to have, and that's liberalism. But that's the very thing I was saying that is the problem. The modern version of liberalism views one-to-one democracy as the ultimate goal and ideal. And when something is removed that blocks that, it is automatically viewed.
Okay.
It is automatically viewed as a good thing.
For you. Go ahead.
Wick, did you say that it was a good thing that we would remove the 17th because it gave people more of a say in their government?
Individuals more of a say, a direct say in their government.
Okay.
But I also acknowledged.
So you did say that I wasn't fucking hearing things.
But part of lying is lying by omission, right? And part of misrepresenting a point is leaving out pretty important portions of that point to change the context. And the context of what I'm saying is that to protect liberalism, which I already stated should have checks on mob rule, it's a balancing act. These things are in tension. The tension between the individual's right to dictate how they are governed is in tension with the right of the individual to be protected from majority tyranny, the tyranny of the majority, right? I think that it is a better balance that the individual voter gets a chance to vote who their senators are rather than the governor or the state legislator appointing them. I think that is better. That does not mean that I think that it's one-to-one democracy is the best.
What is the balancing point then, Wick? Where does it stop?
Well, one point it stops is not abolishing the Senate. One point it stops is not abolishing the Supreme Court.
Where does it
Those
end?
are two pretty good lines, I think, that are
Why not?
fair. I think that because then the balance is off. Then
why? What's the difference? Like, why is that
I'm telling
meaningfully
you,
different from your position?
I'm telling you. Then we have a critical lack of protections, antibodies, right, in the system that allows the majority to just run rampant. It's like a body. A body has antibodies, right? If you have too many antibodies and they start attacking your cells, that's bad. But it's also bad if you have too little antibodies, because then viruses run free. You have to have a balance. And you may disagree with me on this, and that's fine. But to act as if I'm not seeking the correct balance by saying these checks are good and these checks are bad, right? It's misrepresenting my position.
No, the problem is, Whick, that, okay, you think, let's get rid of the Electoral College, and I don't think you said this, but I'm just going to describe it to you in hopes that it's true. And that's the last one. That's the last one we're getting rid of.
That I can think of. Yeah.
That's it, right? On the larger left, that puts you in the fringe right position. Like, you're in the rightmost position. The rest of the left either agrees with you or tends to go the other direction. There are very few people on the left who would say something like, we need to restore more of these checks. We need to go the other way. In fact, if you listen to Kamala Harris and other leaders talk, they do the exact opposite. So my point is, if all you're saying is we need to reach this equilibrium point, you might have a preference for the equilibrium point being get rid of the Electoral College and no more. But that doesn't leave you with sufficient leverage to prevent the mob at your back from pushing it further. And it's always been pushed further. It's never gone the other direction. The carpet always gets rolled up behind us, and then we say this is the status quo, and we could improve it by getting rid of one more of these checks, just one more this time. It's the just the tip argument done politically. And that's the concern, that it's this endless just one more thing. And then but it's never the last thing. So I don't think that you're identical with the DSA. I certainly don't think you're the same politics as them. I just think that ultimately your politics will lead to the erosion of these checks more slowly, and they'd like to erode them more rapidly. And that seems to be the most substantive difference.
One of the greatest things about my form of liberalism, which I feel is a correct form of liberalism, is that it has natural protections against the kinds of overreach that you are alluding to, because it allows and limits and diversifies power amongst the state and amongst the people and amongst institutions within that state and amongst branches of government. In any individual faction or individual branch that wants to take it too far, there will be a reaction to it. Look at the Supreme Court as an example, right? The Supreme Court has been rolling back a lot of what the right would consider very illiberal, very unconstitutional things. Roe v. Wade, for example, got rolled back very recently. So to act as if this never only goes one way and never the other is just not true, right?
We were talking about populist democracy.
Hold on. We took something that was a centralized power in the Roe v. Wade thing, and then we federalized it, which is much more liberal, right, than the centralizing of authority here, right? I think that, look, at the end of the day, I don't believe you when you say that most of the left wants to abolish the Senate, or most of the left wants to even end the Electoral College. I think I might be in the minority even there, right? I think that when it comes to this idea that
Whick,
the left...
Kamala Harris gave a speech calling to end the Electoral College and pack the court.
Yeah, when she had a primary, she got less than 2% of the vote.
Well, okay, but what I'm saying is, Whick, if she doesn't represent...
I don't know. I think a majority of the left might be in favor of... Let's see. Approximately 80 to 82% of Democrats favor replacing the Electoral College with a national popular vote. So yeah, that's there you go.
Represent a mainstream view. What could I possibly point to that would represent a mainstream view? She was your candidate
I'll give you
in the last election.
I'll give you something you can point to.
No, this is it's very frustrating when it's like, oh, it couldn't possibly be a thing. And even when there's an example of the most prominent politician on your side saying exactly the thing I'm talking about, that's not enough of an example. That's a little bit frustrating.
Well, we can point to elections, right? We can point to ballot initiatives. We can point to things where there is direct democracy that takes place and see, are these kinds of initiatives winning? Are these kinds of things winning out? And for the most part, they are not, right? I will give you that there are some areas of America, the left right now, where the DSA is ascendant. We can look at New York City, right? We can look at Wisconsin, apparently, unfortunately. We can look at some other areas, and I would grant you that those people want bad things. That's why I oppose them, to be clear. That's why I'm against them, is because they want this kind of authoritarian, illiberal kind of rejection of checks on mob rule, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I just reject the premise. I think you're making a faulty argument when you say that because I have because I want the equilibrium point slightly to the left, even though I don't know if getting rid of electoral college is that to the left, maybe. Because I want that policy, that means I'm weakening the check so much that it will just continually slide to the left. I don't think it will. I think liberalism has antibodies that will prevent it.
It's a balancing point, and they just want to balance it slightly differently. But there are some. It's just a balance,
like load-bearing things, right?
What? What's
like
the
a chair.
thing?
I know that if I have 4 stools on a chair, I can get rid of one and I can rearrange the other, so 3 is still stable. 2 is not. 2 will fall. So we have a natural point where we can say we can remove one and it'll be fine. But if we remove 2, it won't be fine. And I think that this works in the same way. There is a point where if you remove too many of these checks, it's obviously going to fall. And I think that we can point to those points and we can use data to show that this is the case. And I think that the chair example is a great example here.
Yeah, I appreciate the callback to my load-bearing norms argument with Dev. If we're going to talk about then load-bearing norms, we'd have to figure out which ones are in fact load-bearing. Like with Dev, I made the argument that the combination of substantive due process, filibuster breaking, and court packing is, at least in the aggregate, load-bearing because it allows you to basically wash out any other check. That check would let you destroy
Do you know my position on court packing?
Yeah, I do know your position on court packing. So
I tend to agree with your argument.
So then, but I'm trying to flesh it out. Like, what are the other load-bearing norms that we can point to so that when the Democratic Party, inevitably, in my opinion, but I would love to be wrong about this. I hope you are right and I am wrong. But can we map these out so when the Democratic Party, in my view, inevitably targets these load-bearing norms, we can identify that it's fucking happening?
Sure. I think that's a fair project. I couldn't give you all the ones, every single one right now, but I could give you a good set of principles in order to use to guide you to find those. Can I finish? Can I answer your question?
Court packing? Load-bearing?
Yeah, court packing, at least right today, probably load-bearing. I'd give that an 80% chance of being load-bearing.
Broad filibuster breaking?
Less of a chance of being load-bearing, but still load-bearing. Like I'd give that a 65 to 70% chance. How's that?
Filibuster breaking to recognize new states?
Filibuster breaking for any reason at all, because it would allow all these things.
Recognizing new states has it just has this kind of like constitutional loophole-ism that's in it. That's a bit of a
this is why. Hold on. This is why I, instead of going individually by each thing where I don't know the rules and the laws specifically, what I do is I use a broad set of principles to guide me when I am unfamiliar with the specifics. And as I learn the specifics, I can apply my principles to them. Sometimes I try to be correct in this, but I'm not a perfect man, right? Sometimes I apply them incorrectly, but I look at these broad, specific sets of principles, and I use those to guide me in my decision-making process when the decision when the decision is unclear, when the choice isn't readily, obviously clear to me which way is the way to go. And I bet you're going to guess what those sets of principles are. I bet you can guess.
I bet I could. So, but I just want to make sure I don't lose the thread.
Yeah.
We're going to be faced almost, I wouldn't say certainly, but almost certainly, I'd call it 80% odds that with a left-leaning candidate who's going to be in favor of court packing and a right-leaning candidate who isn't. That's probably what 2028 looks like.
I would say, and I'm not super, I give this 50-50 odds, so I'm not super confident. I say that, unfortunately, in the populist movement that we are in the country, that both sides will advocate for a form of court packing. They might look different, but they'll advocate for something like that. And the evidence I have for this is that when you talk about the filibuster, for example, Trump advocates for getting rid of the filibuster.
Yeah,
there's people on the right who advocate for getting rid of the filibuster.
Yeah, there are people. There's obviously people on both sides.
But what I'm saying, the reason they do that, but the reason that they're doing that is because our populism is ascendant in America, right? And populist ideals, which getting rid of the filibuster, which packing the Supreme Court, they are not left, not right. I would consider them populist, right? These are, can I just real quick, These are populist, and I would that. Well, no, because it's 50-50, so I wouldn't bet on that low odds. But there is a large chance that the right also has a populist messaging when it comes to the courts.
Yeah. I think we're likely going to get a situation where there's some.
This is a really obnoxious conversation to listen to. Holy shit. This is something else. Sheesh. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. We might move on fairly quickly on this. This is giving me a headache.
Somebody on the right who's uninterested in court packing, and you can talk about whatever the reasons why, but that's just going to be the case. And there's going to be somebody on the left who is openly advocating for it or has openly advocated for it. And I suspect it's not going to make a great deal of difference to a majority of Democratic voters. Maybe I'm wrong, and I would be delighted to be wrong about this. It would honestly make me, it would fill me, it would be the anti-black pill. It would fill me with hope for the country if I was wrong about this. So I hope I am. But I suspect that that's going to be the case, because I don't think that the balancing act that you've described actually provides people with like an ideological backbone about things like this. I think that what people are going to do is that they're going to end up saying, yeah, that would be, that would be good for us policy-wise.
I don't know if you believe this. Do you believe that most voters have an ideological backbone of any kind?
I think they should, but they
no, I agree with you that they should. I don't think they do.
Yeah, well, this is the heart of remember that conversation we had with PF Young a long time ago?
No, I know it happened, but I couldn't tell you what it was about.
Oh, by the way, holy shit! Does that guy hate people with tiny hats? Whew, things have changed.
Oh, he's an anti-Semite. Yep.
Oh my God, Jesus.
And this can, just an aside, and this could
this is a huge tangent, but
yeah, this might be a point of like we shake hands on this. Anti-Semitism is on the rise everywhere, and it's crazy.
Oh yeah, it's wild out there. I'll tell you. I mean, I had a lovely conversation with him for like an hour and 45 minutes about nothing to do with Israel, and then I was like, "Hey man, I gotta go." And he's like, "Before you go, what do you think about Israel?" And it just turned into this like death spiral of a bloodbath after that.
There was a time in Twitch poll where it was a joke. It was a running joke that you couldn't have any debate except for it became a trans debate. Trans issues would be brought up no matter what the topic was. Doesn't matter, right? Court packing? No, we're going to talk about trans issues. You want to talk about, I don't know, like fucking foreign policy? Nope, we're going to talk about trans issues. That has been replaced with Israel stuff.
Yep.
Israel-Palestine is the trans debate of Twitch poll now. It doesn't matter what debate you're having. Israel and Palestine is coming up, right?
Yeah,
like we're going to be debating that.
I laughed my ass off because I was trying to explain to him, like I was getting into the natural rights thing, and I was like, I view natural rights as the flowering of the Judeo-Christian tradition, and he's like, Christian, like let's remove the word Judeo, and I was like, oh, that's a warning sign. But anyway, that's I digress, because it's like, okay, you couldn't even let me use the term, yeah. So I don't know. I think that the reason I brought that up is that, to go back to our conversation, is that fundamentally, I do believe that America's a creedal or propositional nation. And when you believe that, then you're locked into a particular philosophy. It's not a random philosophy, it's that philosophy. If you're a creedal or philosophic nation and then you abandon the philosophy, you don't really have much left. That's kind of the thing, right, at that point. And my concern is that I agree with you, I don't think people are ideologically armored in this uniquely American way sufficiently, but that was, again, part of the progressive project. It was expressly if you look at the writings of John Dewey and Woodrow Wilson, their goal was to teach differently and to avoid this type of anarchistic, anachronistic, Newtonian
I was about to say,
thinking.
Anarchistic was not part of the founding.
Anachronistic. Okay. They overtly and expressly were attempting to move beyond this worldview, and I don't know that as Americans we get to. I don't think we get to do that and still be America on the other side of it.
I think that let me say it this way, because you're going to yell at me, because the example that comes to mind is Reagan and his famous speech, City on the Hill, and how that was part of the American creed. And I believe it was this idea that anyone could come from anywhere and become American, right? That was what it meant to be an American, is we got people from all over Europe, from all over other countries that could come into America's shore and become American. And we all haven't been perfect on that. We had slavery, for example.
It's a croissant, but it's filled with Crap, I can't remember what it's called. It's like a creamier peanut butter. I forget. I can't think of the name. For some reason, it's blanking on me, but Nutella? No. It's a bit richer. I got that, and then I also got this, which is another pastry. Pistachio, yeah. Yep. It's so fucking good, dude. You can see the pistachio inside right there. Oh, fucking amazing.
All right, that's a big, easy one, right? Like we've never lived up to our ideals perfectly, but we had these ideals that we would shoot for. And nowadays, people call Reagan a commie, right? Because of his speeches on these things. And heritage Americanism has become a fungus, a mold on the right that is dangerous in the way that I think the DSA is a danger to the left, right? It is fundamentally eroding the building blocks of what it means to be American. But that's coming from people on the right, right? It's coming from people, the heritage American people specifically, who say you can't be American unless you've been here for X amount of years. It's insane.
Yeah, but I mean, it's funny because I mean, maybe you just don't remember the conversation. But it was a bad one because I had a bad mic back then. But the the reason that you and I were talking to PF Young was that we were arguing that it was in fact useful to police what James Lindsay had coined the woke right, and and I was on your side in the conversation. So it seems unlikely that you're going to get pushback from me about the heritage Americans type.
Sure, but that's just an example of where I think that like I understand that. You pay it lip service, much like Josiah. Josiah will pay lip service to the threat that the DSA represents. But if I look at all his videos, there's none that I can see where he's calling that out. It's Trump bad, like 100 billion videos.
Oh,
of Trump's bad.
Why do you think
he needs to call it out?
No, why do you think people like
just like you need to call it the right?
Why do you think people like me and Rob and Andrew are going so hard in the paint on the Charlie Kirk thing?
I couldn't even begin to guess why Andrew and Rob are doing it. I think that you do it because you just fundamentally disagree with. Like I view you as a more honest actor than Wilson.
Well, I think they are. They are A, the conspiracy theorists are just wrong and crazy, and that's important. B, like the man died, as you recall. Like we were on stream together when it happened, and it was like a. I think it's an event that stands out in a lot of people's minds for obvious reasons. Sure. But C, that is the current fulcrum of one of the fights on the right. Like amongst the factions on the right, one of the fights is the right going to be team conspiracy theorist who just makes up shit about Egyptian planes and fucking secret Mossad agents? Is it going to be that kind of QAnon adjacent party in the next cycle? Or is it not going to be? Is it going to be more of a TPUSA type party?
I would agree that that's why you're doing it.
That's a fight. That's a fight worth having.
I would agree with it. That's why you're doing it. I don't think Wilson is doing it for that reason. I think Wilson sees an easy dunk and an easy way to promote his brand. That's why.
Well, I mean, I know you don't like Andrew. I do like Andrew. We're gonna have different. We don't need to litigate whether we take Andrew at face value. But the point is that like those fights are happening on the right. They might not have the same vector that you're looking for.
You're doing it now because look. If you guys wanted to fight against,
I'm doing it now.
I'm not talking you specifically.
Okay, because
I'm talking the right in general.
If we're talking,
sorry.
If we're talking to audiences,
I'm painting with two specific brushes. I'm talking the right in general. Okay?
When I started my channel, the overt thing I said when I started it was, I don't think the ideas and values I have will find any purchase on the left. I've tried. I don't think it's going to happen. I think there is room for them on the right. And I would like to start something so that when we get to 28 and a post-Trump world, I have some momentum. So this is absolute, and this is not for you. This is for the audience in the spirit of talking to audiences. But that was the overt mission statement of the channel and its reason for being.
Okay. Fair enough. No, fair enough. That's a good correction on your end. I won't include you in this. But the right has been talking about Obama being a secret Muslim, Clinton being a secret communist. All these conspiracy theories have been on the right. It's entrenched, man. It's entrenched.
Yeah,
and this is just the latest. This is just the latest kind of manifestation of that problem that the right has. And the reason it's being tackled is because it takes away a weapon you guys have against.
In fucking Ryan Mullally and Rob Noerr are no better. Like, they do the whole like, oh, we're upset with this because they're going after Erica Kirk and she's just a sweet little old lady that everybody should feel bad for because she's a fucking widow. Like, yes, Candace Owens is a piece of shit, and all the shit like conspiracy theories that she's coming up with are absolutely disgusting. But also, this is just like what it is that the right has become. They're all a bunch of fucking nutjob conspiracy theorists who are incapable of making an argument without going off into la la land. All of the shit about January 6th, all of the shit about the fake electors, all of the shit about the 40 million illegal immigrants that came into the country, all, like every single thing, every single fucking time you argue with them, they have to make up a bunch of extra bullshit to try to justify their arguments or to try to justify whatever it is that Trump is doing in order to continuously land on the side of Trump. They're all the fucking same. They're all a bunch of nutjob conspiracy theorists. This is what Trump created, and this is what all of them have defended the entire fucking time. This is the type of logic and the type of thought process that they've promoted.
Against the left, and it takes away the weapon that some of the people on the right have against the left, which is Charlie Kirk. The official thing is that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and Tyler Robinson was on the left, right? That's the official story, right? And because this conspiracy theory takes chunks out of that, it defangs that. That is why many are fighting on the right are fighting against that, not because they have any problems with conspiracy theories. I would argue that many of them don't, because they play with conspiracy theories and have for decades.
Yep.
So
Well,
I think you're
mean,
misdiagnosing this.
I'm sure people have different and potentially mixed motivations. I think it is good for the right to have a strong Turning Point USA. I think so. You know, I think it is good. But I mean, the ultimate point I was making, Whick, is that these fights are being fought. They're not. It's not like they're not being fought. You might not like the people fighting them, and you might not like the motivation.
No, I hope you win in this fight.
I would expect you not to, because you're not on the right, right? So
yeah, but I hope you win against this this particular conspiracy theory.
Like, by the way,
I just wish you guys had fought against like Pizzagate and stuff like that.
Me and Destiny don't get along particularly well. I hope he fucking trashes the DSA in a bunch of debates because they deserve to lose. You know, like I think we can at least agree on that. That these are fights worth having, and we can appreciate the people who are having them, even if we don't agree on other things.
No, sure. I want the truth to prevail. And in the case of Charlie Kirk, it's just true that Tyler Robinson killed him.
Yeah.
At least that's all the evidence suggests. That
all the
that
evidence
seems
points
to
that
be
way.
the case, and that's just true. And this is the thing. Like, a lot of people will attack me for being like either, oh, you're secretly Republican, which I get a lot these days, or you're just a commie. You're a mask on. I've seen like I watched the video that you made, calling me out or saying that you wanted a conversation. I don't know if you called it a call out video. It really wasn't.
It wasn't really a call out video, but
there was a little call out. But
it was a reminder that August 15th coming up.
Yeah, I read I read your comments, bro. Your audience, or at least the ones that commented, think I'm a secret commie that I'm masking on, right? A good portion of them were of that nature, right? That Whick is a liar. That Whick is actually secretly this communist socialist thing. Those kinds of conspiracy theories are part and parcel of the right. I don't think you can escape them. Now, it's good that you're fighting this one.
Whick, my brother in Christ. On X, one of your fans commented, Ryan is the kind of guy who should be sent to camps. Like, you know, like if you look at your...
That's... Neither one of these are really like conspiracy theories, but okay. Weird.
Comments right now, are they going to be wildly favorable, talking about my lovely intellect,
that's a fair point,
my scholarly aptitude, my mastery of Supreme Court case law? I don't think so. I think they're saying some fucked up shit about me because they view me as somebody who is a gateway drug
to rightward
Yeah,
thinking.
you're holding the door open for very bad people.
The way my chat views you as a gateway drug for fucking commies. So, like we are in many senses occupying mirrored positions across the aisle from each other, which is what makes these conversations particularly interesting. But I'm sure your chat says all the same shit about me that my chat says about you.
Well, let's see. I have no animosity to Ryan. Fat Camp, LOL. Buy more. We have disagreements. Ryan is the kind of guy who should have had pizza and sit on the couch. Mean comment, bro, you're dumb as fuck. Faulkner says because you lie to them. Headless Chicken does say you're a gateway drug to fascists. He does say that. He said directly. And this other guy's like, yes, the gulag for Ryan. So some of these are funny though. Some of look. Some of them look. I'm okay.
I mean, this is the latest MSnow video that just came out about this.
The Zapruder film, 26 seconds, 486 frames, silent and in color. A home movie taken by a dressmaker named Abraham Zapruder on November 22nd, 1963. It captured the assassination of a president. This film wasn't shown on television until 12 years after its recording.
For 2 years, he, like most Americans, believed in the official version, the Warren Commission version of what happened, but the day he first saw that 8mm Zapruder film, that amateur film that was made, that was the day he stopped believing.
It triggered our most popular and enduring political conspiracy theory, that Kennedy wasn't killed by a lone gunman, but by a cast of conspirators, foreign and domestic, hiding behind a patsy. Fast forward more than 50 years to another assassination, this time of a Republican activist who dominated new media, arguably swayed elections, and wielded huge influence over Trump's cabinet picks, a 31-year-old who many on the right hoped would someday be president. This assassination was captured by scores of cameras from as many different angles and broadcast immediately to millions on smartphones. The Zapruder film, a grainy home video, had the power to make many Americans believe their government had orchestrated the assassination of John F. Kennedy. The videos of the killing of Charlie Kirk, live and at the speed of social media, could have even more power to splinter a political movement and maybe shatter what's left of a shared reality. Whatever you think of Charlie Kirk, campus crusader, MAGA kingmaker, hate-monger, he was one of a kind. A teenager who talked his way into the conservative movement, and by 31 was a major voice in picking President Trump's second running mate and current vice president.
J.D. Vance is the best for a lot of different reasons.
He was a media giant with millions of followers and billions of views.
This video that you're about to see, 1 billion people saw. Who knows what it means for the election and for the civilization?
I'm Brandy Zadrozny, a senior reporter at MSnow, and I've been covering the MAGA movement for over a decade. I've watched how politicians and operators on the right embraced conspiracy theories. In that time, I saw what was once fringe become normal. Conspiracy theories became constant. Presidential elections, QAnon, a pandemic, and I watched as Charlie Kirk pushed those conspiracy theories into the mainstream right.
Allegedly, Haitians are going around and taking people's pets and eating them.
After his death.
Bro, dude. No fucking way. This is one of the dumbest fucking things that has ever happened in American politics. That is one of the most embarrassing fucking things that has ever happened in American politics, is Donald Trump standing on the presidential debate stage saying that the Haitians are eating your cats and dogs. Holy fucking shit, dude.
A machine powered up, one that runs on distrust, one that Kirk helped build. And it did exactly what it was designed to do. It rejected the official story.
The question is, was he the shooter?
It seems like we're being spoon-fed a narrative.
I now believe there is a federal level of corruption and conspiracy involved in this murder, okay?
Now, a cottage industry of conspiracists say Kirk's accused killer is a patsy, suggest his widow Erica is in on a cover-up, and that our own government, or a foreign one, ordered the hit. This far-out content has incredibly convinced millions, unleashing waves of harassment against those who were closest to Kirk, breaking apart one of MAGA's most powerful alliances between politicians and conservative influencers.
We should not say things like, they shot Charlie.
Candace knows I disagree with her on this.
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
It's also building a captive and paranoid audience on top of his grave.
Where are Charlie's homies at? Why are you guys all silent? Something's not right. We don't know, but we know.
And soon, we're gonna know now.
This is a story about what happens when a political movement built on conspiracy theories becomes the target of one, when what they've built comes for them. I've spent months following the story. It's taken me to the university in Utah where Kirk was shot.
I didn't know that she was going to take it in this direction. I didn't know that she was going to make it about the fact that this is like what the conservatives built, that they kind of made their own beds, and now this is where things have gone. I had no fucking idea that's where this was going.
To the turning point stages where his widow is fighting to keep hold of his legacy, into the Provo courtroom where prosecutors are building the case against his alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, and into the unhinged online universe where creators are dismantling that case and selling another story, just asking the question,
who actually murdered Charlie Kirk?
And who shot Charlie Kirk? Who killed Charlie Kirk? You know we're getting close.
We need to know.
I first met Candace Owens in 2018. Okay, so first, I really appreciate you taking this time. I know that this was
Sorry, started out in a Twitter battle.
I'd come to Stanford University to see her speak with Charlie Kirk. Kirk was just 24 years old then. He'd worked social media on Trump's 2016 campaign and was back to building Turning Point USA, the group he'd started 4 years earlier to fight the left on college campuses and to recruit young Republicans.
If you're asking me, do I think the black community has been crippled economically, the answer would be yes. It has been crippled economically by Democrat policies.
Kirk was crisscrossing the country, owning the libs, and building a digital enterprise on the back of his college debate tapes.
What have I ever said that's racist? Name one thing.
You've enabled people to
Name one.
about racism, and by enabling people and giving them a platform.
Like who? Like Candace Owens?
Exactly.
Oh, Candace Owens is a racist.
Kirk had just hired Candace, technically as Turning Point's Director of Urban Engagement, then promoted to Communications Manager, but really she was a sidekick, and everything Charlie wasn't. A woman, black, and to Charlie and his roster of old white donors, comparatively cool.
Met Candace back in November, hired her 5 minutes after I met her, and as they say, the rest is the future.
Before we go any further, I should note that Candace declined to be interviewed for this video. When I asked, she sent a statement through her rep. She called me slimy and said it made her skin crawl that I would reach out in the wake of Charlie's assassination. And for the record, this is a weird thing to say, since this was the text Candace sent after that story published, and inconsistent with how Kirk spoke publicly about me.
And we've dealt with Brandy Zadrozny before in some stories. She's very smart, a relatively fair person, but she still has that, pepper in her insults.
But Candace runs on vibes, and for an audience with a very short memory and attention span, it seems to be working out.
Happy 6 million subscribers. We did it. I'm so proud.
Now, how she became the fastest growing right-wing podcaster in America, it's a story worth telling, because Candace's rise and ultimate crash through conservative media helps make sense of why she'd go on to do what she did to Charlie Kirk and the movement he helped build. Candace grew up in Stamford, Connecticut, with her parents and grandparents. In high school, she was the victim of some pretty terrible racist bullying. It was big state news. The NAACP took up her case, and her parents...
I forgot about this. She was, she had this whole, massive story about her being discriminated against when she was younger.
Sued, eventually settling with the school. In 2016, as Trump stampeded toward the White House, Candace was living in New York City, working with a few other young women in a small marketing startup, when she had an idea. It was rooted, she said, in her experience being bullied in high school. She called the project Social Autopsy. It would be a website, really a searchable database of people's online...
Literally a fucking doxing website. Straight up just a thing to dox children.
Accounts and posts.
With the ability to privatize social profiles and use pseudonyms in place of real names, it has been a free-for-all. That is, until now.
Candace said Social Autopsy would rid the internet of cyberbullies and trolls.
Social Autopsy is your digital footprint, so be mindful of the words that you share.
But Social Autopsy ran straight into another corner of the internet, Gamergate, maybe the most consequential battle in the internet culture wars.
Gamergate. It's a story about sexism in the world of video gaming
with all the elements of a Hollywood script.
Players were invited to click on the screen, and when you did that, an image of me became increasingly battered and bruised.
As a result, now she says she and her husband had to flee their home this weekend because of threats made against her on Twitter.
Candace's problem wasn't with the mob of mostly far-right men leading the organized campaign of harassment, doxing, and threats against women in the video gaming community. It was with its victims, who feared that Social Autopsy was a doxing machine that internet trolls were going to use to victimize more people. They called Candace out, she dug in, and she found support from the men pushing Gamergate and others on the far right. Her company lost its financial lifeline when Kickstarter suspended the project. Owens blamed a conspiracy from the left, from the victims of Gamergate. And so, she left behind her career as a tech founder and reinvented herself as a hard right influencer.
I became a conservative overnight. You know, I realized that liberals were actually the racists, that liberals were actually the trolls.
So
it's absolutely fucking insane that she thought that it was the left going after her, because she literally fought with all of the Gamergate people very publicly. She literally fought with tons of like actual Gamergate people online. Like this is here we go.
Definitely not living within the world of reality.
That is a bit foul of a rumor to spread.
It's not a rumor. She just said I was using a doxing site in 3 weeks.
Hold on, guys.
How are you? Who are you defending? This is what I don't understand.
Candace,
she's right now defending an alt-right sympathizer that straight up said that I was releasing a doxing site in 3 weeks. That is the ground zero of this entire predicament. That she
started
spread
it, not
fear.
Richard Spencer. Not Richard Spencer, like you said.
I did not say Richard. I said he perpetuated. Do you know the definition of perpetuate?
You said.
Do you know the definition of perpetuate? Yes or no? I said he perpetuated it.
You said that Richard Spencer made a video on you.
I said
he didn't.
I said
you said he made one. You said he made one. When he did,
I said he perpetuated a smear campaign about me.
All right, guys.
That's exactly what I said. I never said he started the rumors
he
whatsoever.
made a video on you, and he didn't. There's no evidence of that.
To be honest,
he does not have a video.
To be honest, I know this is going to super hurt your egos, but I didn't watch a single one of your videos except for the Google Hangout for the first hour that you were on.
Candace, I didn't make a video on you. So
you jumped in a video chat.
Hold on,
like own it. It doesn't matter. You were on it for an hour and 15 minutes. Let's quote Blair. She's such a mess. This is going to be like honestly intellectually like it's going to be hard to get through. She's such a mess. The fact that anyone believes her is so sad. She's a fraud. She's a fraud. She's a fraud ass bitch. No, these are not hip hop lyrics. She's such a joke. She's so stupid. This bitch thinks she's going to change everything and she's not. Especially after going on InfoWars, which is ridiculous. The insults that she lodged towards InfoWars because they have a big audience, and to them watching, my apologies.
It was the left, dude. It was the left who came after her, though.
Candace starts a YouTube channel called Red Pill Black, a reference to her race and the Matrix speak for discovering some secret truth. In these new videos, Candace sported a bold lip and a sarcastic tone, and no take was too conservative or contrarian.
Oh my God, Charlottesville. White supremacy is alive and well. Run.
Stop. Charlie Kirk noticed. And 4 months after she started with her new conservative identity, Turning Point USA scooped her up.
Yeah, that was the name of her YouTube channel, Red Pill Black. That's she literally was like, no, I have nothing to do with the red pill. People are like, your name is fucking Red Pill Black, dude. She's like, that, so what? Red pill is a lot of things.
At the Illinois event where her hiring was announced, Owens said, quote, by the end of 2018, I'm going to be one of the most well-known people in this country because I'm going to lead the Black revolution for the conservative movement. She would turn out to be half right. Candace started making videos for Turning Point, where she's anti-DEI, anti-feminism, anti-BLM, anti-Me Too, you get it.
Colin Kaepernick, you are a coward. America, despite what CNN may tell you, is not a racist country. Does this look like a symbol of hate? Am I offending you? Is this offensive?
By 2018, she was one of the most well-known people on the right. But her reputation wasn't stellar. Candace sort of burned through the conservative movement at a pretty impressive clip. In the interest of time, I'm gonna speed through this part. April 2018, Kanye West tweets, quote, I love the way Candace Owens thinks. From there, Owens is hanging out with Trump, traveling everywhere with Charlie.
Antifa just showed up to protest us.
her Candace Owens documentary is not nearly as good as mine.
Eating breakfast because they're fucking losers.
Candace was also getting into trouble, into what would become a pattern of being charitable, we'll call them gaffes. The worst one came in December 2018 at a Turning Point UK event.
When you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism.
Describing this years later, Candace would say the backlash to those Hitler comments literally made her sick, got her blacklisted at Fox News, and almost cost her everything.
I quite literally was facing a threat that everything was going to be over because how dare I say that? I have absolutely no right to say that.
Turning Point campus chapters called for her to resign, and by 2019, she was out. But not done. In 2019, she's picked up by PragerU.
Yeah, I was about to say, she goes and works for fucking PragerU and does a podcast for him at that point.
Ultra-conservative nonprofit that makes short-form videos. Candace hosts a podcast and narrates right-wing revisionist history shorts.
And now for a brief history of slavery.
After a year, she signs up with the Daily Wire, a company helmed by Ben Shapiro that defined and dominated conservative media.
I'm here, I'm a conservative, I'm not apologizing.
And at Daily Wire, she could see where her audience was going. More extreme, more seduced by conspiracy theories. On September 1st, 2023, on her own Daily Wire show, she told them this.
When this almost feels fraudulent, right? Oh, if I don't like the person, I'm going to just smear them. I'm going to just say that they are a Soros puppet. And then a bunch of people will believe it because a bunch of people on the internet have had their minds bent and they can't process reality.
But she kept feeding them conspiracy theories. And the Daily Wire seemed fine with that. It's easy to understand why, right? Candace, up to now, had generally followed the unwritten rule of the right.
Thou shalt not speak ill of another Republican.
But in 2023, something happened to make Owens and many others break ranks, and to make some, including Owens, lean into a specific genre of conspiracy theory, the oldest one, that would be a red line for the Daily Wire.
The breaking news out of Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has declared that Israel is in a state of war after what's being called the worst attack on the country in 50 years.
On October 7th, 2023, Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups carried out an attack on civilians in Israel and on military bases near the Gaza border. In all, more than 1,200 people, mostly civilians, were killed. Israel responded with bombs in Gaza and declared a complete siege, cutting off food, fuel, and electricity. Pundits and people ran to ideological corners. The loudest voices seemed either all for Israel or all against it. Nuance, as it often goes on the internet, was really hard to come by. And incredibly, Candace's initial response was measured.
I find that when I can't get behind people that think it's
This is out of order. The Kanye quote was after she was already working for the Daily Wire. No, it wasn't. No, she went to the Daily Wire after that because her and Ben Shapiro like got into huge fucking fights over that quote. Like they hated each other because she was running around with Kanye West, and yeah, this is while she was I believe it was while she was still with Turning Point. It might have been while she was with PragerU, but it was 100% before she was. It was definitely before she was with Daily Wire. Yes, after she was already working for them. No, it was. I promise you, I'm positive. I'm 100% positive on this. I will here. Here you go. We will just pull it up. I think it's around here.
Western politics, and she brings up Adolf Hitler and how his real wrong step was becoming a global.
I mean, if he wanted to just slaughter Jewish people in Germany, it'd be totally fine. But the problem is he wanted to go global. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to keep it within his borders. That was the real problem.
She was hired by Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA to go around to college campuses and argue with students, claiming feminism was oppressing women, Democrats were oppressing black people, and the left is oppressing white people. All scenarios where she is claiming victimhood for one group and oppression for another, and in each instance, wildly reversing what the consensus and experts would say. Candace eventually started what she called Blexit, an ode to the British exit of the European Union named Brexit. Blexit was pushing for a black exit of the Democratic Party, what she referred to as the Democratic plantation. The idea is that Democrats convince black people that they are oppressed, and that Democrats are the only ones who can help them. That's what keeps black voters voting for leftist policies in every election. The Democrats aren't actually going to enact policies that will improve their lives, because then black people wouldn't need them anymore. She felt as though Trump would improve their lives if they would just vote for him. In 2018, Kanye West tweeted that he loves the way Candace Owens thinks. 2018. Candace Owens started working for the Daily Wire in 2021. I literally have like a clip on here of where her first day with the Daily Wire, she has this conversation with Ben Shapiro. Drama with other conservatives while podcasting with PragerU, and that carried over to the Daily Wire. Candace and Ben always had a contentious relationship, even before she was with the Daily Wire.
So I need to ask you about the Kanye issue. So famously, we had a little bit of a tete-a-tete on.
So this is when she first starts working with the Daily Wire, and they have like an interview to kind of like make it seem like they're cool and they get along
on
now.
Twitter. Yeah. When Kanye came out and he was supporting President Trump, and I said, "Live by the Kanye, die by the Kanye," which is mainly me saying, you know, Kanye takes a lot of positions on a lot of different issues, and you got a little bit upset about that, it seemed.
And they continued to fight publicly while working together. In 2022, Kanye West tweeted out, "I'm going to go DEFCON 3 on June." So yeah, this was while she was at the Daily Wire. I'm going to go DEFCON 3. That was while she was at the Daily Wire, I believe. Yeah, the others, I like the way Candace Owens thinks was not.
It's fine because a Jewish person is dead, and because I can't get behind an individual that think it's acceptable to basically come within an inch of calling for a genocide of Muslims, it's best to remain silent, right?
Candace didn't stay silent for long. In November, she said Israel was committing a genocide. Daily Wire boss and founder Ben Shapiro, who's an observant Jew and a big supporter of Israel, called her disgraceful. They fought in public. He told her to quit, she called him unhinged, and while this workplace fight was playing out publicly, Candace's program, which was ostensibly supposed to be focused on culture, was dedicating more and more time to the war in Gaza, but also just blatant anti-Semitism, talking about sinister gangs of Jews in Hollywood and what she called DC Jews, chasing political power and trying to silence her. And in March 2024, she was out. Or as Candace put it, she was free. She started out again on her own, but what would become clear and fast is that Candace hadn't so much been flung out of MAGA media as she'd outgrown it. And she was no longer content to peddle existing conspiracy theories aimed only at the left. She would create them and deploy them at her new enemies on the right. September 10th, 2025, Utah Valley University. It's the first stop on Turning Point USA's fall campus tour. The setup is familiar. Charlie Kirk sitting under a white tent, a long line of people before him waiting to ask their question. Thousands of young people and fans from the area are watching from this kind of fishbowl courtyard. A graduate student and liberal TikToker named Hunter Kozak has the mic.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
W. Hunter.
Utah law enforcement officials had announced they had a suspect in custody.
We got him.
Tyler Robinson, 22 years old, from St. George, Utah. Robinson's arrest might have united a MAGA movement that had been tearing itself apart over the Epstein files and the war in Gaza. It might have provided a common enemy, A focus on the lefty posters who were joking about Kirk's death, or the trans community or Antifa that the Trump administration had blamed for Kirk's murder.
We are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks.
It might have, if not for Candace Owens.
They would be going down the center part of town somewhere.
This is Lewis Whick, a Dallas insurance salesman. But for 15 years after the Kennedy assassination, Whick was just known as Umbrella Man. It was one of dozens of details from the scene that journalists and the public pored over from that day. Details that, when zoomed in on and questioned, seemed strange. A man standing, watching Kennedy's motorcade, right about the spot where Kennedy is shot. He's holding a black umbrella, but there's no rain. Skeptics leapt on the Umbrella Man. Some theorized that he'd opened his umbrella to signal a gunman. Others got more creative. One JFK truther, who went on to publish a newsletter called the Grassy Knoll Gazette, imagined that the umbrella had hidden a kind of weapon, a dart launcher, that shot Kennedy so a CIA gunman could finish the job. Whick came forward in 1978, after his identity was revealed by a Dallas newspaper.
Why were you carrying an umbrella that day?
Actually, I was going to use this umbrella to heckle the president's motorcade.
Like most conspiracy theories, this one had a much less memorable explanation. It was a jab at Kennedy's father, who as ambassador to Great Britain before World War II, had supported an appeasement policy with Hitler.
Has Exhibit 405 ever contained a gun or weapon of any sort?
This umbrella?
Yes.
No, no.
In a 1967 New Yorker column, John Updike considered the Umbrella Man, alongside the other people and details conspiracy theorists had squinted over. He wrote, quote, "We wonder whether a genuine mystery is being concealed here, or whether any similar scrutiny of a minute section of time and space would yield similar strangenesses, gaps, inconsistencies, warps, and bubbles in the surface of circumstance." And so it went with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Internet sleuths treated every person in the crowd as a potential suspect or co-conspirator.
We need to look into these umbrella boys, like these boys that showed up and were like huddling under an umbrella.
The content came so fast.
Okay, did you catch that? I'll show you in slow motion. The security guy in the blue and Charlie's bodyguard in the tent looked at their watch simultaneously.
There was a significant number of young men wearing blue shirts.
First here, then here,
oh my goodness,
then here, and it hits the back of his skull.
They all became side characters in an alternative theory. People who call themselves citizen journalists took the videos from multiple angles, slowed them down, and zoomed in to dissect and analyze facial expressions and hand movements from the growing list of crowdsourced suspects, and mark them up with red circles and arrows that, together, are supposed to add up to something. Same as the JFK conspiracy theorists, just working much, much faster and chasing the instant payouts from social media platforms. Stephen Prochaska studies how this kind of thing happens, how people online collaborate to interpret events and create narratives to explain them. People in academia call it participatory misinformation or collective sense-making.
When we are trying to understand anything that we don't understand initially, we're uncertain, something's ambiguous, something's new or novel, and so we don't understand these things in isolation. There's the collective sense-making process. It does involve these crowds of people coming together trying to understand something. But in practice, there are some people who just have more influence within a particular community. There are people whose almost entire livelihoods are based off of navigating this attention economy.
In other words, there's a hierarchy, and in this case, one person sits at the top. Since Charlie's death, I've watched nearly every episode of Candace's show. I know, nearly every day of the week, in between ads for conservative branded moisturizers and beef subscription boxes and crisis pregnancy centers, Candace pulls up her conspiracy board and spins a new yarn about who might be implicated. Every episode gets millions of views. Here, in her own words, edited for clarity, is her loose theory of the Charlie Kirk assassination.
He was facing financial threats over his shifting stance on Israel. We have to explore every lead because the feds are not. They are implicated in this cover-up. Charlie's wife is at the helm of the company. The reality is that you're most likely to be murdered by someone you know. I think we can all readily dismiss the repeated lie that Tyler Robinson confessed to his crime. This is a setup
Tyler is a patsy. I maintain that. This is not going to be the JFK story. I'm going to figure out exactly what happened, and I'm getting very close. Against all odds.
Candace's videos are not as coherent as this edit. She digresses to dreams and Satan and time travel and Japan. It's a lot. And the episodes don't really make sense on their own, but together they paint this picture. Israel, billionaires, corrupt US government, greedy turning point, all conspiring to eliminate Charlie Kirk because, she says, he had finally broken free of those who controlled him. It is worth saying, again, this is a story for which there is no evidence, has never been any evidence. And even as Candace promises she is getting closer to some proof, some witness, some break in the case, it never arrives. Now, a daily show is a big lift, and Candace only has a few employees, but she has a stable of volunteers, part of what she calls the Candace Intelligence Agency. It is a cottage industry of conspiracy.
Dude, it's fucking crazy. If you guys haven't seen this, there's like tons and tons of content creators who, and there's like a hierarchy among these content creators who all nonstop every day just cover the fucking Charlie Kirk shit. And that's all they've been doing the entire time. And every day they come out with some new like groundbreaking thing or found out that somebody else was lying. Like
Have
this
you
guy.
Spoken, and if you can't talk about this, no problem. But have you spoken with any sources in or around or in some way connected to the knowledge of like the thinking of his family and where they stand on whether or not, at this point, whether or not they believe he actually did it?
Yes, they don't believe he did it.
So is it fair to assume you're referring to like his mother and father don't believe that?
Yeah. There's a guy on X. I know him. I believe him. I have personal knowledge that he has spoken to the grandmother.
Okay.
And
That's one of like the top guys doing this. There's just like literally endless amounts of these people who do nothing but cover this shit endlessly. And then on different platforms, you'll get different people who are kind of the top dogs on that platform and who are the ones who are like, but everybody runs everything up the chain to Candace Owens. They even like, they'll cover it on their show and then say like, I sent this to Candace, so she'll probably be getting to this soon. And then sometimes there's been few who have turned around and been like, Candace is hiding this. I sent it to her. She's refusing to cover it. What's going on here? And then it was, oh my goodness, she's refusing to cover that evidence. That's fucking groundbreaking evidence. How could she be refusing to cover that?
as a society, when someone goes to prison, we want to know that they did it. We want to know that they're guilty. We want to know that the person that we as a society, because these people are operating on our behalf, we want to know that when we put somebody behind bars, we're confident they're guilty. We want to know that their lawyers have done a good job and investigated all options.
So this is Baron Coleman is this guy. Then there's Candace Owens as well. So he's like number 2 behind Candace Owens. And then you have Elizabeth Lane and Valhalla something or another. And these are like the top people where everything like flows up through them and eventually to Candace Owens. And then she like, you know, has all of the information that she's able to put together to get the best fucking conspiracy theories versus everybody else. So yeah, it's a endless amount of these people, and they have like panels where they all come on and they dissect footage and shit.
I could not wait to talk to you today because I was dying to know if you could tell us more about the incredibly elite military skill known as the lateral crawl.
It is very elite. Have you done this, Gary? Have you done it?
Have you guys seen that fucking video shit where they show Tyler Robinson climbing or like crawling on one arm, and Candace says that this is a military thing. This is a military crawl called the lateral crawl. And then she shows a bunch of videos of them like in training videos of them crawling on one arm. She's like, this is like a high-tech fucking crawl, dude. This is only somebody who's in the military would know this crawl. Have you guys seen this shit?
In that side-by-side clip. Here we go.
There you go. Oh.
General action right there is known as a lateral crawl.
Wow.
In that side-by-side clip. Here we go. That general action right there is known as a lateral crawl.
There you go. There you go, dude. He's doing the lateral crawl. Oh. They're on to it.
This limp that he has in the footage is completely removed. So let's watch that. Okay.
Oh, it's crazy that like when he doesn't have the gun in his pants and he has it in his hands that he's no longer limping. What?
Now what happens next is exactly as my source stipulated. Our rooftop guy begins a tactical crawl. It's actually known in the military as a lateral crawl. Let's watch that. There he goes. And I actually do want to show you side by side so you can actually see a real military man do that alongside this person on the rooftop. Let's bring in that side by side clip. Here we go. That general action right there is known as a lateral crawl. This limp that he had.
Yeah, he had to be in the military. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, fuck. I should pause my shit. I always forget to pause my shit.
Conspiracy theorists focus just on this case. Candace put it like this.
We are all partners in this group project to figure out what actually happened on September 10th.
Candace sits atop a network of online creators who feed off, amplify, and ultimately make money off each other. I mapped it out like this. Every time Candace referred to another creator or piggybacked on their content, I put them on a list. Then I watched their content, and when they referred to another creator's theory or piggybacked on that, I put that person on the list too. It's not complete, but I think it's a useful data set.
Wait, so did she have,
Every time Candace referred to another creator or piggybacked on their content, I put them on
Oh, there's Jimmy Dorn and Carol. Okay.
Then I watched their content, and when...
Yep, there's Baron Coleman right there. John Bray, I've seen him. The People's Voice, I know him. Brandy and Billy Show, I know them. I don't know Mel. I don't know Nis C. Oh, shit. Huh. No. Fuck. Okay, I'm pausing it this time. Shit. There's Valhalla. Valhalla VFT. Elizabeth Lane. There you go. So these are like Valhalla, Elizabeth Lane, and Baron Coleman. Those are like the main guys that, to me, are doing most of the research for her.
They referred to another creator's theory or piggybacked on that, I put that person on the list too. It's not complete, but I think it's a useful data set for understanding this network. The creators on this list are podcasters, legal experts, gun enthusiasts, social media influencers, and a few people who really came out of nowhere. Each have their own pet theory. This decentralized media landscape is how influencers collaborate, how they build an audience, and how they are monetizing a complex, new conspiracist universe. Okay, so imagine that Candace Owens is the sun. She provides the gravitational pull that keeps the entire Who Killed Charlie Kirk universe alive. Her YouTube channel alone sits at 6 million subscribers. Every episode gets at least 1 million views, and each post is a growth spurt for her channel and the smaller ones that she mentioned. You've got Ian Carroll, a conspiracy theorist and filmmaker known for blaming 9/11 on the Jews, and who early on blamed Israel for Kirk's death.
You would normally not think to look at Israel, which is like, Charlie is like the biggest Israel supporter ever. But when you understand the circumstances and the context, they immediately become the most likely.
Jimmy Dore, a stand-up comedian, was early to tell his audience that they shouldn't believe what they were being told about Kirk's death.
So JFK was killed by a magic bullet, but Charlie Kirk was hit with a miracle bullet. What are the odds?
Candace has been on both of their shows and vice versa, in effect cross-pollinating their brands and widening their reach. Now with the mid-sized planets, they don't have an audience that Candace needs. Instead, they supply the fresh content to feed the overarching narrative. Guys like Baron Coleman, a lawyer and a former radio host, whose show Owens calls the after party to hers. Coleman is a just asking questions guy. The word allegedly hangs on a sign behind him in his home office. His value comes in the holes he pokes in Tyler Robinson's criminal case. Now, Coleman's pet theory, and it's maybe the most popular one, is that the rifle that prosecutors allege was used to shoot Kirk couldn't have done so because that gun was too powerful not to cause an exit wound.
The case was over. Tyler Robinson's not, I mean, in my opinion, not going to get convicted. Because that neck wound is so inconsistent with a gunshot.
Now, the prosecution hasn't entered an autopsy into evidence, but people close to Kirk, including his head of security, have said that the bullet was shot from a rooftop above, moved down, and fragmented inside Kirk's body. Coleman, without evidence, posits that instead of a gun, Kirk may have been killed by an explosive device, hidden in a microphone or a necklace. Then we've got Elizabeth Lane. She's smaller than Coleman, but a rising star.
Journalist Elizabeth Lane, that's the one who has been positing that Erica Kirk is a psychopath.
Lane's theory of the case is that Robinson is a patsy, likely the victim of a secret CIA mind control operation who was set up by his roommate. Lane hails from the former Soviet Republic of Georgia and was, until recently, an actress and a model. But sometime in 2024, she started calling herself an investigative journalist and hosting programs on Unified TV. That's a streaming platform.
Wait. That's right. She had on Z. She's the one. That's when Z went on to Lane's show, Elizabeth Lane's show, and Z and her sat there like kind of, you know, talking about how it couldn't have been Tyler Robinson and all of that shit. That's yeah, she drank the Kool-Aid, dude. Rough.
Investigative journalist and hosting programs on Unified TV. That's a streaming platform owned by a wellness guru who sells, among many other products, recliners that he claims can heal all sorts of ailments. Lane was kind of an unknown, attracting only the attention of fact-checkers and disinformation researchers for her pro-Kremlin dispatches and unqualified support for Putin around the war in Ukraine. But after Kirk's death, Lane went hard on conspiracy theories around Charlie Kirk. A high-profile interview with Tucker Carlson put her on the map.
I do want to ask you, it bothers me a lot, and I know it bother you too, and I know that you probably don't sleep because you think about this stuff. Who killed Charlie Kirk?
I don't know.
I mean, there's a man in custody.
Based in Utah, Lane became a fixture at the Tyler Robinson hearings.
Investigative journalist Elizabeth Lane is not giving up on this story. She's been on the ground in Utah connecting the CIA dots, the three-letter agency dots and connections.
Lane isn't the only person to come from nowhere. There's Billy Webb, a Candace Reply girl who I've sat behind in Tyler Robinson hearings. Billy was a flight attendant, an adult content creator, and a van life influencer on TikTok before that.
It's crazy that she refers to all of the other content creators that are surrounding Candace Owens as orbiters. She didn't actually call them orbiters, but she's calling them orbiters, right? That's what she's saying, right?
And now she's a popular Kirk truther.
There's a 22-year-old kid up against the death penalty for something that he didn't do, and I'm not going to stop talking about it.
Then you move out even further from the sun, and you get to your niche creators. Now, these are the architects of a very specific kind of content content that informs the other creators and sometimes will eventually make it all the way upstream. There's Zach DeGregorio, aka Wolves and Finance. He makes content that alleges fiscal impropriety by Turning Point.
Anyone who knew about the political activity and was
That's right. We went over some of this guy's videos. He's like a Tucker Carlson one of them.
involved in the cover-up would go to prison. And yes, that includes Erica Kirk.
DeGregorio's content, presented with no actual evidence, has fueled the Turning Point was in on it conspiracy theories. Turning Point's lawyers have sent him a cease and desist letter.
I'm looking for a lawyer.
Mom and gossip vloggers who'd previously covered the Amber Heard trial and Blake Lively's legal drama turned their talents toward Erica Kirk.
I genuinely started to consider whether Erica is a pathological liar, has some sort of psychological disorder, is a variant from another timeline, or is a victim of MK Ultra. Like, I know the last two options sound pretty extreme, but like that's genuinely where my mind started to go, because I honestly just can't make sense of the things that she says.
That's Nisi, a Canadian YouTuber who started out like Candace, making videos assailing wokeness. And since Kirk's assassination, after she started posting about Erica, her channel's subscribers have grown by 50%.
YouTubers who do not get nearly enough credit for their amazing discoveries. One such YouTuber is Nisi.
An astounding number of conspiracist creators have shot into the carcasses of various dead animals.
We got the pork shoulder, we got the stew, and then we got these 2 liters behind it.
We're gonna shoot a cow femur, and then to make it even harder, we're gonna slap on a huge slab of beef.
Hickory smoked young turkeys, but they're a lot thicker than a neck.
I do have a moose leg.
Chris Martinson, a former economist, he shot at pig carcasses for his videos, theorizing the bullet came from another shooter.
This shot you're about to watch strikes about in the center, goes right through the bone. Here's the paper behind it. Notice that there are no holes in it at this point. And the shot comes in, and it's just going to replay that over and over here so you can see it. So again, the shot's coming in downhill like this. From here to here. It's coming in on a downward angle.
But few of the sleuths in this outer galaxy have been more determined, or obsessed, as he puts it, than John Bray. Bray is an Oklahoma farmer who, with his wife, sells products like beef tallow and kombucha. He is essential as the original architect of the exploding microphone theory. Bray watched Kirk's assassination and focused on the wireless microphone attached to Kirk's shirt. What if it wasn't just a microphone, Bray theorized, but a little bomb? Bray tested his pet theory with experiments out of his garage. He built a tiny explosive device encased.
We got $20 to go on the goal. We got 12 minutes left. If you guys want to donate to the channel, you can use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. But we got $20. $20. No, not $20.
It in a pig carcass and set it off. He said the wound matched Kirk's.
Seems very faulty and unscientific. You don't say. You don't say. Interesting. Wow. I'll have to think about that.
And then you see the full rectangle kind of area on it.
As he explained on Kirk Truther podcasts, Bray fed Grok and Claude a stack of forensic papers, uploaded video of the assassination, and then told the chatbots to act as forensic experts. The result, Bray says, prove a, quote, coordinated multi-source event. These creators are singular and symbiotic. Over the last year, they have grown together, many doubling and tripling their audiences. And to be very, very clear, this, for most of them, is their full-time job.
Consider signing up for a membership on my website, wolvesandfinance.com. For $6 a month, your support helps me to keep making these videos.
There is a whole lot of money to be made on YouTube and downstream by pushing these conspiracy theories. For Candace, there's the membership. For $12 a month, Club Candace gets you into a private forum. And the donation she asks to fund her legal fights, but which the small print clarifies she can spend any way she likes. And then there's the live audience paying her in real time with super chats. Those are messages that viewers buy to get their comment penned up high so that Candace might read it on air. But for Candace, the big money, it comes from ads. It's not clear just how much Candace makes per ad. According to Bloomberg, top conservative podcasts, including Candace's, can command anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 from reading a single ad. Candace isn't the only conspiracist making a living off Kirk's death. Baron Coleman, the host of the Candace After Party, he quit his job as a lawyer this year to be a full-time podcaster.
Friday, January 2nd.
$5 a month, guys.
No, not $5 a month. No. $20 tonight. $20 today. Well, $15 today now. So $15 today. That's what we got to get. But thank you for the $5 dono. Let's go.
I informed my full-time job that I was no longer going to be an employee there.
Now, Coleman streams 3 or 4 hours at a stretch, about 5 days a week. And a good chunk of those hours is just Coleman reading super chats out loud. $5 here, $200 there.
I didn't realize they were sending you money with these. I didn't even see the dollars signs next to these things. Wow, look at you guys.
Yeah, that's so we don't run ads. They're paying me to not run ads.
According to Playboard, a YouTube analytics platform that counts super chats, a single one of his streams can pull in as much as $6,000. In all, he's earned about $350,000. On top of that, of course, Coleman sells merch and a $9.99 a month membership that unlocks private streams. Not bad for a father of 8 who told me by text he isn't chasing it. I'm not out to be a new media star, he said. Even the creators with tiny audiences can hit gold. John Bray, that guy with the farm and the exploding mic theory, his tiny channel has a link to support this work that goes to his Blue Mountain Farm website. In early December, he starts to appear on some of the bigger truther shows, like this one from a guy who goes by the handle Trigger Smart. The next day, Baron Coleman covers the Bray theory.
I think he's onto something here.
And then Candace gives him a shout out.
I have seen John Bray and the work that he's doing. I find it to be very compelling as well. And I have been communicating with him behind the scenes.
For John and his farm, a small miracle, a massive influx of orders and messages.
No one could have ever guessed the variables that have come together to sort of allow us to now be known really worldwide. Lately, we've had so many requests for people wanting our products across the globe.
You might have picked up that I'm not trying to debunk Candace or the creators in her orbit. Most of them rest on this overwrought innuendo and red string theories that either can't be disproved because they never state a real claim or take enormous energy to disprove. And for those, there's little payout.
I have a bunch of videos on those, but they literally, like, either you're interested in this topic and you're only interested in it because of the conspiracy theories, or you're not interested in the topic and you just don't give a fuck. But that's kind of how it goes. There isn't like a whole lot of in between. There's not a whole lot of like debunking the Tyler truther bullshit. There's not like a big audience for that. And so, yeah, I have a bunch of videos where that's what I do, but they just don't get views. Even if you like, you're not even getting views from the people who are upset about it. You're not even getting views from the people who, like, you know, care about this topic. You're not getting views from any of them. You just don't really get views.
Because by the time you do, they're on to their next storyline. It follows Brandolini's law, coined back when Twitter was good, that says the amount of energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than needed to produce it. But for farmer John Bray's work, since it seems like the most concrete and has spread the farthest.
Did you see that exploding mic theory? Did you guys talk about that on here?
I've heard that theory, but I don't know if that makes sense.
I think the energy may be worth it, both to get the facts out there and to show what it takes for someone trained as a librarian and a journalist to get to the bottom of just one of these theories. So, first, I reached out to Josh Brunty. Josh Brunty is a professor of cyber forensics at Marshall University with a joint appointment in the Department of Criminal Justice criminology, and forensic sciences, and Department of Computer Sciences and Electrical Engineering. He serves on the editorial boards of Forensic Science International, Digital Investigation, and the Journal of Forensic Sciences, is a fellow of the Digital and Multimedia Sciences section of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and is the author of loads of award-winning research, including research on forensic analysis of wearable devices.
They're able to essentially generate scientific content, videos that might look credible. They might use reverse projection techniques that are somewhat used in the forensic community, but they're able to generate scientific terminology that make these things seem as if they're real. And then they're able to produce a website within a matter of minutes and post those analyses to that particular site.
Do you trust this website?
I'm very suspect of it.
Then I talked to a second video forensics expert who declined to go on the record because of the nature of this story. They said there was no scenario where the types of measurement that Bray claims he was making could be made from the videos on his website. Then I emailed Gunnar Farnbeck. He's the inventor of the optical flow algorithm that Bray cites as his main method of investigation. Dr. Farnbeck said in part, quote, "I have a hard time making sense of the optical flow related claims on that site. From the parts I think I understand, it seems likely that there are enough methodological flaws that the analysis provides little evidence for or against any hypothesis at all." Then I asked an expert to analyze the audio. I sent Bray's website to Dr. Robert Marr. He's a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Montana State University, Bozeman, and author of the textbook Principles of Forensic Audio Analysis. He specializes in gunshot sounds. He said the audio from the Kirk shooting had the classic ballistic crack of a bullet passing by the microphone and then the pop sound of the muzzle blast from a gun. He said, quote, "Any assertion that a microphone Mr. Kirk was
Crazy. The person working for the fucking state is given the state narrative. Oh, who could have guessed? He's saying exactly what it is that Israel wants them to say. Wow, so surprising. And of course, mainstream media, it's not like they're paid to make sure that they go and just get the information just from those that they're told they have to get it from. That couldn't be the case, right, guys? There's no way that they're just, doing what daddy government tells them they have to do. No shot.
Wearing was somehow involved in the fatal injury would need to account for why the ballistic audio characterization is exactly aligned in time. And while we're here, the speed of the bullet, Marr said, something like 800 meters per second from his audio analysis, would also rule out a handgun or palm pistol, as other conspiracy theorists have suggested.
What's the palm gun guy, Jesse? Well, the palm gun guy is a member of Charlie's security team, and it does appear that he had a palm gun and fired it at Charlie at point blank range. Here's the footage.
Take a look at this man right here, folks. This is Charlie Kirk's security guy. He appears to have a palm gun in his right hand, and he aims it at Charlie.
That's Hassan's shock collar remote. That's the remote for Hassan to shock his dog. The government is in on Hassan shocking his dog. That's all that means.
Charlie Kirk, and squeezes the palm gun, firing off a round directly into Charlie Kirk's neck.
Dr. Marr declined to speak about Bray further. He said, quote, "I'm sorry to say that I don't have the time or interest in going through a conspiracy theorist's claims in a step-by-step manner. My work goes from the audio evidence without need to conjure up details that are likely due to limitations of the recorded data and other faulty assumptions." Finally, I tried to talk to John Bray to check what I found and ask him what I was missing about his theory. He declined to be interviewed, as did most of the Kirk conspiracists mentioned in Candace's network. And really, there's no reason for them to talk to me or any other journalist at all. Their audiences are loyal and growing. Their universe is expanding, with new creators joining all the time, just hoping to break through.
It is a great day. We made it to Candace. We made it on
Candace's show.
If you have deep connections with Candace, please make sure you get this video to her.
Candace needs to see this.
Stop telling content creators someone already covered that. We got it. We have to keep covering to keep this story alive.
I've reported on conspiracy theories for a long time now. And the question I got a lot was, why do you focus so much on the political right? But it wasn't really ever a choice. While there are plenty of conspiracy theories on the left, the right was, with a few exceptions, just better at this game. They were more willing to embrace conspiracy theories as a means to a political end. Charlie Kirk certainly was.
You can see the white population collapse in LA. That's intentional. They've wanted it that way. They want us to believe that this was a political attack against Paul Pelosi.
About 2 9/11s have already died of people that have died since getting the vaccine. But it could be 10 or 20 times beyond that because some people might not be registering these
Okay, we're still $15 off. $15 off. We gotta hit the goal. $15. Yeah, it's nice that they're actually going through again, like a lot of the conspiracy theories that these people have pushed, because this is what kind of paved the way for this bullshit. This is all the shit that made it possible for Candace Owens to go do the things that she's doing. But then they all sit around like, oh, how dare she? How dare she do this? This is disgusting. This is wrong. Well, you guys do the same fucking shit. You do the same shit all the time. All of you. Every single one. Anybody, in order for them to support Trump, they have to be engaging in conspiracy theories. They have to. Like, there's just no real way to do this otherwise. Or they're just ignoring the majority of the shit. There are people on the left who fall into this too. Max Blumenthal. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Like, there's definitely a lot of, like, a lot of people who watch Candace Owens, who are on the left. Like, I've talked about this a bunch. Like, it's a very, like, popular sort of wine mom sort of thing to do right now, to watch Candace Owens and, you know, get into this sort of shit.
Wasted Design tipped $5. Here's 5 now. Chat do a thing.
$5.
$5 a month.
Not a month. Shut up. It's tonight. Tonight. $5 tonight. Right now. Well, we got $10 to go. $10 to go. Just 2 people. 2 people. $5 each. You guys can send it through YouTube Super Chats. It's okay. I will accept it. I will accept. I won't be upset. Tom, do you take layaway? On content creation, you pay for it little by little. I mean, I guess, but you would get it on another day instead of because yeah, if you wanted to finish this video, layaway means that you get it later once it's actually paid off. All right.
Diorito31 tipped $5. I got 5 on it.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, we got $5 more. That's it. $5 more. $5 more. That's Kira Chance, if you guys don't know, or what did her name used to be again? I keep wanting to say bad behaving, but that's not it. It's some other rapper name. We're gonna be on a panel not tomorrow, but the next day. I forget what the panel's about. I think tomorrow we might go do some TikTok debates though. I haven't done that in a little while, so. Tom hasn't read one comment from me. Why would I die? I've read all of them. I just didn't read them out loud. Not very good at reading. It's my ADHD, and I feel like it's kind of ableist for you to expect me to read out loud in front of an audience. My phone froze. I didn't even get to hear it go through, but I'm, aw. Well, we'll continue for a little bit. We'll see.
Adverse reactions, and I'm just saying reportedly have died. I just want to be very clear about this.
And maybe because of that, when conspiracy theorists like Candace Owens grabbed hold of Kirk's assassination, when they turned on Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA and Trump effectively, a lot of people felt like, well, perhaps they had it coming.
Jen, I had your same feelings with Candace. Like, I guess the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Because I kept agreeing with her. Yeah. But I kept being like, this is Candace Owens. You can't.
That's when I talked to Z about this. That was kind of literally her thought process. Is like, I hate TPUSA. I hate Erica Kirk. I hate these people. And so it is what it is.
It was something I brought up to Jack Posobiec, Kirk's regular podcast co-host who famously pushed Pizzagate and a million other conspiracy theories since. I was at Turning Point's America Fest in December. I was trying to report on the future of Kirk's organization, but I found attendees preoccupied with the conspiracy theories about Kirk's death. So was Posobiec.
Wasted Design tipped $5. Okay, all of chat except D-Suck.
Let's go. W's in chat. W's for wasted. W's for Diorito. W's for the donowers. And you know what? This time, I'll include Pepe as well. Let's go. W's in chat. W's. WWW.
To the haters out there, no, these Robin Simpers, and that's what I'm going to call them, the Robin Simpers. No, Tyler Robinson did this. He did this. If we're ever going to get through this personally, let alone the movement, the organization, etc., it's you got to start with that. You just got to start with that.
Now he was asking for compassion, for common sense. He was asking people to believe the official narrative about Tyler Robinson and to leave a grieving widow alone. But what Posobiec should well know, and what Turning Point was learning, is that conspiracy theories don't stop. The theories build, and the collection of actors who must be in on it just grows.
TPUSA, the state government of Utah, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. military, foreign militaries, they're all involved.
By far, and surprisingly, some of the worst conspiracy theories have come for Kirk's widow, Erica. Since his death, and since she took over as CEO of Turning Point, there's been a constant stream of commentary and content mocking and criticizing both Charlie Kirk and Erica. Viral AI songs, and comedy.
Get on your feet, boy! Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me.
Now, making fun is one thing, accusing her of murder is another. Public attempts to stop the conspiracy theories have only seemed to make things worse. I asked Turning Point USA for an interview to find out what they were dealing with and what they saw as the path forward. They declined to go on the record, but they invited me to their Phoenix headquarters where I sat down with Erica and other leadership. They spent hours with me, they answered all my questions. What I saw was an organization struggling to weather a storm that would have been unthinkable a year ago, struggling to grieve, struggling to navigate near constant threats and harassment, and wondering each day what false storyline Candace Owens will come up with next. In April, Turning Point USA canceled Erica's appearance at the University of Georgia, citing serious threats to her safety. San Antonio police arrested a 26-year-old in May for making terroristic threats against Erica and an upcoming women's conference. Before Kirk's assassination, Turning Point had a war chest full of cash and political capital and was ready to spend it on the midterms. Kirk was pulling in $85 million a year, mostly from his hard-won Rolodex of anonymous wealthy donors. And while Kirk's death inspired a surge in followers and new funds, it remains to be seen if Erica Kirk can pull Turning Point through the conspiracy storm.
What is the vision for Turning Point USA? Aside from the elephant in the room about my husband, our mission is the same.
Before Kirk's assassination, Turning Point was mobilizing young conservatives to win races large and small. Now it's tied to J.D. Vance's 2028 hopes after Erica Kirk endorsed him. And TPUSA's early midterm results have been a mixed bag. Its candidates have won a lot of state primaries, but it also poured money into board races for Arizona's biggest utility in April and lost.
We beat Turning Point USA.
Beyond elections, Charlie Kirk was trying to hold together a MAGA coalition on the brink of civil war. Now Erica Kirk has to do it without him, supporting Trump while honoring her husband's opposition to an unpopular war waged by the US and Israel against Iran. Meanwhile, conspiracists are playing back
More like the war from Israel on the United States. Psh. Bro, I'm supposed to... Okay, so I just started this like space version of Factorio, right? And I realized that I'm supposed to put these thrusters on the back of this platform that I've created in the middle of fucking space. So I put these thrusters on there, and when I put the thrusters on, they're supposed to be able to help me travel to another planet. But I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to get to the other fucking planet. I don't know how I'm supposed to control the thrusters. So I'm trying to figure this out, but I look it up and it's like, oh, just click on a different planet on your space hub. What the fuck is a space hub?
Kirk's own videos, including one questioning the assassination attempt on Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Was this a setup? What's going on here?
As proof that if he were still alive, he'd be questioning his death right.
Tabs, thank you. Okay, so I'm on novice. And then I can go to Bulgora or Gleba. But I think I'm on novice now. Yeah, I'm on novice now. Is there like a level of like how hard these maps are, or this one doesn't seem very rich in resources.
Right alongside them. And maybe he would. What's clear is that, at least online, without a North Star, Turning Point is being drowned out by the same conspiracists that Charlie Kirk used to command.
All right, you guys, straight to jail for questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who.
You go to jail for questioning? Straight to jail, straight to jail. At least for questioning, Erica. You don't go to jail for questioning. What the fuck are you talking about? She's so fucking stupid. Like, her understanding of all the things that she talks about are so limited, yet she says it like the dumbest fucking shit with so much confidence. I have a jailhouse law degree, so I can talk about these things with confidence. She cannot.
Wants to be upset after this episode.
When I sat down with Erica Kirk, she told me the conspiracy theories and lies from Owens and her minions were hurtful and frustrating, but that she'd already lived through the worst thing that can happen to her, so she'd weather this. Prosecutors say they have DNA evidence, multiple confessions, and videos showing Robinson's guilt. Erica and Turning Point are hoping that a trial will come soon and that Robinson will be found guilty, and they're hoping that an open televised trial will quiet the conspiracy theories. I'm not so sure. It'll be easy for conspiracists to fold in the courts and evidence presented by prosecutors into their stories.
Our courts are completely compromised. Our courts want nothing to do with this.
The JFK conspiracy theory was the defining one of America's 20th century, and this may be the defining one of the 21st. Candace Owens' conspiracy theorists love the comparison.
Any other similarities between the JFK assassination and the Charlie Kirk one?
About 5 million.
Yeah.
Israel's basically the only power capable of such an assassination of JFK and Charlie Kirk.
From JFK to MLK, now to CJK, this is, in my opinion, an undeniable state killing.
Why would an official story be enough to stop them? And why would they start caring about who gets hurt? The Candace Owens conspiracy machine shouldn't just worry Turning Point or MAGA. Anyone can become cannon fodder. It doesn't matter which side you're on. And the danger from this new era of conspiracy theory isn't just that we'll be duped by misinformation, but that we'll lose our sense of direction, that we'll give up on trying to make sense of what's real and what's not, and blindly trust.
She didn't even mention the thing with the French Prime Minister's wife, did she? Macron? She hasn't even mentioned Macron's wife supposedly having a penis and all that shit, right?
Strongmen or follow snake oil saleswomen who frame everything as a lie and a threat. How far
Snake oil saleswomen. Nice.
can we go down the rabbit hole before we're lost there?
We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame.
Okay, here's the thing. I have no problem.
I'm not gonna get my feelings about your fucking.
I have no problem with
comments.
people assaulting me, but just try to be funny about it. Okay, just try to make me laugh. If you.
We just lost like 20 viewers while I was singing that. That was fucked up. I think that was pretty good. I think that was a pretty good fucking boast.
Make me laugh. You can say anything you like.
Bro,
right?
I don't
as long
get,
as it's funny.
I fucking debated Destiny a shit ton of times. Like, if I gave a fuck about getting mogged by DGG psychos who are like swarming with their insane comments after a conversation, you know, this would be not a thing I would do.
By them. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, when you got like, you know, my videos got like, you know, let's be realistic about size. Like, my videos got like, what, I've got 5K subs. My video gets like 5K views. Destiny puts out multiple 100,000 view videos. I'm gonna have a rough time in the comments for a couple days. It's
look,
gonna
I've had DGG come at me too.
The dog pile is gonna be intense for a few days, and I'm not gonna pretend that like my fans outnumber theirs. Like, why would I?
My point here is that the right has, I would consider, a very large problem with conspiracy theories, with how they treat people who aren't fully on board. They aren't pluralists in many ways, right? They aren't. And I think that while the left obviously has its problems, obviously, right? I think that the issues that I'm facing on the left with the DSA are dangerous, but I think that it's pitching the tent on the right is just like
I pitch a tent every time I see your fucking mom.
Like I said in my promo tweet, like, I wanted your perspective from being part of, or at least on the side of, a party that has already lost to these extremists. Like, you guys
Well, I just don't think that's
to your
cor-
extremists.
I don't think that's correct is the problem. But a lot of this
Yeah,
comes down.
I know you don't.
A lot of this comes down to like
Yeah, because you're
disagreements
a fucking
that are fairly fundamental. Like, I don't know if you ever watched any of, like, Pisco and I did a bunch of debates about like executive theory at one point, like
No, I did not
way
watch
back in the
those.
day. Yeah, that's gonna give you fucking brain rot.
You can't make me.
Yeah,
You
but
can't
like,
make me.
if you look at like Federalist Society people, like, when Trump won some decisions about executive power, about firing executive officers, for example, the common sentiment was, boy, that's a lot of power to give to the executive, which the Constitution does. And if that concerns you, we should shrink the amount of executive agencies back to their normal size. Like, the unitary executive types are not all about executive power, but they think, and I think, that if you give the executive power, you're giving it to the president constitutionally. The solution then is to grant less power in the first place, whereas the left-wing solution is to grant increasing power to the executive, but to diffuse that power to a politically unaccountable group of bureaucrats and experts,
Well, no.
and which is their preferred
Well,
solution.
Hold on.
That's fucking stupid. Like, nobody gets the power. Nobody decides what the law says. Nobody decides when we go to war. Nobody decides what happens with the economy. Nobody decides the outcome of court cases. Nobody. That's the outcome. We don't give the power. No power.
That's part of like that is a liberal value, the separation of powers. That power in the state's hands should be divided, constrained, and accountable. Okay?
Separation
by
between which
dividing the
branches?
power between the executive and these institutions, it lessens the chance that an authoritarian will be able to abuse that power. Now, you can argue that there should be more accountability for these unaccountable, as you put them, right? I'm going to use your words here, these unaccountable, unelected bureaucratic agencies. That's fair, but your method of doing so just like, it centralizes power in a way that is making the DSA, their mouth is watering, because all they need to do now is get into that position of executive power, and then you have nothing to stop them. And their mouths are water. The DSA is looking at what the right is doing to the executive authority, and it's like, we can't wait to get in there. Right?
But Wick, if you look at the history, the creation of administrative agencies to govern huge swaths of the country by, the hopefully benign government of their, governance of their expertise, was an overtly progressive project that came out of the Wilson administration. I disagree.
Okay. I disagree. It was an attempt to divide power.
It's not disagreeable. That's a historic fact. It happened in the Wilson administration.
This idea that by getting in bureaucrats to diversify, right, the power granted to the executive is in line with liberal values.
Okay.
It's a limit on state
if we're separating powers, which branch are we separating the power from?
The executive towards we can diversify within a branch. So, for example, the legislative branch has two houses. The power is diversified between the House of Representatives and the Senate, and yet they are from the same branch, which is the legislative branch. Correct? Right?
And the Constitution disagrees with you about the way that you can do that with the executive. So now,
okay, there's a bunch of things now called spoilage. Am I able to do anything with these? Vehicle top speed 50%. Vehicle acceleration 50%. Oh, it's burnable fuel now. I don't even know what turned into the spoilage. Like, I have no idea what this was before. Okay, but it's still burnable fuel. And it goes slower now? Oh, that's kind of nice. Like, it's faster than the tank, but still slow enough to have some differences, slow enough to have better control. Nice.
What? Are you going to change the Constitution to allow you to continue the diversification?
I think that we can put laws into place that would be constitutionally viable, that would allow us to diversify the executive power. I'm not a lawyer.
I doubt it after this Supreme Court term.
Wait, he's not a
The
lawyer?
Supreme Court did, other than the Federal Reserve, which
other than the one that disproves my point, all the other points, like they can absolutely make these carve outs.
They made a rule for the Federal Reserve that has no actual correspondence or theory that is in any way in line with the rule they articulated otherwise, which is that other than the Federal Reserve, the president can fire the head of basically whatever fucking agency he wants.
One of the things that the Supreme Court does, and I think you'd agree with me, is they use pragmatism in some of their decision makings and look at how these things would actually have an effect on. I forget the technical term for this.
There are certainly times that they do. This was, I think, better explained by the fact that it was just a different collection of judges. The justices were just a different combo. But my point is, you prefer to have the executive power diluted, which is unsurprising because that's the standard left-leaning position and has been forever. It was the progressive position.
No, that's a liberal. To be clear, that's a liberal position.
Well, it wasn't. It was the progressive position. It is today what you would call the liberal position, but at the time it was the progressive position. Today it's the status quo, but that was the historic evolution of it.
To be clear, I would argue that the position before that the quote-unquote liberals had were not actually a liberal position, and the progressives were more liberal at that time than the actual quote-unquote liberals. The same with slavery, right?
But you see how this evolves, right? Now the Constitution, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, says you are wrong, and if you give this power to executive agencies, the president can exert control over them.
Except in the case of one.
Except in the case of one. So now what?
Now we can make more.
With the exception of one, you are wrong. So now can we start getting rid of these agencies? Or are we going to seek to change the Constitution so you can be right?
I think that changing the Constitution in this case would be more in line with the liberal value of the diversification of power.
Okay, so there's another.
Again, my principle isn't just the Constitution, because the Constitution, built within it, is a mechanism to change itself, right? Built within the Constitution is a mechanism to adjust it, to make amendments to it. And one amendment I think that would be great to make is to, A, make the executive branch more accountable and undo the Supreme Court decision that gave him basically immunity, bar none for, and I know you're a lawyer, so you understand that decision far more than I do, but from a layman's perspective, that was just a terrible, terrible choice. And two, to also amend it so we diversify power within the executive branch so that one man does not hold the authority that a Trump or Trump-like candidate or a DSA-like candidate in the future, hopefully not, but maybe, right, could ever come in and wield that. Because we don't want to see, and you wouldn't want to see, a DSA candidate wield the type of power that Trump does, do you?
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, because it's like, this is obviously a position I disagree with, but I want to make sure I get it right. So you would like to have the presidency redefined so that he is less of an all-encompassing executive and is more accountable to the other branches?
Yes.
Okay. So here's the DSA position on that. They would like to replace the president with an executive chosen by and subordinate to Congress. Would that be in line with what you want to do?
No.
Why not? What's the difference?
I think that what's
the difference
hold on.
between the two things?
I'm going to answer your question. We don't have to take the single brick that you're pointing to. We can look at the wall. We can look at the totality of what the DSA wants, and we can point to that, and we can say, in the context of what they want overall, this would be a terrible idea, right? But in the context of what I'm saying, which is a liberal governance where executive power is, and to be clear, the Constitution does this too, right? The Constitution puts limits on executive power, right? We would like more limits on
it puts limits on the sphere of executive power, not on the executive's power within that sphere.
I mean, but that limits executive power, correct?
That's the same thing.
Yes, but in a very different way than
correct?
In a very different way than the one that you're describing. Like there are outer limits, but within those limits, he is the executive. There is no other executive.
I think that's the unitary theory, but I disagree that that's.
Well, it's the unitary theory that has been blessed by the U.S. Supreme Court and is currently
for now, until the U.S. Supreme Court changes, in which case it won't be.
So, but this is.
But I'm saying as a layman, right? Like this is a problem, like with the current makeup of the Supreme Court. I think that they are acting unconstitutionally, and now
on the basis of what?
Right? Say it one more time. When it comes to the unitary executive theory issue, right? For example,
why do you think that's wrong?
Well, do you think that their decision on birthright citizenship was wrong?
I disagreed. Yeah.
Yeah. So we can disagree with the Supreme Court.
We can, but I'm gonna give a legal reason. I'm asking what yours is.
We've had that argument before. I remember.
Not about birthright citizenship, about unitary executive theory. You said you think it's wrong. Why?
Yes, I think unitary executive theory is wrong. And we can. Again, if you want to have this specific debate, we can set it up for another time.
Well,
I don't have a specific.
My point is that.
Why is Whick dodging so hard on this?
I know we're not going to have this debate now. My point is that you think it's wrong, but you don't think it's wrong for a legal reason. You think it's wrong because it disagrees with policy preferences.
Constitutional reason. I think the constitutional reason has provided limits. So, for example, one of the laws that has been written, right? Congress has the power to declare war in the Constitution.
Oh shit!
Is that correct? Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. We have carved out a law to allow the president, in order to every 60 days, I believe. What's the unit?
The War Powers Resolution?
Yes. Yes. I think that unfortunately is being abused by our executive, right, currently. And so we need to limit that, right? We need to limit that. That is a sphere of power that we have given to him through our legislation that I think is wrong, and we should take it away, okay? I think that the ability, and we can see this now, to just every 60 days renew this has been disastrous, right?
Well, it's a stupid law for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is probably unconstitutional and almost certainly unenforceable. So it's just kind of silly in that regard. And every president has taken the position that it's unconstitutional. Every president said since it was enacted. All of them take the position that, like, whenever they send in these status reports, all of them write, I'm sending this to Congress because I want to, not because you can make me, in legalese. Because none of them accept this limit. But the question is what the delegation of military power is between.
They've all said that. They've all stated this on their reports, or is this a thing anybody else has heard of in the real world, or like in reality sort of thing?
Between the branches there, and that's more of a gray area than it's a complicated topic, but it's not. It's simple.
That's why. Again, this is why I think.
But my point is that when you talked about unitary executive theory being wrong, you disagreed, but you disagreed not on the basis of having done the analysis. You disagreed on the basis of what your preferred view of the Constitution would be.
I disagreed on liberal principle grounds. The principle of division of power and limits on state power. That is the bedrock on which I am saying that the executive branch has too much power, is because it has insufficient limits on its ability to enact its will within its spheres.
And by and large, who gave the president those powers?
The Supreme Court over various years.
By and large, it was the legislature when they created all these executive agencies. right?
Yes and no, but yes.
Well,
True.
when they create an executive agency and then they say, executive, thou shalt go out and enforce this law, and here is the funding and tools to do it, you increase the sphere of executive
Yes,
power.
that has been
and I agree with you that was enabled. Oh yes, I
has
agree
been a
with
mistake.
it. Tremendous
That is
mistake.
bad. We need to stop that. But the
I-
problem
I-
is I don't
I
see
agree.
this happening. I don't see anyone stopping it.
Well, the good news for you is that this is why the right cheers on the Department of Education being torn asunder. This is why the right cheers on massive deregulation. This is why the right cheers on the death of Chevron deference.
That's not true. The reason the right cheers that on is because it centralizes the authority into one man.
No.
Yes, it centralizes power. It has been a hold on. Let me finish. It's been a goal for years of the right to centralize executive power in a way that allows them not to be deferential to the Department of Education for these other such agencies. They want unitary executive, a single.
I disagree on the Department of Education part. The right has wanted the Department of Education to be decentralized. They want it all to be made from like local ordinances, not from federal. And so the whole thing is that they don't want the centralization. But for that one thing, in general, they do want more centralized power.
Man to be able to wield these decisions and bypass any kind of check, right? As much as possible. This has been an illiberal action and sought after, and yes, unfortunately aided by some people on the left, in order to get the ability to enact their will with as little checks as possible. That's what's happened for years.
What the right wants is the president to have the executive authority he is entitled to under the Constitution, which is all of it. All of it. It's his authority.
Yes, they want to centralize authority. That's what they want to do. They want to centralize authority. This is a problem.
And we want to get rid of all these insane expansions of executive authority that largely have been enacted by the left over time that we don't think should exist.
But these expansions came with checks, which I agree weren't sufficient.
Unconstitutional checks.
I agree with you that these weren't sufficient checks, but they came and were given to him with checks for the idea and the express purpose of limiting the sole executive power. Now, it didn't work out that way, unfortunately, because of the end of Chevron deference, right? In other
who would
ways.
be wielding the power then? The experts at the agency.
I think that people who are experts in the field do better generally with wielding and making those sorts of decisions.
And this is the exact argument that Woodrow Wilson made when he ushered in this style of governance, that we should be governed by these benign experts. It happens to be unconstitutional. It happens to be a problematic move away from American liberalism and away from the form of government that our founders gave to us. You like it better.
Hold on,
and it's fine. It's totally fine that you like it
because
better,
I like.
But
because liberalism, to work, has to have limits on executive authority.
Why?
The state power. Otherwise, a single individual, a monarch, a tyrant can come in. We fought a war about this, brother, right?
No.
To come in and make decisions and ignore the will of those who are governed. Thus, individual liberties and rights of individuals to have a say in who.
No, the right likes decentralized. No, it doesn't. The right is like all about hierarchies and having like a single person at the top. What the fuck are you talking about? The right likes decentralization. In your fucking dreams, the right likes decentralization. And name a single decentralized movement on the right. Name me one. I can name like literally tons and tons on the left. Name me one on the right that is a decentralized movement outside of like, you know, churches, which even most of those have created hierarchies within inside of them, like even the Southern Baptist Convention or the you know, Catholicism. But outside of churches, like actual political movements, name me some that are decentralized. The Tea Party wasn't decentralized. My dad was literally one of the leaders within the Tea Party. It literally had a leader, but the Tea Party doesn't currently exist. How the fuck did that run out of gas? Oh, we ran out of fucking coal. Holy shit. Holy shit, what the fuck?
Is making the decisions, right? And who is making the laws, is who is doing these things, is lessened because a single executive can buy fiat, say just whatever, and he has nothing to check them. Now, the checks aren't perfect. The checks aren't perfect, right? Like, there's problems with these things. We can fix those problems, I feel. And I can't give you the solution off the top of my head, come down from heaven. But, like, I think that the idea that we're going to solve the problem of bureaucratic rule by centralizing all this power in a single hand is anti-liberal. It's an anti-liberal stance.
Again, you've missed the thrust. This is the classic leftist. And I'm saying leftist because it comes from the progressive wing of the party historically. We're going to create a thing that breaks the system, and then we're going to ask for more and more and more of our policies to keep band-aiding it. The reason that our founders weren't afraid of centralizing executive authority, and in fact did centralize executive authority, is because the federal government had limited powers back then. It was limited. It couldn't do a lot of things. So the executive wasn't terrifying because he couldn't impact you on a day-to-day level the way he can today. The problem is we've had 100 years of governments specifically engineered to break all the limits on federal authority that ever existed, which was enacted by the progressives over and over and over again. And now we get to the end of the rainbow and they're like, goddamn executive unitary theory, those fucking rightists with their crazy view that the Constitution should be enforced. Like, they broke the system and now they're complaining about the result of breaking the system, which they did.
Hold on, like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, I would grant you that the left has, in some cases, gotten it wrong when it comes to expanding executive authority. I would point to instances like Obama's overuse of executive orders, right? And other things like that, which normalized this kind of idea that the executive has all this power, can ignore certain things that they never did ignore before. Like, that's been a problem. I would agree with you. But the people who are doing this the most today are Republicans. Trump is the king of abusing executive authority in order to go after his political enemies, in order to try to get around and ignore the courts, in order to try to loot the Treasury with his scheme to steal, what was it, $10 billion from the IRS and things like that, right? Like, he is abusing executive power in a way that we have not seen. So to point at the left and say, look what Trump's doing, it's the left's fault, I think is missing the forest, right, for the trees. And we can look at the overall thrust of Bush, right, both Bushes, both Bush Sr. and both Bush Jr. We look at Reagan, right, and this, again, Reagan's big thing was like getting rid and cutting red tape, getting rid of these bureaucracies and things like that. And he wanted to centralize authority. It's been a plan that they've had for decades. And yes, some people on the left have done that too, right?
The right
that is not the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making tonight is that the right
defined
is doing
executive. The right believes in the constitutionally defined executive.
It's really hard to listen to two long-winded people who want to kind of like drone on forever, because they both end up not being able to finish their fucking sentences and make their fucking points, and it becomes unbearable.
Executive,
No, they
as
don't. No, they
confirmed
don't.
as confirmed by the Supreme Court this term multiple times.
Until they don't
the issue here, Whick, is that the left has historically created enormous expansions of federal and executive authority on the misguided assumption that the experts in charge of these things would always agree with them because they are the truth bearers, and they, as we started this conversation, tend to have a strong grip on the education system. Now, those tools have been created and other people are playing with them, which I get is a bummer, and it's a good reason for putting the tools back in the toolbox. And you can find endless examples of me saying we should put the tools back in the toolbox, but it wasn't the right that took them out. The creation of the administrative state is a left project. The frustration that they have is that now it's being used differently. And I would love to have a smaller federal government that was limited and within its constitutional sphere. I would love to revisit some of the horrifying decisions made
not
by
words.
FDR.
You can say
and
that
his
all
era.
day. You can say, I'm not stabbing you, and I can still see the knife going in and out, brother. Like, you could say, I would love it if we put these tools back in the box, but since they're out, we have to use them and expand upon their use and use them even harder than our enemies ever have. And we have to continue to do this as a reciprocity to teach the left a lesson. Like, I saw you make that argument with Dev, right? And with, I believe, Pisco, is that you would pack the courts now in order to stop the left from packing the courts, right? You would do these things before the left does it to punish them.
You're literally making things up and misquoting me, and it's
okay. I can't find that quote. I can't find that clip of you saying this.
That we should pack the
Get
courts
on
first.
it, gangs.
No. What you'll find.
You said it'd be justified to do so. Yes.
I said that it would be if the norm was broken and the left packed the courts, then if the right packed the courts, I would not have the same objection afterwards.
Yes, that's exactly
that
what
is
I
not
said.
what you just said. You just said that we should do it first. That is not what you just said.
I'm saying that you think, in your argument,
I need you to admit that what you just said was wrong.
I need you to admit that you just made it
No,
up.
I need you to admit.
Wick,
we can find the clip.
No.
We can find the clip of you saying that you think it would be justified for the right to pack the court under certain conditions. Can we? Yes or no? I'm going to pull a Pisco. Can we find that clip?
No. Wait, okay, I need the.
Yes or no? Can we find that clip?
We're going to resolve this is a
yes or no? Can we find that
clip?
clip?
You said to me first. The transcript. Can someone can we go back and see what Wick actually said this stream? Because I guarantee you, Wick, what you just said to me was that the right should do it first. And I said, no, I never said that because I never did and have been very clear about that point. You said first. You said
okay,
first.
If you want me to take away first, fair. It doesn't change that you think that the left, because you've argued earlier in this. Hold on, stop. You can't filibuster here.
The thing you said was wrong.
No, it was incorrect in a small detail. You're like, you said the murderer had a green shirt and he had a red shirt. Therefore, the thing that you said was entirely wrong.
It is not.
That's your argument that you're making. You're saying that I said, hey, this guy is murdering that girl and he's got a red shirt on, and you're saying, well, bro, he has a green shirt, not a red shirt, so obviously he's not murdering that girl. But he's obviously murdering that girl. You're pointing to a small detail to deflect from the larger point that I'm making, and you are continue to filibuster because you know that if you allow me to speak, that it won't work. Right?
If
so
in
if
your,
I can
in your
continue,
example, if a guy
nope,
said,
you're gonna keep
I
filibustering
see a
because
guy
you know you
murdering
can't
that
get
girl.
you know
Oh
you
my
can't let me
goodness.
speak because if I speak,
Nick,
you'll be
oh my
seen to
because
be wrong.
you
know you can't do
misspoke
that.
and you
You
won't
know you
admit
have
you
to
did
interrupt
it,
me
which
because
makes
you
me
have
think
to
that you
interrupt
are
me
being
because if I was
disingenuous.
allowed to speak,
You are
you would
being
be proven wrong.
wildly disingenuous right now, which is out of character for you.
I'm not being disingenuous.
You
If I
said
don't
something,
normally
it
behave
was
a way,
wrong.
it's
You should
probably the
admit
case
that
that
you
I'm
said
not
something
behaving that
wrong.
way right now, correct?
Wick, you said something that was meaningfully wrong to me.
That is not true.
It is a meaningful distinction in my eyes. I corrected you, and you spurred the fuck out. You spurred the fuck out when
I'm not
you
spurting
said
out. You're not
something
allowing me to
meaningfully wrong
talk. And there's a reason, dear audience, that he is not allowing me to speak. There is a
Jesus
reason that he is not allowing me to speak. There is a reason.
Hey, Wick.
Because your overall point,
remember that
justification,
time
see,
that
still
you-
not doing it.
Remember
Still
that
not doing
time
it.
that you said
Still
that,
not allowing me to
that
speak.
you were going to
Still not
platform all
allowing me
these
to talk.
CSAM.
Still
like,
not allowing me to have a
like,
conversation.
Wick,
You just want to
at a s-
filibuster the whole
at a
time.
certain
You
point,
don't let me get
you
this
need
out.
to
I
admit
can talk
that
longer
you did
than
something
you, sir.
fucked up.
I can continue to talk.
Admit that you
but
just
can't
you made a
let
mistake and then
me
you jumped on me
speak
on it for it.
because you know that if I got my whole point out, that you would be kind of looking a little silly. Right now.
Wick.
No, you're not
The
looking
difference
silly
between these
right
points
I'm going to keep going.
was meaningful.
If you keep
to
talking,
me.
I'm going to keep talking
Do you
because you
concede
got to
that
let
at
me
me?
speak in this case.
Okay.
And I know you're hoping
I'm
that
going to give
I
you
will
a
not
few seconds.
remember
Make whatever
what
point
I'm
you
about
want
to
make,
say
and then I'm going
because
to
you
ask you.
continue
Make
to
your goddamn
talk
point.
over
Go.
me.
Make your point.
Okay, so you said that, and I'm going to quote as best I can, that if the left were to do a thing like court packing or filibuster or what have you, or if they were to do a thing, that the right would be entirely justified in doing it back. Is that true? Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm trying to find the quote because I'm trying to find out what you actually said. I wanted you to make your point. I assumed it was for the audience and not for me, given
we're
the
going
nature,
piece by piece.
the nature of the conversation.
Did you or did you not say that the left, specifically, if they were to try to pack the courts, that the right would be justified in doing it?
That's not what you said.
I'm asking you, found the clip? Headless chicken, give me the clip. Thank you. We can play it right now. DM it to me.
Is it the clip of what you asked me? Because that's the clip I want to see.
I know you don't want to talk about what you actually said. That's fine.
No, I want to see the clip of what you asked me, which is what we're talking about.
Look, give me the clip, Headless Chicken. Just DM it to me, please, sir.
I don't remember what was said by either one of them, so anybody have an opinion on this? Anybody?
When he
justified to no, so yeah, there is a distinction. It's if
in my eyes.
Okay, so for example, if I saw two people in the street and I said, you think it's justified to shoot this person. Well, shit, there are situations I do think that's justified. But then you say, it's justified to shoot them first before they did anything forceful or violent. No, that's not what I said. First is really fucking meaningful in this context. So yeah, there is a distinction, Wick, between what you said and what you freaked out about.
Would there be
Wait, isn't that what he just said? Didn't he just say that he said that he was going to do it first?
If
Or
I
he would be
said
justified
it's a
to do it
meaningful
first?
distinction.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why. I'll use a different analogy. If a man was raping a girl, and then you said, well, damn, if he's raping that girl, I get to rape his daughter or something. Would that be okay?
No.
Okay, great. We can understand how in court packing,
that's a
I don't think it's a
violation of
meaningful
natural law and not a norm violation. Court packing is a norm violation, Wick. It's a norm violation.
It's a
not
norm violation that would lead to such a destructive thing that you, again, have said, and I'm going to paraphrase here, that it would destroy the legal system. Is that a correct paraphrase?
So yes, and
yes.
Wick.
And again, by advocating doing it
respond to
indeed
the point.
to respond, it would further destroy the system, would it not?
The point I made was merely this. I don't think we should do things that usher in the Mad Max Thunderdome. If we're in the Mad Max Thunderdome, the rules change. Once the norm violation occurs, like what? No, and Wick, this is ridiculous. Hold on.
Well, no, that's obviously true. That's obviously true. If one side does a norm violation, the other side is justified in doing the norm violation. Obviously. Like, if you change the fucking norm, then the norm is changed. Like, that's obviously fucking true. How the fuck can Whick disagree with this? How the fuck can he disagree with this? This is so stupid. That's obviously true. That is just blatantly, obviously, objectively true. You change the fucking norms. You're doing the thing that you're not supposed to do. So now the other side can do it too. That is just fucking true. Self-defense. I mean, generally, yes, you would think of it in like terms of self-defense, but this is even the way that you're thinking about it when it comes to like court packing. Like, this is the argument that I had with a bunch of, with Pisco and what's his face, Josiah over and over. It was over the fact that like it's obviously justified to engage in court packing when the other side has already done it. Like, blatantly, obviously, there's no fucking question about it. If one side is already engaged in court packing, it is fully fucking justified for the other side to do it.
Like, do you think that it's inappropriate for the left or the right to appoint judges with only 51 votes because it was a historic norm violation?
I would like to roll that back. Yes.
Okay, but do you think it's wrong when they do it today? Like,
yes. Yes. I said that before when you asked me. I think it is a norm violation in such a case that has led to a tit for tat race to the bottom where we are having a huge issue. And one side has to say no and stop it.
So when the next time the Democrats get power, your position is they should voluntarily not appoint any judge to any position unless they can get to 60 votes.
Of course not.
That's because the norm has been broken, right?
No, because here, hold. What? Can you repeat what you said? Maybe I misheard.
Okay, the norm historically was that you need 60 votes to appoint a judge to any level. That norm has been broken. I don't think, and I don't think you think, that either side should hold themselves to the standard that no longer exists.
No, I disagree. I think that when we get back into power, when the Democrats back into power, what I would advocate for and what I would like to happen is a return to that norm. I want to reinstitute that rule because that rule I felt was...
I can agree with that. That doesn't matter. That doesn't change whether or not you're justified. Isn't that what we're talking about? Aren't we talking about? I thought the argument was over whether or not it's justified, whether or not there is a justification. Am I crazy? Did he just totally fucking pivot what the conversation is actually about? I thought we were talking about justification.
Good and protected us from kind of this like tyranny of the majority situation where we can just enact justices at a simple majority of 51.
Okay.
I think
by the way,
what
I don't have a clip, but one of my chatter went back and found the quote, and he said, "Is that you would pack the courts now in order to stop the left from packing the courts, right? You would do these things before the left does it to punish them," was what you asked me, which I am not in favor of, and that is not a position I've ever taken, which is why I reacted the way I did.
Actual position is that in the case of the left doing the bad thing, packing the court, you would find it justified. I don't know if you'd advocate it for it. I don't know if you would or not.
Okay,
but you would find it justified.
I'm happy to go down this road. Can you just acknowledge? Can you, before you go down this road, can you acknowledge?
I don't know why you're not answering my question.
That is because Whick.
You do not. Okay, Whick knows why. Wick's being a little bad faith here. That he has to. He's got to be being bad faith here. He knows why he's not answering the fucking questions because this whole conversation came off the back of you mischaracterizing his position, and you never got to the point where it was clarified. Whick told somebody to send him the clip, and then he sat there quietly for like 30 seconds, and it seems as though and then Whick started going off on this tangent about this other shit instead. And so it seems like he probably got the clip and checked first to see if Ryan said it or not, and then saw that he didn't say it and decided to move on instead. And now Ryan's trying to go back to it, and so he's like, oh shit, I got to get back off this. But that obviously, like, it makes sense that he's going to go back to this.
Were incredibly bizarre to me about a thing that you misrepresented my position.
It's not bizarre.
And then
It's something where you're trying to paint this out,
Whick,
a small error in how I quoted you,
that
and acting as if that's meaningful.
You misrepresented my position.
It's not meaningfully misrepresented.
And I corrected you.
It's not meaningfully misrepresented.
You don't think it's meaningfully
I'm explaining
different?
why.
I'm
explaining why.
Hold on. You don't think? No. Just let me be clear.
Okay, you're good. You're good. You're gonna filibuster in bad faith this. Go ahead. Tell me what I said. Go ahead.
I would advocate for court packing today. If I was out there today advocating for court packing, you don't think that's meaningfully different than my position?
No, because you would be okay with court packing under certain conditions. You just have different conditions than what Josiah does, but you're still in favor of court packing, motherfucker.
I'm not in favor of court packing.
That, oh my goodness, I hate how Whick does this thing where it's like he acts like it's like a principled position where he's like, I think it's bad to kill people. I think killing is bad. And I'm like, well, if somebody tries to kill me, I think I have the right to kill them. Like, I think I have the right to do that. No, I take a principled position that killing is wrong. And it's ridiculous to me that you're sitting here trying to convince me that it's good to kill. Yeah, so Tom says it's good to kill. That's what he wants me to believe. Hey, everybody. Hey, listen, chat. Listen, gang. Tom says it's good to kill people. Like, this is not principled. This is not the way that morals work. Like, motherfucker needs to take a philosophy class or some shit. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is.
Because you would say it was justified. It would be justified to do if the left did it.
If the norm
did you say that? Yes or no?
If the norm
if the
is
left
violated,
packs the court,
if the norm
would you
is
be
gone, the
in
norm
favor
is gone.
of or justify
I've
the
answered
right
the
packing
question
the
5
court?
times. You want me to answer it again?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. If the norm is gone, then the norm is gone. We do not hold anybody to that standard in any circumstance, that they have to maintain norms that no longer exist.
So yes, the answer is yes.
Yes, and that's why
you
I
advocate for court packing under certain conditions.
That's why I asked you about the fact that both parties appoint judges with 51 votes now, and we understand that that is part of the game because the norm no longer exists. That's why I fight to preserve the norm.
But it would not,
because once it's gone, baby.
But it would not be. No, I disagree with that, and I think that this is why it's not a meaningful difference. I think it's meaningfully the same, functionally the same. If you advocate for court packing under certain conditions, you just have a different set of conditions.
Okay.
My advocacy is that if the right were to pack the court, if Trump were to come down to say, we're going to pack the court, baby, I don't think that the left should retaliate. I think that the left should revert it. I think that the left should unpack the court, right? That is my advocacy, not for continuing on that route and doing that thing, but to do the opposite and to restore the norm and establish the norm. And that's what again, where it's not a meaningful difference, whether you want to do it first or second, I think that for me, it is a meaningfully the same, right? It is just meaningless, right?
Well,
if you just want to, you're a court packer. You just want to pack it under different conditions.
First of all, changing the composition of the court is court packing. So reversing it is a form of court packing.
Oh, you would never.
Changing the composition of the court.
In which case,
if you change the number of seats on the Supreme Court, that is the classic definition of court packing.
So, what you're saying is that if
no, not necessarily. You can change the number of seats and not do it's court packing is generally considered a partisan maneuver. So, adding seats, but not adding seats just so that the president can currently pack all of those seats with partisan justices would be meaningfully different than just calling it court packing. It's just court packing, guys, because you still added seats and put more people in there.
The right were to pack the court and add 4 more justices, and the left were to undo that, the left would also be packing the court?
Yes, that would be court packing,
I don't
which you
see
said
as
that you would be
court packing
opposed to in any
meaningful sense.
circumstance.
I don't think that's court packing in a meaningful sense. To revert to the norm, to reestablish the norm that already existed, is not norm breaking, right?
So
is it not? Am I not correct then?
Yeah,
it is definitionally court packing to change the number of seats on the court. That's what court packing is. You're now ascribing some kind of intentionality to it. Like when you do it for a good reason, it's not court packing.
So your argument then is that in your
no, that is totally untrue and fucking stupid. Even that is absolutely ridiculous. If you added seats, so let's say because according to him, if Joe Biden added seats, he added 4 seats to the Supreme Court and said, "I'm only going to appoint 2 of these seats. I'm only appointing 2 of these seats." Let's say, actually, no. Let's say they add 4 seats and he adds 0. He only appoints 1 person or 2, whatever you want. But the fact that the other side would be able to appoint, I don't know, half or even the majority of those, no, we would never consider that court packing. By no measure would that be court packing.
Definition of court packing. Removing a justice would be court packing.
Removing a seat would be court packing.
Yes, removing, changing it from 9 to 8 would be court packing.
Yes, that would be court packing.
So, in your opinion, if...
Okay, Google. Define court packing.
Here's the definition of court packing. Derogatory. The practice of increasing the number of seats on a court, especially the U.S. Supreme Court, in order to admit judges likely to further one's own ends or make decisions in one's favor.
In order to appoint judges in your favor, or who will make decisions to further your own ends. It's literally part of the fucking definition. That's what it is. If you're trying to get people on the fucking Supreme Court who are going to further your own ends, that's what makes it court packing. That's what court packing is. Fucking stupid.
With the Republicans changed it to 13.
And Whick, that has to be court packing because you can, for example, one way the Republicans could pack the court. It doesn't work now because Roberts is not the kind of justice you would do this for. But imagine that Justice Thomas or Justice Alito was the Chief Justice. One way
I don't
you
think
could pack
that's what
the court
anyone means when they say pack the court, though. You understand that that's not what
anyone
you have argued with?
Let me finish the hypo and then
meant?
you can explain. If Justice Alito was the Chief Justice and the Republicans removed every justice other than Alito, so now he's a one-man court, would that be court packing? Justice Alito gets to make every decision for the Supreme Court,
but I wouldn't call it court packing. I would call it fundamentally altering. There would be another word that I would use. Court packing implies, and this is how it's always been used, to be clear, right? You laugh at me, but when FDR threatened to pack the court, did he threaten to take away justices?
No, he threatened to add.
Yes. When Pisco's talking about packing the court, is he threatening to take away justices?
No, but he cites examples. But he cites examples of reducing the number of justices.
But he's not
well
advocating for that.
Them.
He's not.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't cite it as he cites examples of them removing seats for partisan gain, and cites examples of them removing seats when he wouldn't consider that to be court packing, just as examples of when seats have been changed. That's it. He is not using it as in the way that Ryan is here.
He's not advocating for that, but he's
trying to do that. He is trying specifically to pack the
cites
court
them as examples,
by
Whick.
addition, which has traditionally been the way that everyone who has advocated for packing the court has advocated for it. So while you can maybe argue in a specific hypothetical world that we could maybe call it court packing, I think that that's playing with language.
Okay, I would like
that
to. Whick,
that is obscuring what is
hypothetically,
meaning of the
I would
court.
like to reduce the size of the court to 8, and by coincidence, that means we need to
Also,
get
can
rid
you
of
give
the
me
most.
a clip of Pisco advocating for removing a court
Whick,
justice?
let me make my point. By coincidence,
He didn't say he advocates for removing seats.
we are going
That's not what
to,
he said.
when we reduce it to 8, we have to get rid of the most recently tenured justice, of course, which means Justice Jackson is gone. Would that be court packing?
No, I think there'd be a reorganization.
Okay, so if the right eliminated Justice Jackson's seat, that would not be court packing in your view.
It would be bad. It'd be reorganization, though.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess
look,
you can.
This is why we don't let people play with language, because you're obscuring the meaning
talk about
of words.
The fucking shmew if
and you
want,
make it harder to communicate when you obscure the meaning of the words. When the word that we obviously know, as everyone has advocated, that court packing, and every example that we can cite of anyone advocating for court packing is advocating to add justices to the court. We can
to change
intuit
the number of
that
seats for a political purpose.
That is not how anyone.
For a political purpose. He just changed it. For a political purpose. So before he kept saying over and over and over and over, it's just adding seats. As long as you add seats, that's it. If you add seats, that's court packing. All you gotta do is add seats or change seats. If you just change seats, that's it. That's all you do is you just change seats. Now he's adding in for political purpose. What a Weasley little liar.
Ever has advocated for court packing.
It actually, I mean, I haven't done, I don't have my notes in front of me because I wasn't planning on having this particular debate, but I actually think there were historic examples of people limiting the court in order for political purposes. Like, for example, if there were seats that were empty, that they would leave them unfilled, or that they would then reduce the court down so that the next party wouldn't have those seats to fill.
Yes.
Well, it was all part of the court packing research I did, and I think it would be considered court packing. But I mean, hysterically, if we're going to use your definition of court packing, then you shouldn't have a problem, because all I would have to say is, okay, if the left packs the court, then I think the right should eliminate all those seats and get rid of those justices the second they get power back. And that's not court packing in your view. So we're good.
Do you think that that's
So we're good.
Are you telling me that that's what you meant when you answered the question on would you be okay with court packing if the left did it? Is that what you meant?
Sure.
Is that what you're arguing you mean?
I don't think the right has to
I'm going
go
to call you a liar
more than a 6-3 majority. We have a 6-3 majority. If the left packs it to be 8-7, to be like, 8-6 or 9-6, and then the right wins and then reduces the seat to get back to a 6-3 majority, and you don't consider that court packing, I would, but you don't consider that court packing, that would solve the problem.
I'm going to ask the question again. Was that, are you saying that
No,
that is what
I didn't
you
have
meant?
your proprietary definition of court packing in mind when I made the statement, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, you meant, when you answered the question, would it be justified for the right to pack the, or I don't know if you answered the question, you made the statement, I don't want to misquote you again, right? That you made the statement that you would be fine, or it would be justified for the right to pack the court if the left did it first. You meant addition.
I mean, I meant either, both court packing, but it's fine.
I don't believe you.
I don't
think you meant I think you meant adding. I think that that's what the context of the conversation was. I think that that's what everyone understood it to mean. I think that that's what I understood it to mean.
Is there something magical about addition that, rather than subtraction, if it achieves the same political end in your, like?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with you calling it court packing if you remove seats. I have no problem with that. Because like you are doing essentially the same thing. But Ryan's definition of reducing the number of justices for a political purpose, then the Republicans already pack the courts. Well, correct. Like that's kind of where this should be going. But yeah. Because yeah, he just said that like in the past people have let seats sit empty so that they could pack the courts. So
like what's the magical difference between these two
Because the
things?
reason we started this argument is that I said that if the right were to pack the court and add 4 justices, I would revert to the norm of 9 justices. And you made the argument, well, that's still court packing. And I don't see that it meaningfully is, because it's a reversion to the norm.
Okay, but
which
then
is obviously not what you meant
if we're
when
going to
you
take,
said that you would find it justified to pack the court
if we're going
the
to
left
have,
did it first.
if we're going to have
that
this
is
conversation,
obviously not
then
what you
at
meant,
least
correct?
you can acknowledge that on my view, you're just as in favor of court packing as I am, which is to say almost never and only in the circumstance where the norm is broken.
No, I don't think
on
that
my
that's
view of the term,
case.
there's no. I mean, you've defined it differently, but can you understand that on my view?
I think my definition is closer to the truth than yours.
The truth of what? Is there some
truth of what
objective
people
definition of court
understand to
packing we're
mean when
appealing
they
to?
talk about court packing?
I mean,
why are you dying on this hill? It's a weird hill to die on.
I'm dying on this hill because.
Well, Whick is being weird, because if he's saying this is what I meant when I said court packing, like, then, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna argue with them saying like, no, because this is what you should have meant when you said it. Like, who cares? Like, if that's not what he meant, then that's just not what he fucking meant. Like, who fucking cares? You should have meant this when you said that. You should have been thinking of this way of saying it when you said it that way. What are we talking about here?
Because you were a total fucking asshole about this conversation.
I was mean to you, so you're willing to change the meaning of words to win an argument? I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings.
You literally misrepresented me, and then got very, very like indignant about the fact that I found this to be a meaningful distinction that I care about. You may not care about it, which is fine, but I wasn't the one who misrepresented your position, Whick. You were the one who misrepresented mine.
Because you feel I misrepresented your position, you are now trying to claim that me saying that I think that we should revert to the norm if the right were to pack the court and make it 13, 20, whatever, that we should revert it to the norm of 9, that is court packing in the way that you meant court packing when you answered the question, or you made the statement that if the left were to pack the court, it would be justified for the right to pack the court in retaliation.
Yeah,
I don't think that these things, I don't think that's what you meant.
If the left packed the court, the right would be justified in packing the court to regain the conservative majority it currently holds, or originalist majority would be a better way of putting it. You could do that with addition or subtraction. I don't care.
Originalist majority is what it is. Yes,
particularly about which way it would get done. Like, what difference does it make to me if it's addition or subtraction?
Because you obviously meant addition.
What's the magic, Whick? What's the magic in
the magic? Is one is reverting to a norm, and the other.
Yeah, because like this is the problem with what Whick is saying here is that obviously everybody says that the conservatives have already packed the court. Republicans packed the court when Mitch McConnell refused to allow Obama to choose a Supreme Court justice at the end of his term. And so because they didn't allow him to choose a justice, what they ended up doing is giving Donald Trump an extra seat when he came into power. They, by this thought process, they packed the courts. Like, by this way of looking at it, they did pack the courts. Whick is saying that's not packing the courts. Like, where again, essentially, it is a type of court packing because you're able to add or the proportionality changes without going through the norms. That's what we're considering court packing. So if you make it to where the proportionality of justices are now going to be more conservative or more liberal instead of just going through the processes that we normally use, that's I mean, it is ostensibly court packing by every measure.
is taking the broken norm and engaging in the world where the norm no longer exists and continue to play by that rules. That's the difference. I think it's a difference.
Thank you, hungry person, for the 100 jewels, by the way. Or sorry, for the 100. For the 100 sticker, I guess, for 2 jewels. Thank you.
With a distinction, it's a distinctive difference. It's an important difference.
I think it
it's
matters.
a difference that matters.
It's
it
a
matters
distinction with a
almost
difference.
Not at all. Like, for example,
you're
let's
acting
say,
very.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's Whick is being kind of bad for sure.
Communist right now with the redefinition of words. By the way,
I mean, Whick. This is the actually. I mean, if we're going to play that game, Whick, the classic move of a fucking communist is to misrepresent someone and then get indignant about the fact that they have a problem with the fact that you are misrepresenting them.
The classic move is also to redefine words. So,
but I don't think we need to just endlessly ad hom this. The point here, Whick, is that there are endless situations I could come up with, and I've given you a few, where a subtraction is just as likely to be viewed as a court pack as an addition. There's nothing fucking magic about it. If we eliminated,
you're doing the thing where you ignore the context again. And I know you're smarter than this.
No,
I know you're smarter than this. So it makes me wonder why you're doing this.
It's context that is specific to your proprietary definition.
Not
it doesn't matter to
definition.
Mine.
Here, we can pull it if you like.
It doesn't.
When people talk about court packing, because that's what words are. Words are what most people understand them to mean and how they are used. The thing is what it is used to do. When people talk about court packing, when people advocate for court packing, the examples we have of presidents threatening to pack the court are all, every single one, about addition.
Okay.
Right?
Wick, let's make this as obvious as possible. If the right tomorrow eliminated every seat on the Supreme Court and then restored it to 9, meaning they get to appoint 9 justices, would that be court
reorganization
packing?
of the court?
That's not court. It's not court. On your view, it's not court packing if the right eliminates every seat and then gets a 9-0 majority. That's not court packing.
I think that it would be the abolishment of the court, reorganization of the court. I wouldn't call it packing.
All right. Well,
I disagree.
Okay. Yeah, this is stupid. This is fucking stupid. Like like honestly, regardless, I don't know why it matters. Like, this is stupid where you like sit on a word and you're like, but this is what it, like, unless you're there to debate the meaning of a word, which is fine. Like, lots of times debating semantics is like a fun debate and an important debate to have. And I enjoy having debates about semantics, so I'm not above it by any means, but it's also like in this context where you're just arguing over what you should mean when you say this word, but I could just accept your definition and then continue on, but I'm choosing not to. I'm choosing to just keep arguing with you over what you should mean when you say this. That is a pointless fucking debate. That is a pointless fucking debate to have.
Agree with, for example, if you're going to call that,
if you want to fucking talk about dying on hills, we can leave it at that. I think there's nothing more I need to talk about on this.
You do the semantics at the beginning of the debate, though, Tom. Not an hour and a half into it. Well, the problem is that they were debating something else, and this just came up as part of their debate. So this was not like, this is not an essential aspect of their debate whatsoever. This is just a part of the debate that they're choosing to have, or like an aspect that they're choosing to talk about.
This topic.
Do you think you won this exchange, man? If you're going to call that,
if you want to fucking talk about dying on hills, we can leave it at that. I think there's nothing more I need to talk about on this topic.
Do you think you won this exchange, man?
I think the position you just took is so patently ridiculous that anybody watching this is going to have a hard time.
It is. The position that Whick is taking here is patently ridiculous. It just is. It just is.
That.
I mean, I saw somebody else was watching this. Let's see what they had to say.
Swear to God.
That today. You cannot win this fight from the right because the right has lost this fight because they don't have the actual principles in place protecting the right of the individual to dictate how they are governed, to have a say in that.
Yeah. Favorable to Christian nationalist.
New states has like, it just has this kind of like constitutional loophole. Court, except for Justice Roberts, and then refilled it to 9 with whoever they wanted, that would not be court packing in your view.
It would be
that is
a reorganization of the
that
court
is
where it would not call it
so
packing.
crazy that I don't think it's worth it to continue arguing with definitions around with you, because the position you've taken
Send him to the void.
Nonsensical.
No, of course not. But
remember when he used to do that?
The reason that you're doing this is because you know you can't contend with it, and so you're trying to frame it as.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes. He said that's a Whick. That's a Whick term. Send him to the void. Send him to the void. He would kick him off his show. Go send him to the void.
When they talk about court packing,
I mean,
why are you dying on the wall? I was mean to you, so.
Where do you start flailing his arms? Ooh, what was he?
It's a weird. That we're going to solve the problem of bureaucratic rule by centralizing all this power in a single hand is anti-liberal. It's an anti-liberal stance.
You've missed the thrust. This is the classic left.
These Christian nationalists always have the funniest fucking language, dude. It's always so fucking funny.
I'm trying to find where he like takes a position on this or talks about it.
The War Powers Resolution?
Yes. I think that unfortunately, to enact their will, utilize authority, limiting the sole
the power then
source of decisions.
And then we away from the form of government that our founders gave to us. You like it better.
Hold on.
The founders are gay, but yes, the right wants to get rid of the Department of Education because of authority money and because, crucially for this guy, they think that it sets the woke curricula for the schools when it doesn't. Yeah.
This was not.
Left. Were the
of words matter.
Well, correct, because it sets the curriculum. They want to decentralize the.
This is going to have a hard time.
Education
words
department.
matter, and then killing. But it would be important to make the in a
wait. The last week on the court would not be
and try to hand where people think that the say, and we can come through this bullshit.
At the point for this is like seeing Whick. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But
we understand that words matter, that the definitions of words matter, that the distinction matters, even if it might result in the same thing.
I'm giving up on
murder
you.
And killing are
I actually agree with Ryan that it would be court packing. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Thank fucking God. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. But I just like seeing Whick get angry.
Meaning that it is important to.
Okay, that's as much as we got. Okay. Say something, I'm giving up on you.
Words matter, and the meanings of words matter. And like, for example, murder is different than.
Oh, that's crazy. This is literally, that's literally what we were just playing from him.
Killing, even though both result in a dead body. Correct? But it would be important to make the distinction between both murder and killing, even though both result in a similar thing. Is that correct?
Jordy was pissed at Whick. Yeah, there's a good. So Jordy like got into like a small tiff with Whick a while ago, and so I went to go debate Whick on it, and it was absolutely like Whick was absolutely fucking ridiculous in this one. But we were debating like what is anti-Semitism, and he kept talking about like it's inherently anti-Semitic, but then he would say, "I'm not gonna die on this hill though. I'm not gonna die on this hill though." And I kept saying, I'm like, but you are fucking dying on the hill, dude. What do you mean? And so he kept saying, I'm not gonna die on this hill, but So I have this is it, Dying on the Hill.
He also
what the fuck? I hate this so much. YouTube is such garbage. Whenever you click on shorts, it'll take you to a different one.
give me but he also
Bear versus Man idea.
Dear Adonis,
Bear versus Man. Ludwig. Yesterday, I guess I did. Okay,
This is terrible.
Fuck you. Fuck this fucking. Fuck you, fucking bastard! You fucking bastard! You fucking. Okay, let's just. Oh, I can't do that either. I was gonna click share on it and then go. Okay, where is it? What is it taking me to? That one? Okay, so I can go down.
The claim that I had issue with was that you were saying this was like inherently anti-Semitic. It's just obviously not inherent to the action.
it is inherent, and I don't know if I'll stick to it. I won't die on this hill.
What? Jesse in Los
No,
Angeles.
the claim that I had issue with was that you were saying this was like inherently anti-Semitic. It's just obviously not inherent to the action.
It is inherent, and I don't know if I'll stick to it. I won't die on this hill.
What? You are.
This is him reviewing my debate.
But you are though. It's such a stupid hill to die on.
Again, I won't die on this hill anymore.
Wait, you are. Oh my god.
Okay. Okay.
Imagine this is a hill, and I am you. Okay.
You're leaning on my hill, or I'm leaning on your hill.
Dying on the hill.
No, you died on the hill. That's
Died on the hill.
That's you dying on the claim that I had.
This is good shit. I got a bunch of shorts with Whick in them. They're all pretty fucking good. They're all pretty fucking base, dude. This is one of my favorites.
This is terrible. Who do you want in the president's seat when China comes pressuring us, when Putin comes to pressure us? I don't know what to do. I don't know what happens next. I don't know what happens next. I don't know who my party's nominee is. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I don't give a shit who fucking weirdos in the convention pick. I don't give a fuck. I didn't pick them. Not my choice. As someone who wants to protect democracy, as someone who wants my policies that I wanted, that Biden represented, that I voted for in the Pennsylvania primary, that I went there and I cast my vote. I'm mad at Joe Biden right now. I'm mad at him. I'm angry at him. Incredibly disappointed in the people who pushed him out, who coerced him out of this. This is terrible.
He was mad that Joe Biden dropped out. He was mad that Joe Biden dropped out of the fucking election. Like something that like everybody is very like concrete on. Like he made like a great decision, a very selfless decision. He was praised for it across the board. And Whick is sitting there so fucking mad about this. Okay, one more. This is the last one. This is the last one.
At Whick, did you see someone had recorded your VC and Chud played it live on stream? Whick said, yes, I did. We'll be banning anyone involved in either the recording or distributing of it.
So he says like they're banning anybody who is like going over screenshots or like messages from his Discord. I didn't know that before I read it. I didn't know that he had said they were gonna ban anybody who read shit on their fucking from his Discord, but you know.
Foolery right now, as we speak, is going over my chat logs on his stream.
Lies! Right? Brianna Wu, obviously that's not trending concern.
Discord chat on your stream.
All altruistically. altruistically, I put on my cape, came to the rescue, came flying in. I hate covering drama. You know how much I hate covering drama.
And knighted up, right? Yeah. I'm annoyed a little bit. I'll be honest with you, Tom. I'm annoyed at you. Not the same way I'm annoyed at Sunday, but I'm annoyed at you too. You saw that I was like, hey, I don't like this, having be out there in public, and you made it more public.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's rough.
That's what it is.
So, you know.
Fucking beautiful.
Keep the distinction.
Oh.
Whick, the example that you just gave, and I don't want to move off of it because this is literally, I think, the last word I need to say on this topic. You said that if the right eliminated every seat on the court except for Justice Roberts and then refilled it to 9 with whoever they wanted, that would not be court packing in your view.
It would be
that is
a
position
reorganization of the
that
court
is
where I would not
so
call it packing.
crazy
What do you want
that
me to say?
I don't think it's worth
That's
it to continue arguing with definitions around with you because the position you've taken is obviously nonsensical.
No, of course not. But the reason
you
that
want me
you're
to say?
doing this is because you know you can't contend with it. And so you're trying to frame it as I can just call it crazy, and that's all I need to do, and try to hand wave the need to actually support your positions here because you know you can't. And it's a rhetorical trick, very in line with something that Wilson does. But luckily, I'm better at debate than Wilson, and I'm better at debate than a lot of people on the right.
So
and we can cut through this
is there
bullshit.
anything else
We can cut through this dishonest way of dealing.
I mean, I would agree with this. I would agree. Like he actually is like better at debate than Andrew Wilson. I've said this 1,000 times. Like there's just about any there is a flood of just hundreds and hundreds of left-wing debaters, and just about any of them are going to be better than like Andrew Wilson and Rob Noerr. Just about any single one of them. The majority of them are going to be like more well-informed and more capable in debating than Rob Noerr or Andrew Wilson. It's like you can go find like 2 viewer Andys that are going to be better at debate than those two. So just they are the what we call the heels of the debate world.
Is there anything else you would like to talk
Again,
about?
we understand that words matter, that the definitions of words matter, that the distinction matters, even if it might result in the same thing, much like murder and killing are distinctly different and have distinct meanings that it is important to keep the distinction of, but both result in a dead body.
So if your position, and I'm just going to keep reiterating it, is that if we eliminated every justice on the court except for the Chief Justice and then expanded it back to 9, appointing universally conservative originalists, that would not be court packing. I understand the point you're making, Whick. I think that's all I need to say on this point. I think it speaks for itself. Is there anything else you would like to talk about?
No, I think I'm good. I think I did what I needed to do tonight.
All right, Whick. Well, have a good night, buddy.
Bye-bye.
They weren't even there to talk about court packing. What the fuck just happened? They weren't even there to talk about court packing. Like, what the fuck? They just went off on this like insane tangent about court packing, and then like got caught on like, you know, Whick misrepresenting what he said, and then they corrected it, and then Whick, instead of like just admitting he was wrong, just ended up going off on like, well, you're wrong on the fucking definition, and then they just ended the fucking debate when that wasn't even what the fucking debate was about. That's not even what they were talking about. Like, what the fuck? This is one of the weirdest fucking things I've ever watched. This is one of the weirdest fucking things I have ever sat through and watched. Oh boy.
Did you guys like the conversation?
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
Ugh. He does this thing where he gets angry because he's losing.
He does this thing.
He tries to pretend he doesn't need to deal with the points at hand. He throws a fit. He gets all quiet. He pouts. And then he leaves. Look, at the end of the day, you can think that eliminating 9 justices and then appointing new justices is bad, and it is, and it's norm-breaking, and it's horrible, but we would call that reorganization of the court. We would call it something different, a manipulation of the court. If we want,
it's fucking insane that, like, he's actually hosted tons of debates on this, on court packing, and nobody has challenged the thought that what Mitch McConnell did was court packing. Like, nobody has disagreed. Not even the fucking right-wingers. Nobody has disagreed that what Mitch McConnell did was court packing. That is, like, not a thing that anybody ever fought over. It's so strange that that's the hill he fucking died on. What the fuck?
Want words to have meanings, we have to make sure that people understand that when we talk about court packing, people are talking about adding to the court. That is just true. You understand this is true, dear viewer. We have done countless debates on this channel about that, right? It's called court packing when you add justices to the court. That is what it is called, right? The reason that Mr. Mullally is making the argument he is because he knows the fundamental weakness of his position, where he said that it would be justified to pack the court if the left packed the court first. That just makes him a court packing advocate, or I won't say advocate, but someone who is okay with court packing under certain conditions. And that is in contrast to me, which says if the right were to pack the court, I would advocate, instead of further packing, to reorganize and restructure back to the norm of 9 that it was. And he wants to call that court packing too, to prevent.
Again, that it has been argued on his show over and over and over and over that Mitch McConnell packed the courts and nobody added seats. Nobody added fucking seats. Like, this is just so strange, dude. It's so weird.
Prevent the rhetorical win that I would get, the substantive win that I would get, by being able to say, I am not a court packer, even under extreme conditions, whereas you are under certain conditions. And in order to try to...
No, that's not a substantive win. You're not even talking about substance right now. You're talking about semantics. The substantive win is over what you're actually doing, not over whether or not you call it court packing, not whether or not you get to say, I'm against court packing and they're in favor of court packing. That's what makes me good and them bad, is whether or not we use the word court packing. That's not a substantive win. I can't believe he would even act like the substance is in the fucking semantics. What the fuck is happening? Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills over here, dude. This doesn't make any sense. Does I get the substantive win on the fact that I don't have to call myself a court packer? What the fuck?
Wiggle his way free of that. This is why that whole argument happened, right? I've been doing this a long time, right? His definitions change based on what he's arguing, right? It's a very Gramscian maneuver, right? To redefine words to fit your argument and things like that. And this is, again, the whole point, back to the top 2 things that I was saying initially, right? Top 2. Let me get them up. I wrote them down. There is no real functional difference between MAGA and DSA and how they will govern. It will be authoritarian in nature. It will be of the same type and style, right? That is what will happen. And we saw that tonight with him wanting to use very kind of a communist type of redefinition of words in order to try to win an argument.
The communists did. That's what the communists do. They change the meanings of words to win arguments. That's how you know. That's how you know there's no substantive difference between MAGA and communists. That's how you know. Because they change words.
Right? And that, too, the Trump or MAGA is in large part responsible for the rise of the illiberal left. We didn't get that at the end. We got to that further in the beginning. I was able to provide a clear, concise, succinct definition of liberalism. And I will repeat this for the audience. Liberalism is the political philosophy that protects individual liberty through equal rights, rule of law, democratic government, pluralism, and limits on state power. I can define each of those individually as well. Individual liberty means the freedom of each person to think, speak, associate, worship, work, and live as they choose, so long as they do not violate the rights of others. Equal rights are the principle that the law protects and constrains everyone equally, regardless of identity, status, wealth, or political belief. The rule of law is the principle that everyone, including government officials, is bound by publicly established laws rather than the arbitrary decisions of those in power. Democratic government is a government whose authority ultimately comes from the people.
Okay. Cool story, bro. Yeah, that's rough.
You would do that on the feelings of a child. Do you understand how absolutely disgusting most people would think that is?
Well, I don't think that you're right that most people would.
What's the minimum number of sessions?
Just a minimum. There's no minimum.
So
or
someone can have
maximum
one
for
session.
anything.
One session. And you just go, okay, you got gender dysphoria, off you go.
Yeah, why not? You're completely wrong in all of your medical evaluation there, and that's why non-medics shouldn't get involved in medicine.
Hal Shipman was a doctor, although I will be fair, he didn't touch kids.
The way to cure the distress of these people is to stop people like you with your discriminatory, prejudiced and biased attitudes. They cost lives. Misgendering is a hate crime.
So what should happen to her?
You can get fined money, you can get put away.
They do have hate crimes there, so I was going to say there's really no such thing as a hate crime, but here there's no such thing as a hate crime. There, in that authoritarian communist fucking country, they do have hate crimes. Hate crimes. Hate crimes.
Away.
So you'd like me to go to prison?
But prison, I'd love to see it, yeah.
And I would like to see some criminal responsibility for people who have harmed children, like Helen Weberly. I would like to see those people criminalised.
Great, you both want each other in prison. Fantastic.
Criminalized? Those people
Hello
would be
and welcome
criminalized?
to another Triggernometry debate. Today it's on a subject that has been and has become very controversial. It is, of course, the trans conversation. I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Helen Weberly of Gender GP and campaigner and activist Kelly J. Keane. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on. Helen, first of all, with you, I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about your journey into what you do now and what Gender GP does.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So my name's Dr. Helen Weberly. I'm a UK-trained medical doctor. I qualified in 1992 and had a fairly kind of standard journey through medicine. I started off in sexual health. I went into general practice, had my family, and then I was working in a small GP surgery.
I just realized today, have you guys ever seen the video? There's like this YouTube Shorts video that pops up. I've seen it on TikTok, I've seen it on Instagram, I've seen it on YouTube tons and tons of times, where there's a guy, it's like a British comedy show, and Pisco, how's the Japan? How are the Japs? How them damn Japs doing? Have you guys seen that video where a guy they're playing a game on like a comedy show, and they say it's like the carrot in the box. Have you guys seen that game? And they're like, who has the carrot in the box? I just realized there's a song. There's like this song of like where the guy's like, my money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds, wiggle wiggle, let's fall. Like, you guys know that song? I just realized I think that's the same fucking guy. I think it's the same guy. You know what I'm talking about?
I think the fire
Carrot
between you
in
two
the
would be
box.
excellent.
John Oliver? No.
Okay, let's play Carrot in a Box. Okay, Sean, you can look inside your box. John, you cannot look inside your box. Okay, you want the carrot, Sean. No, don't put no hands in the box. You can look inside the box. Have you looked? Have you seen? Yeah. Okay, you now have to convince John to swap his box if you think he has the carrot, or keep your box. It's a game of bluff. The winner is the one with the carrot.
Oh, I'll keep this.
Stupid game! Okay, you have a choice. Do you want to swap or not? I mean, he seems confident there's a carrot in there. He's seen the floor in this game.
Jimmy's ploughing on.
What do you mean Jimmy's ploughing on? It's my job. Is Sean bluffing? Does he have a carrot in his box?
It's a real quandary for me, Jimmy, this.
Well, he can choose them, none of the box.
Yeah, he's allowed to swap if he wants to swap.
Why can't I just keep my box?
No, he can swap if he wants to swap.
I can refuse to swap it.
No.
You can't make somebody swap something if they don't want to swap it.
Have you never played Carrot in a Box before? Have you never seen the show?
I must have been on holiday. I must have been on holiday that week. It was allowed out.
Do you want to keep your box or swap your box?
I can keep this, or I can have the box that's definitely got a carrot in it.
Yes.
I want Sean's box.
OK, we'll grab Sean's box. Sean, let go of the box. It's the nature of the game. It's the nature of the game.
Can I just say at this point, if there's no carrot in that box, you are a genius.
Well, let's swap boxes. Swap boxes.
But
swap the boxes. Swap.
Am I allowed to have my box back? Is there another round where I get to have the box with the carrot in back?
I'm going to level with you, fellas. We've never played this game before. We do not know how it ends. OK, so, John, you're now allowed to look in your box.
Right.
And I believe you can reveal... Point it the other way. Does it contain a carrot or not?
No fucking
OK, let's play Carrot in a...
That's Louis Theroux? Okay, I didn't know that. I've never... the only thing that I think I've ever seen from him is like the video that he did on the Red Pill people. But I think that's the same guy. My money don't jiggle, it folds. Oh no, wait. This is Louis Theroux. This is Louis Theroux. That other guy is a different guy. This is Louis Theroux, right?
I have rapped in a program I did, a Weird Weekends episode about rap.
Can you remember any of the rap that you did?
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. Make me wanna dribble dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it. 6'2" in a compact, no slack. I have rapped in a...
So yeah, that's Louis Theroux. Okay. Tom, look up that one German show where people cut things in half. Oh, I love that fucking show. I love the clips of it. Like, I love watching the fucking clips, dude. I watch this guy watch them all the time.
The banana.
Ja, dauert noch ein bisschen.
Very clean bananas. Meanwhile, the commentator eating the pretzels. I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
They always have
that
this
guy
music
has to eat too.
So the whole thing is that they have them cut them in half. They give them different fruits, and then they have them cut them in half. And then they put it on a scale. When they put it on the scale, they find out, like, if they, if, you know, the person with the smallest amount of difference between the two halves, they win. Great fucking show, dude. It's so good.
They're going for the horizontal cuts. Wow. Oh, no way. Oh, we're gonna get two different types of cuts here. Oh, it's done.
And they're like, different people cut it differently. So one will cut it long ways, the other one will cut it half ways, you know. And like, they just depending on whatever you think the best strategy is. But
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That was very nice indeed. No way, he's going for that.
Here we go. This fucking music gets me pumped.
Oh, it's done. It's
Let's
done.
go.
No, he lost, bro. He lost. Blue guy lost. 3 grams. Come on, bro. 3 grams. It's a tie game again. Oh my god. The banana.
Ja, dauert noch ein bisschen.
So fucking good, Dan. Such a good show.
In 2015, when my apparently first transgender patient came in, she asked me to help her. And I was like, well, I have no idea how to help somebody who wishes to medically transition. Not something that we got taught at medical school, not something that I'd seen in my life. But I'm her doctor and she wanted me to help her, so of course I would. And so when I started looking into it, I found 2 things. I found absolute fascination with the kind of support that a transgender person can have through their transition. And I also found an absolute travesty in the way that transgender people were being treated in this country, both by society and also by the medical profession themselves. So I set out to change that. I founded an organization called Gender GP, which has gone on to help thousands and thousands and thousands of people have access to medical transition.
And thousands.
And more latterly, I don't work in as a medical doctor anymore. I work in education and advocacy, challenging misinformation about gender diversity and showcasing its beauty.
And when you say, you mentioned Gender GP helping thousands of people, what does help in this context mean exactly?
So there's kind of like, there's different stages of transition. So there's kind of 4 stages. So there's social transition, which is where somebody might change their name or their pronouns or their clothes or their hair or makeup, the way they present to the world and the way they are seen in the world. That's what we call social transition. There's medical transition, where you stop somebody's natural hormone production and replace it with the other hormone, if you like. So you switch off testicles and instead give estrogen, or switch off the ovaries and instead give testosterone, so that their body can match their gender identity. There's surgical transition. Gender GP doesn't do surgery, but refers for surgery.
It's not right,
for
is
people
it?
who want to make surgical changes to their bodies. And then there's legal transition, which is your kind of passport and driving license and birth certificate, things like that.
And the medical part of it, does that, is your opinion that that changes the person's sex, so a female becomes male?
Well, the medical transition doesn't change somebody's sex. Your gender identity is set at birth, or even from conception, we don't know. So you can't change that. If you're born male, you can't change that. But what medical transition does is it can alter your body, because if you've got ovaries and your ovaries are producing estrogen, they will give you breasts and periods and a female shape, if you like. But that doesn't really fit with somebody who actually identifies as male. So you're changing the body to match their gender identity.
But you're still male. So someone who was born male who transitions to look more like a woman, they're still male?
No, their gender identity is female. If you ask them, then what their gender identity is, they say, I am female.
But sorry, I'm genuinely confused. I thought you can't change your sex.
When you say you can't change your sex, what do you mean? I mean, the Equality Act, it lists...
I just mean biologically. You're a doctor. I'm just asking a medical question.
Well, I'm just trying to clear up, because you're confused. I'm trying to clear up for you.
It is, they should be clearer. Again, I wish people would separate the language. I wish that they would, like, be clearer and use different language. If you're talking about sex, talk about fucking sex, say male and female. If you're talking about gender, talk about gender, say man and woman. But stop, like, mixing the fucking labels up, because when you do this, it makes it all just make way less fucking sense to people. So he is like rightfully confused here, where this just this doesn't make sense. If you just said that they can't change their sex, now she's a female, but she was a male, like, that, of course they're going to be fucking confused by that, because it doesn't make sense. It literally does not make sense. You need to be a bit more consistent with the fucking language.
Are you saying you can't change your chromosomes, or are you saying you can't change your body anatomy, or are you saying, what are you saying?
It's actually, I think, gametes is my understanding of the biology of it, but you definitely can't change your chromosomes, right?
You definitely can't change chromosomes,
right.
no.
So then you would be still male. Legally, you can get a document saying you're a woman, but you're not female.
But your gender identity is not dictated by your chromosomes or your gametes or your body shape.
Or gender identity, no, but male and female are biological categories, right?
Do you mean, so you mean biological?
That's why I said sex, right?
Sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I asked you, can you change sex? And you said no. And then when I asked you if a trans woman is female or male, you said they're female.
Let me explain.
Okay.
It's very difficult because the language is confusing, right? Okay, so if we go back to kind of basic law, look at the Equality Act, and there are 9 protected characteristics. And the Equality Act says, if you reassign your sex, okay, so that's the kind of the only words we have written down. You reassign your sex. So UK law understands that people reassign their sex. So the sex that was recorded and the gender that was recorded on their birth certificate, you can say, actually, that was a mistake. I had no say in that when I was born, and I would like to reassign my sex. And you know, people thought I was going to be a boy, but actually I'm a girl. So that's the kind of key words we have in UK
Well, that's
law.
legal. I'm just asking scientifically and biologically.
Yeah, I don't know why she's mentioning the Equality Act. Like, this is gonna be a long one. This is, you know, normally you go into these expecting the fucking, like, anti-trans people to be pure nut jobs, but it's not a good show if you only get one nut job. You got to get 2 fucking nut jobs. You got to get the fucking cranks from both sides in order to have a half decent show.
Asking, can somebody be transgender? Is that what you're asking? I don't understand what you're saying. What your confusion
I asked you whether puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones make somebody the opposite sex, and you said no.
No. But
when I asked you if they are then the opposite sex, you said yes, and that's what I'm confused about.
Let me clear up your confusion.
Yeah, thank you.
So your hormones don't make you change sex. Hormones will change the shape of your body, will give you breasts, will give you facial hair, will maybe make your muscles bigger depending on which way you go. So hormones don't change your sex. You can't, that doesn't work like that.
Okay.
And you can't change your gender identity. It's fixed from when you were born, and you can't change it. What the mistake and the confusion is that we assign a label on a child when it is first born and say, aha, you've got a penis, so therefore you're going to be a boy. But actually when that person develops, they're like, that was wrong. I'm not a boy, I'm a girl.
Kelly, we've talked about quite a lot there. Any thoughts?
God, it's so much nonsense, isn't it? It's really difficult to keep up with the dishonesty of like swapping, so you can be the opposite sex, but you're not really the opposite sex, and you can't change sex, but you do change sex, and it's not really sex. And
it's not that fucking difficult. It's not that confusing. It's just that this is part of like gender affirmation. All right. Obviously, somebody who has gender dysphoria, it's not just their gender. It's obviously not just their gender that they're struggling with. It's a lot more than that. And their sex is obviously part of it. So sex dysphoria is obviously a huge part of what it is that they are experiencing dysphoria from. And the issue becomes is that because you're doing this gender affirmation to make sure that these people feel comfortable and that they, they feel affirmed, that you're now using the language in common parlance to make them feel more comfortable. You're now using this like around everybody else as an explanation for what's going on. And you can't use it as an explanation for what's going on. You need to be able to, you can say, yeah, like I will call I will say this person's a female as like a type of gender affirmation, but I'm not like, you and I, we all understand, they understand that their sex has not changed. This is just part of their gender identity and the gender affirmation so that they feel comfortable. But it's obvious that, like, they're not actually, they didn't actually change sex. This is, but yeah, they don't, like, these people are never fucking clear about this shit, and they make it as confusing as possible, and I don't know why. She's about to say something foul. Oh yeah, this chick's gonna be a full-on nut job. She's gonna be a full-on nutcase.
Then the idea that you don't really understand the questions you're asking because you said, well, I'm confused about, but
well, hold on, but address the arguments. I mean, the idea that people have a gender identity, it doesn't match their body, and doctors like Helen will help them to overcome that. What's wrong with that?
Well, I think it's nonsense. I think the whole thing is nonsense, and I think just the way Helen just illustrated that is just the kind of changing of the goalpost mid-sentence. So you are born male or female, and you have a personality, and sometimes that personality will fit some stereotype of what a man is.
I hate it when people do this. Gender is not personality. It's not like personality is part of your gender expression, but they do this whole thing where they're like, well, that's just personality. So you're just talking about personality. Why do we call it gender? And why don't we just call it personality? We already have a word for that. It's not all personality. Like, it's there is more of an expression that can come from your personality, but it doesn't all condense down into just a personality. There's way more that we're talking about in these conversations than fucking personality. It's so annoying, and it seems like people do this on purpose, where they try to like dumb everything down to be as simplistic as possible, because they don't actually like want to try to understand any of these topics or these issues. They want to try to make everybody out to be a lot crazier than they actually are.
And what a woman is, and sometimes it won't. And sometimes you may experience some sort of trauma, which means that you want to disassociate from whatever you are. And if you can do that by saying, well, I'm no longer that person, I'm the opposite sex, I kind of get that. There's all sorts of things that people do. They might starve themselves, they can cut themselves, and they might decide that they're the opposite sex. But
well, starving yourself and cutting yourself are both harmful to you. As a being, those things harm you, whereas this does not. So
that's
really.
All in it. That all
really
should
analogous.
Exist in a social sort of let's help that person, not in a let's feed them full of puberty blockers, which have a dramatic impact not just on genitals and sexual and sort of the development of fertility, but also on things like pruning the brain when you go through puberty, in cognitive development, and all those other things that doctors or...
This topic shows how one-dimensional people are. It really does. Like, I'm sure all of us who are over the age of 30, all of us at one point or another can remember where we had a lot of these same sorts of thoughts. Like, for me, I first think of this when it comes to like Kris Jenner, or not Kris Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah. And I think, like, you know, like, what does he mean? He's a fucking woman. Like, what does that even mean? Like, but you're not a woman. So, like, what does it mean to feel like you're a woman? Like, how does that, this is absolute fucking insanity. Like, this is pure bullshit. This means nothing. This is just science fiction or some shit. Like, that's what it sounds like. The first time you hear about this shit, it sounds absolutely fucking asinine. But I was a fucking kid when that happened. Like, I was a fucking child when I was thinking that way, and when I had this much trouble with these topics, and, you know, all of it was that confusing for me. And then as an adult, I decided to look into it. And when I look into it and I learn more about it and I understand it better and I talk to people and I have, you know, conversations with folks, I start to realize, like, oh, okay, this actually makes a lot more sense and isn't as ridiculous as I thought it was initially. But these people have like an obvious agenda to want these things to be way more ridiculous than they are in reality. Like, they really, really want it to be fucking ridiculous because their whole job depends on it. A woman like this, she's probably created her entire personality and whole persona around talking about how crazy trans people are. And now, like, even if there was a point where it made sense to her, well, it doesn't matter that it actually makes sense to her now. She's way better off just continuing to be like, but you think men are women and women are men. What is wrong with you? Like, that's obviously gonna be, she's gonna be way better off continuing to just parrot the 5-year-old. Like, when I say 5-year-old, I don't mean like this has been happening for 5 years. I mean, like, she sounds like a fucking 5-year-old to just be parroting the 5-year-old talking points. That's always going to be a billion times easier especially for, you know, making money and shit.
People like Helen, they will advocate that that is a good idea to do that to children. Now, when you're talking about older patients, I don't agree with, like, Brazilian butt lifts, right? I think there's lots of things that we shouldn't do that are very unhelpful to human beings, but we do them. And we sort of say that when you're big and ugly enough and you've earned enough money, you can pay for the medical industry, private medical industry. I don't think it should be on the NHS. But you can pay for someone to...
Especially if you're ugly enough, because at that point, like, we don't want to look at you either, so... At least you're getting some plastic surgery and trying to do something about it.
Do things that are, quite frankly, pretty grotesque. However, the children aspect, and we're just discussing the whole puberty blocker trial, I think is barbaric and child abuse, and I think anyone involved in that industry is a child abuser.
Helen, you have been involved in that industry. Does Gender GP...
I don't think she addressed like a single fucking argument that entire time. I don't think she addressed any of the arguments that were made whatsoever. Not even close.
But has Gender GP provided these hormones and puberty blockers, obviously, to people under 18?
Well, if I might just respond to what Kelly was saying there.
Sure, please.
You know, it's very easy for somebody who can sit on the outskirts over there saying, oh, she shouldn't have a Brazilian butt lift. Oh, she shouldn't medically transition. She shouldn't do that. That child shouldn't be allowed to do that. And it's like, you know, you're so far away from a person sitting with their doctor making medical decisions, and I don't know where people like Kelly get this license from, that she can have such an opinion on other people's lives. I think that's
We all can,
overstepping the
That's what
boundaries,
everybody
really.
does. Everybody has opinions on what people do, especially when we do it as a society and we sanction the wholesale child abuse of children with puberty blockers. Of course I've got an opinion on that.
You can have your opinion over there, but as a doctor, I will sit with my patient and family here and actually talk about what we want, without this kind of judgmental. I don't think Brazilian butt lifts should exist. You know, whoa! You don't have to have one. You don't have to have one. But
what do you mean, whoa?
It's not your decision to decide whether somebody else does that.
It's not my decision, but as an advocate for children, child safeguarding and women's rights, then of course I.
Yeah, this isn't a good argument, because when you are talking about, like, if she thinks that it's child abuse, it's not a good argument to be like, well, that's just your opinion. Like, you don't have to do it. Like, well, we're talking about fucking child abuse here. Like, so yeah, dude. Okay, so what? Like, he rapes kids. Like, you don't have to rape kids. I'm not saying you have to do it. You don't have to rape kids if you don't want to. Why are you sitting over here with an opinion about raping kids? Like, it's just not, doesn't sound great. Does not sound great. You got to address whether or not it's child abuse, not like, well, why do you have an opinion on if we should abuse children?
Have an opinion.
You see that? And there we hear it. It's women's rights.
Yes, it is.
So actually, and what this all boils down to is women's rights. And I don't know where the butt lift comes into women's rights, but transgender people, they exist. They deserve to exist freely within our society, and they deserve to have access to medical intervention with their doctor without other people going, I don't think they should do that.
Well, I mean, the reason I think this is big.
Again, yeah, this is a bad fucking argument. You like, she just said that it's fucking child abuse, and you're just sitting here like, well, why do you have an opinion on this? Address whether or not it's child abuse. Explain why it's not child abuse. Holy shit.
Become a debate is public debates are always about what the laws should be, what societal attitudes should be, and therefore it's natural that people who are watching this will be listening to both of you and trying to form their opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, I came here to talk to you about a subject. Why are you talking about it? I signed up to come have a conversation with you about this subject. It's really weird that you're sitting here telling me what you think about it.
So from that perspective, I think it's true to say that everybody will have an opinion on these things. And I think that the difficulty is for a lot of people where, I'm a kind of an old school liberal about things. I'm like, you're an adult, do whatever you want. I respect people's right to do whatever they want. But prior to you being an adult, there are lots and lots of things that we do not allow children to do. We do not allow them to smoke. We do not allow them to drink alcohol. We do not allow them to vote. They can't sign up for the military until a certain age, which probably is too young anyway, because they're not fully formed brain-wise by that point. And so for a lot of parents in particular that I've spoken to, the idea that their child at 11 can be going through a very difficult time, be confused about lots of things, as young people often are, and suddenly end up on a path to medically altering their body, that's terrifying. Would you accept that?
I think the thing is with paediatric care is it's difficult. You've got children, and luckily we mostly have supportive families. And so whether it's making decisions about how that child is born, should there be a cesarean section or a natural vaginal birth, that's one decision that child has no input into. Vaccinations, that child is taken, their thigh is given, and they are injected. They have no say into that. The parents decide yes or no on that child. For asthma, for diabetes, for cancer, if a child breaks its arm, or then they will be screaming, going, no, get off me, but we will put a cast on their arm. We make decisions for children. And so the family and the child throughout paediatric medical care make difficult decisions. And sometimes, you know, for example, there's been very famous legal cases about Jehovah's Witnesses who will refuse for their child to have a blood transfusion because of their religious beliefs, and the doctors will override that because we do best interest for the child. So when you put, it's, as you say, society and the public have an opinion, but luckily we have medically trained, scientific, critically analytical doctors who can make the proper decisions with families and patients, and sometimes we involve the law as well.
That's the challenge, isn't it? Because, as you say, the Jehovah's Witness example is kind of where the rubber meets the road, because ultimately, if you are dealing with a family who are not supportive, you believe that doctors should overrule their view on that and should facilitate medical transition for children against the wishes of the parents?
So what we have in this country, some countries have a legal age where a child cannot consent for medical intervention under that age. You have to wait for until you're that age. In the UK, we don't have that. So Gillick competence was obviously the kind of the most famous example of that, where a young girl wanted contraception and her mother didn't want her to have contraception, but she showed that she was able to give her consent to have contraception without her mother's wishes. So in the UK, we don't have a legal age. What we do is we have capacity to consent. So if a young person, and you know, the people like Kelly will be like, oh my God, they're 8 and they're having
Holy shit, you're up late? This is when I always stream. What do you mean?
puberty blockers.
So what age
It
then?
doesn't work like that.
What age?
What do you think about children going through medical sex change? I think that it's okay. So it's a very, very rare thing, just to be clear. It is like a super rare thing that happens. It's only about like 1,000 kids per year. And the 1,000 kids per year are some of the like most extreme fucking cases, like truly very fucking extreme cases, to where this is when like it is very, very, you know, unnecessary based on their medical condition and how serious it is. That's when they'll choose to allow a kid to have a bit more of an extreme like sex change operation or something of the sort. But it's also sorry, it's also it's also a very long process. Like, it takes about like 5 years for them to go through like the entire process of actually getting to a point where there's any sort of permanent change. I think it's 3 years before they actually start a process where there would be some sort of permanent changes. That's normal. That's normal. In that case, yeah, I think that I'm generally okay with it in those, as long as they actually go through the processes. The problem that I have is that there are a lot of states that don't actually like go through the long process. So there's sometimes generally the process should be that like if you're starting puberty, that like they're gonna put you on puberty blockers. And normally it takes like a couple months before you can even be like diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Sometimes it doesn't take a couple months. Sometimes it's fairly quick, but like lots of times it'll take a couple months. And then afterwards you'll after you go through like a couple months and they diagnose you, if you're actually going through puberty, then they'll put you on puberty blockers. And normally you'll so let's say like a 12-year-old girl start going through puberty, she gets put on puberty blockers. Normally they'll block the puberty for about like 3 years, and then if the again is like one of these serious cases where they're continuing to have a lot of problems, then after about 3 years, they might allow them to go through some sort of like surgical process. And yeah, as I said, those are like so very, very rare cases, but that is kind of the best case scenario for somebody. When if instead you're, well, I mean, yeah, and I'm okay with kids taking puberty blockers, unless they like, you know, if for some reason later on they decide that they don't want, like that they're not, they don't have gender dysphoria or something like that, which is super, super rare. But like if that was the case, you would want them to be on puberty blockers to where once they come off puberty blockers, they end up going through puberty anyways. Whereas, yeah, in these cases, they're pausing the puberty for about 3 years, continuing to go to therapy, continuing to go see a doctor, and then maybe eventually, yeah, getting some sort of surgical help. Is it rare for puberty blockers as well? Not as rare. Definitely not nearly as rare. No. Like puberty blockers are gonna be way more common. Like, let's see. Fewer than 0.1% of US adolescents, less than 200 per year out of millions in major private insurance databases, receive puberty blockers for gender dysphoria. A broad multi-year analysis in roughly 926 total US minors with private insurance started puberty blockers for gender care over a 5-year span. Annual rate 15 to 21 per 100,000 insured adolescents received a prescription for puberty blockers. Less than 1,000 commercially insured patients nationwide use these blockers in any given single year. These figures track private insurance claims and exclude Medicaid, uninsured youth, or care paid entirely out of pocket. That seems impossible. That seems impossible because it's about 1,000 per year that gets surgery. So you have to, between 85 and 1,150 minors per year undergo gender-affirming surgeries in the United States, depending on the years tracked and the data source used. Comprehensive peer-reviewed studies and medical claim databases provide the following estimates on the volume and types of surgeries performed. JAMA Network Open 2024 study, a study analyzing the major U.S. insurance databases, found that 85 minors received gender-affirming surgeries in a single year tracked. This equates to roughly 2.1 per 100,000 adolescents aged 15 to 17. Do No Harm database and analysis by the medical advocacy group Do No Harm evaluated insurance claims from 2019 to 2023 and found that a total of 5,747 surgeries performed on minors over the 5-year span, averaging about 1,150 surgeries per year. Another retrospective review tracking a national pediatric database identified 108 transgender minors who received surgeries over a 4-year period, averaging 27 surgeries per year within those specific pediatric facilities. Okay, so yeah, I mean, one of them says 1,000 per year. That's the one that I understood, was that it was about 1,000 per year, like 1,100 per year, and that's for the entire country. But for the other, for there to only be about 85, what did they say, like 200 per year for puberty blockers? That's almost impossible that you end up with 200 taking puberty blockers. How the fuck? So like, let's imagine a male wants to go on puberty, or they want to get gender affirming surgery. how the fuck do they get gender affirming surgery while their penis is getting bigger and it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make any sense. You can't. You can't. You just can't. You just can't. Like, it doesn't make sense. You can't go on puberty blockers while your penis is getting bigger, or you can't not go on puberty blockers while your penis is getting bigger and you're growing facial hair and you're like gaining more testosterone, or you're growing breasts, or like whatever. You can't. Those things can't. So those numbers don't align. Either it's way less than 1,000 per year, as 2 of those studies suggested, or it's way more than 200 per year on puberty blockers. And yeah, like the youngest to do this are about 15 years old. So normally they'll start puberty blockers at about 12 and then possibly get some sort of surgery around the age of like 15.
Let me finish.
Well, you said young person, and we're talking about children. A young person is often a bit of language that people like you use, that we disguise the fact we're talking about children. So let's have a proper example, shall we? Let's have a 10-year-old.
So in this country, we have a capacity to consent. And so we go through with that young person, do they have the capacity to give consent if their parents don't agree? And in reality, maybe a 15 or 16-year-old would be able to make a decision on their own, but certainly a 7 or 8-year-old wouldn't be able to make a decision on their own without their parents. But we're very good in this country that we don't have an age cutoff. We go case by case, which is how good medicine should work.
So what's the test for gender identity? What's the test for a child that you'd say, yes, definitely,
how the fuck do you have such a strong position on this and you don't even know how they diagnose gender dysphoria? This is so obnoxious to me that so many people have such strong positions on this, yet they don't even know anything about it. They know absolutely nothing about it. It's so infuriating. Literally, almost every single debate that I've ever had with somebody about like transing the children or whatever, they literally know nothing about the diagnosis process. It's so stupid.
Let's put that kid on puberty blockers. What's the test?
So as we mentioned earlier, we talked about appendicitis and 40% of appendix operations.
So what's the test for appendicitis?
There isn't one.
Right, so what's the test for gender identity?
Let me finish? You're very rude, actually.
Well, I don't care about being rude. I don't care about being rude. I would like you to tell me what is the test. So I don't want a comparison. I want you to tell us what is the test where you would say, yes, that child should go on puberty blockers.
So when you talk about appendectomy, 40% of appendixes
are they having appendectomies, children with gender identity?
You've got to let her finish.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I just want to be direct.
Just let her finish, and then you can carry on the conversation. But I think it's important that both of you have a chance to finish what you're saying. If you only read one side of the news, you're not informed. You're being curated. That's why
unless one side is constantly fucking lying and the other side is way more likely to tell the truth, then yeah, I don't know. I think that you're actually way better off by only getting your information from one side. So I don't know. That's just my opinion. It's just my opinion, guys. It's just what I think. It's just my opinion. It's just my opinion, guys. You can't be mad at me for my opinion. It's just what I think.
I use Ground News. Every day, they gather thousands of stories from across the political spectrum, compare how different outlets are covering the same story side by side, and contextualize it, including specific differences in how each side is reporting it. That's how you see what whole audiences are not being told. My favorite feature is their blind spot feed. Every day, it flags upwards of 20 stories that are being ignored by either the left or the right. Let's look at some examples. Follow along at ground.news/trigonometry. Take this story. A Pew Research survey found that 56% of Americans now support banning social media for anyone under 16, with a majority of Republicans and a majority of Democrats behind it. Genuine bipartisan agreement is rare enough to be newsworthy on its own. And yet, coverage came almost entirely from the right. The left barely touched on it. On the other hand, look at this. An AP poll found that 66% of Americans now say democracy is central to what it means to be American, down from 80% 5 years ago. That is a serious story about how the country sees itself, especially on its 250th anniversary. And it got 3 times more coverage from the left than it did from the right. Ground News puts all of this in one.
Well, it was probably a fucking CNN poll. Oh, AP poll. Okay. Yeah, it's a poll from AP, so that's why.
The media.
So when you take look at the stats on appendectomies, 40% of appendices are taken out without, and they're not. There was nothing wrong with them because we don't have a test. So in medicine, sometimes we don't have an X-ray or a brain scan or a blood test that tells us whether somebody has that thing or not. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But what we do have is criteria. So, for example, with appendectomy, if you've got tummy pain there and you've got white cells there, then we kind of think, yeah, you've probably got it. And with gender incongruence, which is I think what you're talking about, there are criteria. Has that person felt that their gender?
They don't call it gender dysphoria there. They call it gender incongruence. Interesting. Okay.
Identity is different from the sex that they were assigned at birth for a long time.
Feelings.
So they're feelings.
Well, how else do you talk to somebody?
That's literally like all psychiatric issues. I had this debate with Andrew Wilson a while ago where he kept doing this, where he's like, yeah, it's just feelings. They're just talking about their feelings. I'm like, what's the difference between this and any other fucking psychiatric problem? And he's like, all psychiatry is bullshit. It's all bullshit. Like, all of it. It's all based on feelings. Okay. All right. Well, at least you're fucking consistent. At least you're consistent. Almost nobody else would take that stupid of a fucking position. Everybody else is inconsistent on it and just say that, like, oh yeah, it's stupid that they would go based on their feelings. Also, I don't have a problem with really modern psychiatry at all.
So it's just the feelings of a child.
It's what they say to you. That's how they feel.
The feelings and the word of a child would make you give that child puberty blockers.
Well, I tell you what, I'm a mother of 5 and I listen to my child's feelings all the time. And for any person to say we must not listen to that child's feelings, it's just bizarre.
But you do understand, though.
So yeah, this is another problem. It's like a lot of people say that like it's just the child's feelings or whatever, but it's very similar. Like if you if a kid has like depression or something like that, like they're gonna have to go in and talk about what it is that they feel, how it is they think about things, how it affects their daily life, how it affects like their ability to go to work or do schoolwork or shit like that. Like this is not odd or out of the norm for how we do, again, any sort of like psychiatric help for adults or minors. This is not an aberration in any way, but people like this chick will just sit there and find a way to complain regardless. So, oh shit.
So, Helen, that most people watching it would be aghast.
No, not most
people. Yes, they would. 100%. Yes, they would.
No.
They would be aghast that you would disrupt the brain function, puberty, the brain function that happens through puberty, all the really important things that happen through puberty, the fertility, the sexual function of a child, rendering someone for the rest of their lives never even having a sexual feeling, never having an orgasm, never ejaculating. You would do that on the feelings of a child. Do you understand how absolutely disgusting most people would think that is?
Well, I don't think that you're right that most people would. And the thing is, you see, this is why medics shouldn't get involved in medicine, because what Kelly's saying there is completely wrong. If you actually look at the and ask adults, because we're not asking children about sex, we're asking adults who've been through medical transition, how is your sex life before or after? And by far the majority will say
Did they have puberty
it is
blockers?
so much better.
Did they have puberty blockers?
They have.
Those adults that you just talked about, did they have puberty blockers?
Nobody has puberty blockers. We haven't been able to get them in this country.
So you
for
don't know
years.
then? So you don't know what happens?
Well, no. They used to have puberty blockers. The NIH put a recommendation out and made it illegal in the UK, so they just can't use them anymore.
So when
But
a
they
child
used
has taken 6 years of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, so their labia doesn't develop properly, they don't develop sexual feelings, all those things.
They do develop sexual feelings.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
How do you know?
Because they don't.
How do you know, Kelly?
You know they don't.
I know they do because
So
I
what's the
speak to
point
them.
of
I'm a
puberty?
doctor.
What's the point? What does puberty do? What does a normal puberty do to a body that you're intending
She was
to
about
block?
to ask, what's the point in
you see, you don't
puberty?
understand medicine, and this is the difficulty.
Well, that's all
when
right.
you-
Look,
when you-
Harold Shipman was a
Well,
doctor.
well, hold on. Well, explain it to us then.
So, what happens is the ovaries produce estrogen, the testicles produce testosterone. Estrogen makes your body develop in that way. Testosterone makes your body develop in that way. If you're a male and your body is developing through estrogen, it's very, very uncomfortable. So what we do is we just switch them. So it's not going through puberty. They're going through the male puberty because their identity is male. So their body will match being male, and the same for females. So you're not stopping puberty. And you talk about labia. I don't know whether labia have much to do with orgasms, but the sexual function in transgender people who have transitioned is much better.
Puberty
because they're
puberty blocked, Helen. Come on.
You're switching puberty, Kelly. You don't understand what you're talking about.
No, you're telling me that if my female body takes testosterone, I go through a male puberty.
Yeah.
That's what puberty is, you fucking idiot! That's what puberty is! What do you mean? Oh my goodness, this is what I'm talking about! These people know absolutely nothing about this shit. They know literally nothing about it. She's never even thought about it for 2 fucking minutes. That's what puberty is. Your body, your brain starts to produce the different types of hormones, and then when it does, it changes your body. Your body starts to change because it was producing those hormones. That's what puberty is. That is puberty. That is all of puberty. Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about then?
Develops your testicles and penis.
No, you don't
Oh,
have a
come
testicle and a
on.
penis.
Oh my goodness
Kelly,
me!
Last time I kind of
This is
thought,
so dishonest
you don't
of
have
you.
a testicle and penis.
This is. I don't even think you believe what you're saying because you can't be consistent. Right? A boy is born. I'm gonna pretend for a moment that I'm deranged and I believe that there's a gender identity thing. A boy is born. He's got a male gender identity. He goes through male puberty. Tell me what puberty that is and what it does. Tell me about the brain, sexual function, and fertility. What is the point of human beings going through puberty? Just tell us that, because you're a medical doctor.
So now she is asking, what is the point? She is asking this now. What's the point of puberty? What is the point of puberty? Holy shit, she's so fucking dumb, dude. This is so annoying. Why are people like this? Why would you come onto a show to talk about how bad this is for them to go through a different process for puberty if you literally never even looked into what puberty is? Like, you don't even know the first thing about puberty. You don't even know that it's like your body literally just producing hormones that makes you go through the puberty in the first place. How the fuck could you think this was a good idea to go on this fucking show? How the fuck?
What are you struggling with here? So you've got a male
No, don't
person.
do that. Just answer the
Well,
question.
hold on, Kelly.
Helen.
Where are you going with this? I don't understand the point of this question.
Well, because if you block puberty, the point of puberty blockers is to block puberty. I think we have to work out, we have to let Helen explain, so then she can justify why puberty blocking is ever okay.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
hang
I
on.
understand. Oh,
So I'm explaining to Constantine. So what we have to do is we have to get her to explain what is the function of puberty for normal people, and then she can explain why she's happy to totally disrupt that function and claim that that person can still develop opposite sex puberty or whatever nonsense
Well,
she
her
comes out
claim
with.
is they don't not have puberty, they have puberty of the opposite sex. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, but that's not possible.
Okay.
Oh my
Is it possible?
goodness.
of course it is. I mean, just
Oh
have,
my
have a look at
goodness.
every trans man out there who's been on testosterone for a couple of years, and they are indistinguishable.
Yes, literally, if you are a biological male and you start taking estrogen, you will grow fucking tits. Yes, that's how that fucking works. You will literally grow tits. Your hips will, or your waist will shrink inwards. Your hips will come out. Like, yes, that's how it works. That's why before the age of like 10, we all look the fucking same. We all look the same. We all look exactly the fucking same because we haven't started producing testosterone and estrogen yet. So then once we go through puberty, puberty is our body starting to produce those things. Our brain creates the fucking, the hormones. Our brain creates the hormones, and then that makes us go through puberty. Because the hormones are now being pumped through our fucking body, it is now changing our body. Explain the benefits of puberty. Yes, explain the benefits of puberty. Tell me why should I go through puberty? What's the point? Give me the reason. Why would I even go through puberty?
Is it possible?
Of course it is. I mean, just you have a look at every trans man out there who's been on testosterone for a couple of years, and they are indistinguishable from you.
They ejaculate, do they?
Indistinguishable. So if you take us.
Well, okay, so yeah, you would still have to get surgery for the bits, you know. Obviously, you'd still have to get something done for the bits and nuggets and all that shit.
Both naked and stand us next to each other, we'd be indistinguishable.
Well, do you know what? Genitals come in all different shapes and sizes.
No, they don't.
Well, yes, they do.
No, they don't. Penises are all pretty consistently a certain shape and a certain way, and vaginas are pretty consistently a certain shape and a certain way. Right. So you just said we'd be indistinguishable, which I find to be stretching credulity given that.
Yeah, so she's being stupid. Obviously, my initial response, what I hear him ask, and then my immediate response is, well, obviously you would have to go, get some sort of sex reassignment surgery because you don't have a penis, but you can grow the breasts.
I've looked into
But you're focusing on genitals. I'm not focusing on genitals.
Genitals are a pretty important part of what a human being
But
is.
you're boiling down my description of swapping puberty and pubertal development.
I'm challenging a word that you used, which is we would be a trans woman. We've had.
Yeah, but all of a sudden you took your clothes off. I wasn't taking your clothes off. I was saying a trans
That's really important part
That's
of
a
life.
pretty important part for you. Hold on.
It's important that you take his clothes off. What are you talking about? It's really important that you take his clothes off.
So we had, for example, we've had a load of trans people as guests on our show.
Good.
Buck Angel, for example. Buck Angel is a trans man who has a vagina.
Uh-huh.
Buck Angel, if you look at him with clothes, probably looks harder and more well-built than I do. But we're not indistinguishable. Buck Angel is a trans man with a vagina who is himself would say that he's not male.
I know, but Buck Angel doesn't speak for all trans people.
Can I just really pin Helen down to what is the point of puberty? I'd just like you to tell us what
she wants to know what the point of puberty
your
is,
question,
dude.
Actually, you just don't like the answer.
Let her know what the point of puberty is.
We're not indistinguishable remotely.
What puberty does is develops your secondary sex characteristics.
Yes.
Okay. So,
she needs to know what the point of puberty is, guys. Come on, somebody needs to tell her what's the point. Why? Why should I even do it?
They're called secondary sex. Your primary sex characteristics are your genitals, your ovaries, your testicles. Your secondary sex characteristics are what puberty develops. That does, like they don't start till puberty starts 9, 10, or 11.
Right.
And it's your secondary sex characteristics, the ones on the outside, the ones visible to the world.
Yeah.
That when there's a mismatch causes so much distress in transgender people. So they don't focus on their genitals. It's people like here that are focusing on their genitals, but actually, if we just put the
so you're saying having a beard is
that's not true. That is not true. That they don't focus on their genitals. Literally, okay. So again, like she's British, they may have different diagnostic criteria, but here, if you're going to be diagnosed with with gender dysphoria, like one of the major parts of the diagnosis is, does having one of your primary sex characteristics cause you a lot of distress? That is one of the major things. Are you caused a lot of distress from your primary sex characteristics? And do you have a strong desire for the opposite sex characteristics? That's like fundamental to the diagnostic criteria. So I again, like these are dumb fucking Brits, so they could have, you know, a very different thing going on there. They're weirdos, you know. They do some weird shit. But here, that is a fundamental question.
It's more important to maleness than having a penis.
But why don't we speak to the males that's wanting it? You know, you may feel that a penis is more important to you than a beard, but let's ask the people.
Okay, let's ask 99% of male. What would you, if you had to lose your facial hair or lose your penis? I know what men would say.
But some men are born without a penis. Some men are born with a vagina, like Buck Angel is.
Okay, I mean, I'm just challenging this idea that we're indistinguishable when people have genitals of the opposite sex.
I'm just explaining to you that it's way more than genitals.
Yes, but those things are secondary versus primary for a reason. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused. But so puberty, you stop it, and
you switch it.
You switch it. Okay, yeah. That's your counter argument to what you were saying. You can switch puberty.
That can't look. You go through puberty at a set age with all your peers. Part of going through puberty, it has an impact on your relationship. So it pushes you a little bit away from your parents, pushes you towards your peers, cognitive function. So like I said earlier, there's brain pruning, which means you're just much more efficient. We've all met teenagers. We know that hormones has quite a dramatic impact on them. What we do in this country is we'll block the puberty. So these kids, well, we don't anymore, thankfully, because it was so barbaric. So those kids from 11 to 16, when all their friends are going through all that stuff, they're not doing that. So even on an emotional and relational level, it's grotesque and abusive. But the physical stuff, I don't believe for a second, and I don't think you believe it either, because I think actually you and most people who listen to you know that you're being very, very dishonest. You can't block puberty and also develop your sexual function and fertility. You can't do both of those things at the same time. And I'm just asking you, do you think at all that it is a barbaric thing to do to take a healthy body that has sexual function, and sex is a really important part of life for most of us with a significant other. Sex is a really wonderful thing. It's very intimate. It's a bonding thing that we do. Most adults thoroughly enjoy it. Why would you want to take that away from somebody forever? So that they don't have an orgasm, or you take an autistic girl on the pathway to cross-sex hormones. Then she has vaginal atrophy. Then she might have a fake penis that never works. She never gets an erection. A penis has 20,000 sensitivity receptors in the glands. She'll never have that. She'll never have a fulfilling sex life. She'll never do that pair bonding. What on earth gives you the right to ever even think that you can take that away from someone?
Well, you're completely wrong in all of your medical evaluation there, and that's why non-medics shouldn't get involved in medicine.
Harold Shipman was a doctor, although I will be fair, he didn't touch kids.
So one example that we're going to use, we've got Buck Angel as our trans man example, and we've got Harold Shipman as our doctor example. I think we just need to broaden our examples here of transgender people, transgender men, and doctors into something a little bit more kind of like ordinary.
So puberty blocking doesn't change sexual function or fertility. Are you going to stake a claim on that?
I told you earlier that if you speak to adults, because children don't have sex.
Just answer yes or no.
I'm trying to answer your question, but I don't think your brain is really like.
Just answer yes or no. Does puberty blocking change sexual function or fertility? Yes or no?
Okay, now let her answer.
Okay, gender affirming care is what we're talking about. The whole parcel, not just puberty blocking in a whatever age you're thinking of. We're talking about gender affirming care, which is switching somebody's hormones, turning off their hormone and giving them the opposite hormone. And if you speak to people, adults who are having intimate, consensual, loving sex, transgender people who have gone through a gender affirming care, the research shows they have much better sex, much better, because their body than transgender people who haven't, or before they went through gender affirming care. So the control is either themselves or people who haven't gone through gender affirming care. Because once their body matches their gender identity, then under the covers in the bedroom is way better. And I don't know how many transgender adults use.
It was because a trans man would use a fucking strap on for long periods of time, and then instead they would actually have the penis and be able to use it. Is Pisco just this possessed woman? What?
You've spoken to and asked them about their sex life, but I've spoken to a lot. And that's, again, why people like you shouldn't be having these big microphone appearances.
So females.
We're back to females again. No, people like you, male or female or non-binary, doesn't matter. But that you should not be getting involved in the decisions that patients make with their doctors on an informed consent basis.
So when that 11-year-old comes into your consultation and they're convinced, and you see a beautiful trans boy, and they say, I want this done, how do you explain that they're never going to have an orgasm?
Of course they have orgasms.
So they're puberty blocking. So you're going to
gender affirming care.
So okay, taking puberty blockers then, the drug that blocks the hormone that encourages estrogen production. If you block that for an 11 to 16-year-old who then goes on to cross-sex hormones, it doesn't impact their sexual function at all. Is that what you're saying?
It improves their
sexual function. No, it does.
And how does?
Okay. So you can have like, especially going through like a sex change, like it's going to react differently to your body. And your orgasms are likely to be lesser than, and even some will no longer have orgasms. I think it's somewhere around like 15 to 20% can no longer have an orgasm. So that is a thing. Let me see. There's no single fixed percentage. Research generally shows that roughly 15 to 35% of transgender individuals report difficulty achieving an orgasm, meaning the vast majority retain the capability. So yeah, like I said, this is 15 to 35%. My understanding is about 15 to 20%. But yeah, the some will like lose the ability to have an orgasm. But yeah, what's really great is this woman who can't seem to wrap her head around trans people will be left behind, and trans people will only be more and more accepted. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like, you know, this is like the people back in the day who really couldn't wrap their heads around black people being in society and, you know, being accepted, and it's just it's part of the whole thing.
Does it do that?
So puberty blockers switch off your ovaries or your testicles. Okay, let me get this straight with you. Giving a puberty blocker switches off ovaries and testicles, and you replace the hormone that you've switched off with the opposite hormone, so that their body's secondary sex characteristics develop in line with their gender identity.
But they don't have testicles, Helen. How does testosterone give puberty to someone without testicles and a penis?
Well, this again is why you don't understand medicine.
Well, just explain it then.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. So testicles produce testosterone, okay? But transgender women have testicles, and they don't want that testosterone. Transgender men don't have testicles, so we need to give them testosterone as a medicine. It's exactly the same testosterone, whether you have it from your testicles or whether you have it from a medicine, it's exactly the same testosterone. And if you haven't got testicles, you can't produce your own, so we give it to them instead. And that gives them
that gives them erections, does it?
They don't have a penis,
Right. So the sexual function, I just really would like to be granular on this, because I think you're being dishonest.
And so you keep saying, and I do find that rather offensive, actually, because I haven't called you a dishonest person.
That's fine. You can call me dishonest, and it wouldn't bother me at all. When a child has their puberty blocked, and then you give them to when a girl,
What a dumb fucking.
what I would call
cunt.
a girl, what you would call a trans boy, when they get their puberty blocked, and you give them cross-sex hormones, they're perfectly fine. They have a super happy sex life. Everything develops normally, even though they don't have the hormones that match their anatomy.
So a trans guy who hasn't had any surgery will have a clitoris and a vagina. They'll have labia, and they will have testosterone. There's no reason at all why that clitoris, vagina, labia cannot be sexually
And what about
satisfying for
testosterone
them.
pushing young women into the menopause then?
No, the menopause means no hormones.
Right.
So
and what
they will
happens?
have-
What happens when? Why don't doctors give more women hysterectomies? Why don't they? I'll tell you, because you probably do know. It's because it increases the risk of Alzheimer's.
What does, sorry?
Going through early menopause. So they try to avoid it, but you're happy to give girls testosterone knowing that they will go through no hormones, early menopause.
No,
and they end up with vaginal atrophy. And actually, anecdotally, many of those girls report problems with their...
Even if these things are true, they love pointing out like negative side effects of these medical processes, but literally all medical processes come with like negatives. Like there's side effects to medications, there's side effects to surgeries. This is like a normal part of medicine. This is the way that it works. So like they've all of a sudden figured out that these things have some negative side effects, and that's just what medicine is. Medicine is trying to get like the best outcome possible and trying to outweigh the negative outcomes. That's literally what it is. That's all medicine. Like when you're talking about like taking Adderall, you're trying to get positive outcomes that will outweigh the negative outcomes. That's just what you're doing. That's what it is. You know, you might be wired, you might have trouble sleeping, you might be a little bit quieter, you might not talk as much or be as social, but you're able to pay attention and get your schoolwork done. Like this is just medicine. This is just the way that it fucking works.
Heart with the poisonous testosterone in those levels, because it's not normal, is it, for a woman? If I had high testosterone, my doctor would be concerned.
So what you need to do is give the right amount of hormones so that they have what we call physiological levels of testosterone. So a trans guy, you're giving exactly the same amount of testosterone that their testicles would have produced if they had them. You mentioned HRT in women, and actually hormones are very, very important for everybody. I expect, being the age you are, that your ovaries don't work anymore. And I don't know whether you take HRT or not.
I don't. No. I'm au naturel.
Oh dear. I'll meet you in 10 years' time. It's
what do you mean by that? What's wrong with not having hormones and not
hormones
producing
are really
hormones?
important.
What's wrong with not having them, Helen?
Can we tell you or not? Hormones are really important, whether it's testosterone hormone or estrogen hormone. What we do know is if you spend too much of your life without it, your bones are at risk, your brain is at risk of Alzheimer's, and your vagina will atrophy.
If you like stop them or something, like puberty block them.
And don't give them the opposite. Exactly. So hormones are really important.
So doing that to an 11-year-old sounds
really
horrendous.
Wait, come on.
And really important for.
I did not have this debate so you could argue about each other's ovaries. With all respect to your ovaries. The Triggernometry merch store is built on Shopify because the moment someone's actually ready to pay, Shopify.
Okay. All right, I gotta head out. I will. I'll be back on tomorrow. We had some trouble hitting the fucking goal today, and I still ended up doing an extra hour for you ingrates. So, make sure you join the Discord, and make sure you follow me on Twitter. The links are in the description. Outside of that, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.